In the final battle against the ruthless destroyer, this young man was just a sacrificial pawn. He had taken a strike that shattered his body. He did not die and even traversed back through time, returning 15 years earlier, before the apocalypse struck. Fortunately, he retained all the magical knowledge and combat skills from the future. These things were only theoretical at present, never discovered by anyone. They existed solely in theory, untested by anyone. Therefore, when the youth tried a few basic moves, everyone assumed he was showing off his strength. The outstanding female mage of the past could not stop him. In this life, he only became a younger brother constantly asking questions. Even old enemies had to be cautious around him. He became a core disciple, admired as an idol by the youth. However, there was still a hint of rawness. Everything began on a blazing battlefield, Graylee gasping in pain, thinking, finally, I have made it here. Looking toward the enemy, he held onto the fragile hope that he could defeat them. A sudden scarlet light pierced straight through his body. His breath caught, eyes reddening as he realized his limits had been reached. He fell to the cold ground amidst the rubble and fallen comrades. A fatal blow ended everything. Graylee bitterly wondered if he would die without accomplishing anything. The tragedy began when the Liquidator appeared. A human enemy with mysterious power annihilated an entire continent. An organization to protect humanity was established, led by Brian Miller, who survived a meteor collision without a scratch. Beside him was the great sage Bella Albright, whose magical power rivaled an entire legion. Next was the arrow deity Jacob Bloomfield, a skilled hunter who could fell high-level enemies with a single arrow. And not to forget the sword Saint MOI, the strongest swordsman to ever exist. Alongside legends like Graylee and the support team, in reality, they were just sacrificial pawns. Observing the top students from the Alliance Academy, he realized they were on a completely different level. He wondered if the presence of the weak like himself had any meaning at all. Watching his comrades fall one by one, Graylee cried, "We trained so hard too." MOI's attack finally struck the enemy, leaving the Liquidator stunned. "You wounded me?" He replied coldly, "Fine, I should." Suddenly a terrifying crimson energy erupted, the death slash sweeping across, wiping everything away in an instant. The Liquidator hovered in the air, speaking coldly, "Stopping the games here." His mind reeled as he realized the cruel truth. They had been defeated with a single blow. He had said all along he was only playing. Unbelievable. His reddened eyes slowly closed in utter despair. Amid the devastated battlefield, hope vanished, he thought. We have no chance of winning. Lying on the ground, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Why am I still alive? A mysterious voice echoed, "I have found you. Step forward, one who wields great power." Graylee opened his eyes. He found himself standing in a strange land with ruins beneath a night sky. He stared in bewilderment, wondering where this was. Was it the other world? It looked so strange. His gaze settled on the tall, majestic figure appearing before him. Kronos looked at Graylee and said coldly, "You are not dead yet." The wounds on his body had been healed. Graylee recalled the moment his chest was pierced, asking in surprise, "Did you heal me?" But the answer was unexpected. "No, not I, but your own power." Graylee could not help but doubt his own strength. The mysterious god explained that even he could not analyze all of the terrifying power within him. However, he affirmed it surpassed even what the Liquidator possessed, as long as Graylee could control it. Graylee trembled, asking, "You mean we can win?" Kronos replied with a solemn gaze, "I am not sure, but believe the Liquidator must be eliminated." He commanded decisively, "Now you may go." A giant magical circle shaped like a clock flared around Graylee as Kronos said, "I lend you my power." Back on the ruined battlefield, Graylee moved his hand and gripped the sword hilt tightly. A brilliant red-black energy wrapped around the blade. Kronos echoed beside his ear, leaving him stunned. "My power is not something that can be seen with ordinary eyes." Sensing movement behind him, the Liquidator cried out in astonishment. A powerful slash carrying blazing red energy rushed forward, leaving the Liquidator shocked, unable to believe someone this strong still remained. Looking at the scratch on his opponent's armor, Graylee realized that man had also been wounded. Graylee focused on the sword, confidently thinking his own power was even superior. Driven into a corner, the Liquidator roared in fury, "I will acknowledge your effort for forcing me to use my full strength." In the next instant, a ray of energy split his body in two. He had not expected that even with such a fatal wound, he still had not fallen. At that moment, his entire body was shrouded in dense dark power. The Liquidator trembled as he asked, "Are you truly human?" Half of Graylee's face began to transform, blazing red cracks of energy appearing across it. The two charged at each other, creating an explosion that shook the battlefield. Graylee's attack was so powerful it shattered the Liquidator's defense. This terrified him, and the Liquidator stammered again, "Are you truly human?" The moment those words ended, a fatal wound appeared on his shoulder. Graylee replied coldly, "That is the question I have for you." The Liquidator gasped, utterly exhausted. Even so, he could not hide his astonishment. "Your power truly cannot be underestimated." Graylee declared coldly that he would crush him again and again until he truly died. Then he charged forward with a slash carrying powerful dark energy. A cry of pain rang out as the Liquidator was struck. He screamed in resentment, "You monster." However, the Liquidator still refused to submit. He suddenly released a dazzling light that enveloped his entire body. His two hands formed seals, preparing to activate his ultimate magic. The sky suddenly changed and a gigantic blue moon appeared. Space was seized along with a cold declaration, "Time is up." Gray Lee looked up in shock. The sky seemed to have turned into night. Gray Lee gritted his teeth and replied, "So what?" Then he swung his sword with all his strength. The blade collided with the enemy's defense, creating brilliant sparks. But he realized his attack was completely ineffective. The liquidator sneered, "But in this realm of true twilight, nothing can harm me. Stop resisting in vain, look up at the stars." Gray Lee stared at the points of light reflected in his eyes. The liquidator whispered triumphantly, "They are beautiful, are they not?" In the next instant, a giant pillar of light descended from above, aimed straight at Gray Lee. The terrifying power created an explosion that shook heaven and earth. As if it meant to erase his existence completely, the liquidator floated within the radiance, coldly declaring that if he were crushed into dust, he would be unable to revive. He was certain everything was over, but suddenly brilliant blue rays of light surrounded him. The heroic reversal left the liquidator stunned. A gigantic clock-shaped magic circle appeared behind him. The liquidator trembled as he sensed something wrong, energy pouring from the radiant spatial gate. Kronos' voice rang out, "You have accumulated tremendous power, perhaps enough to send you back." Realizing someone had interfered in the battlefield, the liquidator roared in terror, "Impossible, Kronos." Kronos manifested and commanded Gray Lee, "Can you hear me? Bearer of great power, pour in all my strength. I will send you back to the past, that is all I can do." The magical clock spun violently, numbers flashing past like lightning, sweeping Gray Lee into the flow of time and back to the beginning. Kronos' voice resounded with authority, "I entrust the fate of this world to you." Gray Lee slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying in a lush green meadow beneath radiant sunlight. He looked around in confusion and muttered, "Where is this?" In the distance, a peaceful village appeared, leaving Gray Lee stunned. "That is Renato Village, my hometown." He clearly remembered this village should no longer exist because it had been flattened 15 years ago. Bruno's words echoed in his mind, "I will send you back to the past." Gray Lee trembled in shock. What just happened? Suddenly, a sharp pain in his arm made him cry out, "Ah, that hurts." Looking at the bandaged wound, Gray Lee gradually realized reality. The wound, that is right. Around this time, he was often bullied. Yan Jiang told himself he could not keep losing, but they are too strong, I cannot win. He sighed, feeling as though his defeat of the liquidator just now had been nothing but a distant dream. Gray Lee slowly closed his eyes. The shadow of the destroyer flickered in his mind. He silently crossed the forest, telling himself that once he came a little stronger, he would find a way to deal with them. Gray Lee froze when he realized he had come face to face with them. Belder stepped forward smugly, resting the sword on his shoulder and sneering, "I've been looking for you. You've made this hard for me." Gray Lee broke into a sweat as Belder suddenly threw a sword. The sword landed right at his feet, and Belder said coldly, "Pick it up." Gray Lee was stunned, completely unsure of what was happening. Seeing his hesitation, Belder growled, "Stop pretending. Spar with me." Gray Lee tried to decline. "Spar? Sorry, my wound hasn't healed yet, so I'm afraid I can't participate." But the leader only smiled faintly. "Don't worry. The sword has been dulled. It's perfectly safe." Looking at the large piece of iron on the ground, Gray Lee worried silently. "No matter how dull, it's still a heavy sword." Belder lost patience and roared, "Shut up. Do you think you have the right to refuse?" He lunged forward with the sword fiercely. "Don't like using a sword, then fight barehanded." Gray Lee was shocked to realize his intention. He wanted to attack him before he could even grab a weapon. In that critical moment, the words of a military doctor from a previous life suddenly came to Gray Lee's mind. Turned out his swordsmanship had never improved because of childhood injuries. He bitterly realized that perhaps this place had marked the beginning of his failed life. Gray Lee was astonished to see that Belder's attack was actually much slower than he had imagined. He only needed to lean slightly to evade the opponent's swing. Everything seemed to slow down in his eyes. No, that wasn't really the case. Gray Lee told himself, then realized his current reflexes had reached a new level. Belder screamed in rage, "Bastard, why can't I hit you?" He swung the sword continuously in anger, but Gray Lee calmly dodged with burning red eyes. Gray Lee understood one thing clearly. His speed had surpassed before. The henchmen outside were also stunned. The way he moves is like he's become a different person. Even though his current body could not yet be as strong as in his past life, Gray Lee still remembered all the combat experience he had ever gone through. When Belder roared and lunged, he bent down to pick up the dull sword on the ground. "Take this." Gray Lee immediately swung the sword to counterattack. A heavy clash rang out, staggering the opponent. Gray Lee looked at him with disdain, thinking, just one blow and he's down, is it even worth continuing? He quickly dismissed pity when recalling the cruel blows these trash had dealt before. Gray Lee gritted his teeth and affirmed, but now, things are different. He unleashed a powerful direct slash, completely breaking Belder's defense. Belder's sword flew from his hand, he trembled and stammered, "Damn it." Gray Lee sarcastically noted that his skill was worse than a rookie. He slowly approached, gripping the sword and coldly repeating Belder's own words. "You all taught me that a dull sword is still safe to strike with." Gray Lee's red eyes glinted with coldness. Gray Lee swung the sword so fast that Belder couldn't react, leaving a clear wound on his chest. Belder screamed in pain and fell, making those around panic and look at each other. Even Gray Lee was slightly surprised, wondering, wasn't this sword supposed to be dulled? He looked carefully at the sword and confirmed it was indeed dulled, thinking if it were sharp, Belder would have hardly survived. Red light flashed in Gray Lee's eyes, and he coldly decided, then let it stay this dull. Finishing his words, he delivered another strong strike, sending Belder flying. Seeing the henchman trembling, Gray Lee casually asked, "What's wrong? Why are you screaming like that?" Belder clutched his wound, coughing blood while staring at Gray Lee in terror, and the henchman stood frozen. Gray Lee smiled coldly and repeated, "You all said a dull sword is safe, right?" Both frustrated and scared, Belder shouted orders. "What are you waiting for? Go attack him!" Even realizing Gray Lee had suddenly become unusually strong, the henchman still recklessly charged from behind, the kind of fools who didn't know fear. Gray Lee glanced calmly and asked, "What's this? You want another round?" Despite sensing his murderous aura, the gang still charged madly, shouting taunting cries. Gray Lee smirked meaningfully. "I was going to let it go, but..." Immediately after, the sounds of clashing rang repeatedly throughout the forest. In the blink of an eye, Belder and the henchmen were kneeling on the ground, faces pale from pain. Looking at those who once haunted him now so pathetic, Gray Lee asked coldly, "You all are students of the Syrian sword school, right?" Belder replied trembling, "Almost. We felt strong enough so we haven't come recently." Gray Lee sneered inwardly, "Strong enough, huh?" He began to feel disappointed and thought not to expect too much, but perhaps that sword school still held value to investigate. Gray Lee decisively ordered, "Introduce me to that sword school. That place requires a recommendation to enter, right?" Belder panicked and searched for an excuse to dodge the matter. "Why don't you ask someone else? Just tell Master that I lost. I cannot even imagine how he will react." Seeing that the other man was still hesitating, Gray Lee coldly brought his sword before Belder. "Then let us continue what we left unfinished." His aura at that moment was no different from a villain who had just risen to power. Belder went pale with fear, his face drained of all color. He hurriedly shouted, "I will take you there." At once, the ringleader bolted away as if running for his life. "The dojo is this way." When his underlings saw their boss run, they panicked and chased after him. "What is going on?" "Hey, wait, Belder, do not leave us behind." The group crossed the town where rows of tall buildings stood packed tightly together. On the way, Belder asked curiously why he wanted to enter that dojo. Gray Lee did not look at him, merely asked calmly in return, "This dojo has a recommendation slot for the academy, right?" When Belder confirmed it, Gray Lee immediately said with certainty, "That is exactly why I want to enter." A man walking beside Gray Lee looked at him with both admiration and wariness, then blurted out, "With strength like yours, you do not need to enter the academy anymore." Gray Lee looked into the distance, his heart heavy with thought. If only being that strong were enough. He recalled the harsh reality when even the strongest formation in the world had been helpless before Liquidator. Though he had fought with all his might, Gray Lee had bitterly realized what happened when the enemy became truly serious. He had not even been able to leave a scratch on that man's armor. Gray Lee wondered just how strong he had to become to defeat that entity. Even so, he still saw an extremely faint sliver of hope. Gray Lee remembered that brief instant in the battle, when he had once reached and controlled the terrifying dark power hidden deep within him. Suddenly remembered the time when the Sword Saint had taught him with such care. Gray Lee told himself that what he had focused on back then was the swordsmanship the Sword Saint had passed down to him. Looking back at his own weakness in the past, he regretfully thought that if he had trained more under the same conditions as her, perhaps the outcome of that life and death battle would have taken a different turn. Gray Lee believed that was precisely why Kronos had sent him back to this starting point. At Surya Dojo, a white-haired woman with a sharp appearance was coldly staring at the miserable students before her. With an overwhelming aura like a mid-boss preparing to purge the entire dojo, she rested, a wooden sword on her shoulder. Then she almost summed everything up in one sentence, so, to put it briefly, "You want to tell me that you used the swordsmanship you learned from me to bully ordinary people, and in the end got beaten miserably?" Before the instructor of Surya Dojo, Belder and his lackeys could only kneel flat on the floor, trembling in fear. Belder broke out in sweat and tried to defend himself, saying they had not meant to bully him, it was only a spar. But that clumsy lie only made the dojo master even angrier. She swung the wooden sword hard onto the floor, creating a shock that made the entire room tremble. The lackeys beside him shook violently, their faces ashen as she coldly questioned them. "Who gave you the right to make excuses?" Her gaze was sharp as a blade as it fixed directly on the ringleader. "If you call beating an unarmed person a spar, then what happens now is also only a spar, correct?" The tip of the wooden sword pointed straight at Belder's eye, making him freeze, breathless under the crushing pressure. She decisively ordered the rotten students expelled. "Get out and never come back. From now on, you no longer have the right to call yourselves students of this dojo." Belder's group could only mumble "Yaster," then flee the place in panic. Once their figures had disappeared, the white-haired woman lowered her sword and turned to Gray Lee, her gaze softening. I apologize for what happened just now. It seems my former students caused trouble for you. Gray Lee humbly head and replied, "It is all right." After thanking him, the instructor immediately turned to the main matter. "Then I heard that you want to be recommended to the academy." Receiving Gray Lee's determined nod, she walked over to the weapon rack. She said this could be considered an apology for the trouble Belder had caused. She sincerely wanted to write him a recommendation letter, but she still had to uphold her principles. "First, I need to test your ability." Gray Lee did not waver at all, clenched his hand, and answered calmly, "I understand." They took their places in the middle of the training yard. The white-haired woman assumed her stance and let Gray Lee strike first. "You have the right to make the first move. Attack when you are ready." Gray Lee did not waste another second and immediately shouted, "Here I come." His sword strikes came out with astonishing sharpness and precision. They formed powerful gusts of wind, making even his opponent secretly astonished. This boy's swordsmanship is far more battle-ready than his age suggests, as if he has lived through countless battles. The more they exchanged blows, the more she recognized the experience within each of Gray Lee's moves, and understood why her former students had lost so badly. Belder and the others had never been his opponents. His style was largely self-trained, but at times the way he swung his sword evoked the lessons taught at the academy. The white-haired woman neutralized his attacks while silently evaluating Gray Lee. She wondered whether anyone had taught him before, for although his technique was still rough, he was truly an unpolished gem with immense potential. Realizing that the time had come to decide the match, she thought with quiet regret, "Unfortunately, it has to end here." The speed of the match suddenly soared, leaving the teacher unable to hide her shock. "How strange, why has he still not lost strength? Why can he still keep up with me?" She was stunned to realize that at first she had only intended to test him a little, yet somehow, without knowing when it had happened, she herself had been forced to go all out to deal with him. She asked herself, "Why am I?" She looked deep into Gray Lee's blazing red eyes, which were filled with killing intent. A chill ran down her spine and made her freeze, because she realized she was afraid of this boy. Gray Lee suddenly unleashed a wide, sweeping sword strike. That made the teacher lower her guard for a moment, thinking that her ominous intuition had turned out to be nothing more than a reckless sword swing. When she saw her opponent expose an opening, she immediately seized the chance and rushed in. "You finally revealed a weakness. Let us end it here." But at the decisive instant, an unbelievable change occurred and left her completely frozen. She could not believe her eyes when she realized the wooden sword in her hand had somehow broken. Splintered pieces of wood shot through the air under the terrifying pressure. Gray Lee stood still, feeling the familiar current of energy flowing through his veins. He thought to himself, "This feeling is exactly the same as back then. So I still possess that power." Gray Lee suddenly felt intense pain and collapsed in the middle of the arena. The teacher rushed over in panic. "What is this? Are you all right?" Gray Lee gritted his teeth and endured the pain tormenting him. He realized a bitter truth. His body could not keep up with this power. He tried to steady his breathing, staggered as he used the wooden sword to stand, then answered weakly, "I am fine." He said that. Gray Lee knew clearly in his heart that he was only forcing himself to stay on his feet. He reminded himself that he should not use this power carelessly. No, it would be best not to use it at all. Seeing the doubt on the teacher's face, Gray Lee knew that even if he explained, she would find it hard to believe. Moreover, this was still a source of power he could not fully control. To dispel the tense atmosphere, Gray Lee scratched his head and chuckled softly, realizing he had gone a little overboard. The teacher silently looked at the broken wooden sword in her hand, logical yet bewildered guesses rising in her mind. Cutting through a sword with a blunt wooden sword was utterly impossible, and he understood that too. Seeing her standing there in a daze, Gray Lee timidly asked if something was wrong, while she sighed at his innocent smile, wondering whether he intended to explain. She narrowed her eyes, suppressing her shock and suspicion about Gray Lee's true strength. When Gray Lee expressed his wish to be recommended to an academy, the teacher pondered for a moment, then confirmed, "I can write you a recommendation letter to the Royal Swordsmanship Academy, the most prestigious school in the kingdom." But her gaze suddenly turned sharp as she warned, "I cannot advise you to go there, you are not suited for it." Gray Lee froze, telling himself that he still was not strong enough even though he already knew it. He bitterly realized that aside from that final burst of power, he had done almost nothing of note. Suddenly the white-haired woman spoke, "You should aim for the World Alliance Academy. It is no longer merely the most prestigious school in the kingdom. It is the place where the finest geniuses from across the world gather." Gray Lee thought in shock, World Alliance Academy. Was that not the place where the Sword Saint and the others had once studied? He doubted whether he could be accepted into that legendary place, but the teacher poured cold water on him. "No, you have probably realized it too." She stated firmly, "Your body is not suited to becoming a swordsman," her words like a cruel reality. She explained, "At the Royal Academy, Gray Lee might be able to deceive people with skill, but at the Alliance Academy, no one could be fooled, and with a body this frail, how could you possess that kind of skill?" Gray Lee broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that everyone who came from that place was a true monster, while he had no chance at all. Seeing Gray Lee discouraged, the teacher asked why he wanted to give up. There were still 9 months left to prepare for the exam. Gray Lee was anxious because the preparation time was so short. She also admitted that the time was far too little. But she looked straight into his eyes and emphasized, "I want you to trust me." Beneath that stern gaze, she asked whether he was ready to endure hardship throughout the time ahead. Though he wanted to avoid hardship, Gray Lee knew he had no way back. He clenched the hem of his shirt and said with resolve, "I will do it. Please help me for the next 9 months." His eyes burning red with determination. The teacher smiled mysteriously. "Very good. Now your hell begins." She took a ready stance, prepared to turn training into a nightmare in order to uncover his limits. The calendar pages flipped rapidly, marking a stretch of harsh training days. Gray Lee had to carry a giant boulder through pouring rain and consume enormous amounts of food to nourish his body. He also had to drink terrifying-looking recovery medicines. While his survival training spirit was constantly tested, it did not stop there. He was repeatedly knocked down and beaten during merciless sparring sessions. Months passed in sweat and blood, turning the frail boy into a warrior with keen reflexes. Gray Lee had now completely transformed, his body firm, muscular, and marked with the scars of growth. The teacher was satisfied. "You have improved greatly. Now I have nothing left to teach you." She smiled and advised him to leave with confidence. Gray Lee still wondered why the exam was still a full month away, and she explained that leaving early would let him grow familiar with the environment and prepare as well as possible. She handed Gray Lee a bag of money, saying it was enough for a month of travel, food, and lodging. Gray Lee felt something was wrong and wondered whether leaving a month early was too rushed. He felt as if she was trying to send him away, but his master only smiled. "You are overthinking it." Right after that, she turned serious and revealed that a goblin nest had appeared near the village. Since the village had no guards, the situation was rather tense. However, she affirmed, "But that has nothing to do with us. The support guild will come from the royal capital. No need to worry." She urged Gray Lee to set out for the exam with peace of mind. The worry in his eyes showed that he did not believe her reassurance. Gray Lee saw through his master's heart. He knew for certain that she was lying. In his memory, this village would be wiped out because no one came to save it, and his master would sacrifice herself when she went alone to exterminate the monsters. Though his heart ached, Gray Lee still calmly replied, "I understand. Thank you for everything." Gray Lee waved his hand and said, "Farewell, I am leaving." She smiled and wished him success in the exam, watching his departing figure. Night fell, the moon hanging suspended in the star-filled sky, and the teacher quietly entered the dangerous area in the dark forest. She observed the tracks on the ground and told herself, "Based on the reconnaissance report, the target is over there." Just as she was about to move forward, a familiar voice rang out from above. "Where are you going?" The teacher looked up in shock and saw Gray Lee sitting upright on a tree branch. His gaze was icy, staring straight down at her. Master froze, exclaiming, "Gray Lee, why are you here? Weren't you on your way to the academy?" Gray Lee lightly landed from the tree branch. He said calmly, "I should have asked you that. You said the goblin nest would be handled by the royal army." At this moment, the white-haired woman admitted that the army could not come due to urgent matters, so she decided to handle the monsters herself. She said confidently, "In any case, I am enough on my own. I already know the danger level of that nest from the reconnaissance report." According to what she knew, the leader is a high-level goblin commanding about 40 to 50 of them. Though a bit troublesome, she intended to storm the nest alone. Gray Lee thought a high-level goblin is not too strong, but frightening in intelligence and command ability. Being surrounded would be suicide. The memory of a past tragedy made his gaze cold. He knew clearly that if he let his master go alone, she would not return, and his home village would also be destroyed. "I have seen that future with my own eyes," Gray Lee reminded himself. Then he looked straight into his master's eyes and earnestly said, "Please let me go with you." Yet the white-haired woman still firmly refused. "I already said I am enough on my own." Gray Lee did not give up. He pressed, "I don't want to miss this real combat opportunity. Or do you think I'll just get in the way?" Master looked at him with an indescribable gaze, then smiled, acknowledging that even in sparring, she could no longer beat him. Still, she worried because real combat is unpredictable, especially against a monster nest that appears suddenly. For such danger, it's best to wait until you gain more experience. Gray Lee said in a deep voice, "If you insist on going alone, then I have a way." Before his master's curious gaze, he declared coldly, "I will fight you, knock you out, and handle the goblins myself." Gray Lee's eyes blazed with killing intent. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, ready to do the bold act to protect his teacher. Facing the almost extreme determination of his student, Master sighed, lowered her sword, and conceded. "All right, I yield." She looked at Gray Lee with trust, but did not forget to remind, "But you must promise me. Whatever happens, you must survive and return." Gray Lee replied calmly, "I am intending to do exactly that. You also must not die." The two advanced toward the monster nest. Master smiled in response, of course. Under the dim moonlight, a deep valley appeared, where flickers of fire from the goblin nest shone between the steep cliffs. Observing the treacherous terrain, Gray Lee remarked, "There's almost no escape here. They must be very confident to set up the nest here." Master added, it's also hard for us to retreat. The opponent is smart, so we must be cautious. Losing means the whole team disappears. Gray Lee nodded, I understand. Both hid behind a rock, silently observing the large goblins guarding below. Master whispered, I don't see the leader. Maybe it's inside the tent. Hopefully we can take down some before it appears. Master quickly assigned tasks. Gray Lee, you handle the ones over there, I'll go from this side. Gray Lee replied calmly, understood. Receiving his master's satisfied nod, they immediately moved according to orders. Begin. A goblin suddenly noticed something unusual, but it was too late. Master charged like a whirlwind, striking so fast that the goblins did not understand what happened. The guards fell one by one in panic. Alarm cries immediately echoed throughout the nest. The goblins frantically rushed out, quickly forming a circle. In the encirclement, Gray Lee gripped his sword hilt tightly, his red eyes flashing coldly. He dashed like a phantom, each slash powerfully cutting down the monsters. The master and student coordinated perfectly, sweeping away all resistance. Determination to destroy all the monsters to protect the village's future blazed in his eyes. Standing amidst the battlefield strewn with monster corpses, Master could not hide her astonishment at her student's skill. Not bad. Is this really your first time? Gray Lee kept a cold expression. He warned, Master, please be careful. This is just the beginning. Seeing the monsters fall at their feet, Gray Lee began to sense something unusual. Strange, they are too weak. If that's all, Master could surely handle them alone. His gaze shifted to the distant darkness, suspicion rising. Unless, inside that tent in the gloomy darkness, a pair of red eyes silently watched them, emitting heavy killing intent. Realizing the true danger, Gray Lee paled and shouted, we must run. Run now. Master asked in shock, what's happening? Gray Lee had no time to explain, only urged hastily, just run. Though unclear about the situation, both immediately turned and fled. At that moment, a massive shadow descended from above. The horrific impact made the ground tremble violently. From the rubble emerged a colossal monster, armored completely and wielding a gigantic axe. Master exclaimed in astonishment, a high-level goblin. How honorable, the leader appears personally. Gray Lee realized an even more terrifying truth. He yelled, no, that is not the leader. The true commander is. A huge mouth, with sharp teeth suddenly approached, immediately followed by a series of fierce roars from the goblins. They frantically charged, layer by layer surrounding the two. Master exclaimed in shock, what is that? Before them were no longer ordinary goblins, but a legion of monsters exuding a dark aura as if from hell. Gray Lee realized the cruel truth. A goblin general. It is the real leader of this nest. The general appeared imposing, red eyes blazing, wielding a skull-shaped great sword, leading the monster army to encircle them. Goblin general is the true head of this nest. Master gritted her teeth and ordered, take this one down, then retreat. Then she shot forward as fast as a bolt of lightning. She unleashed a frontal slash, carving a path straight toward the giant. Jinghai immediately noticed something strange about the wounds on its body. Those wounds gave off a purple glow and closed on their own right before her eyes. Gray Lee shouted a warning that every attack was useless, because the roar of the goblin general was strengthening it and its allies, making them recover at terrifying speed. Amid the encirclement of monsters growing more frenzied by the moment, he firmly told his master to cover the rear and buy him time. His master asked in shock, what are you planning to do? Gray Lee did not answer at once, only silently stared at the enemy with blazing red eyes. At that moment, there was only one way left in his mind to turn the situation around. He had to bring down the leader above. It was truly troublesome how they kept trying to strike his flanks. Gray Lee leaned aside and dodged the attacks crashing in from both directions. At the same time, he swung out emerald slashes, cutting down the monsters roaring in madness. He dodged again and again, smooth as a first-place F1 driver. He reminded himself that he had to focus completely and clear away every enemy blocking the path ahead. But right when the battle reached its most intense point, the sword in Gray Lee's hand suddenly cracked and shattered into countless pieces under the terrifying pressure. He froze and muttered, my sword could not withstand the power of the enhanced goblins. The giant monster instantly seized the chance, swinging its weapon straight down at Gray Lee, while he was at a disadvantage. Gray Lee quickly drew his spare sword, but he understood with concern that it would also break soon if this dragged on. At that critical moment, his master behind him shouted and threw a sword over Gray Lee, use my spare sword. He caught the sword and answered in a voice full of resolve, thank you. Holding two swords in his hands, Gray Lee silently calculated that although it was not enough to wipe out every enemy, but to face the goblin general and anyone who blocked his way, this much was enough. Gray Lee charged decisively into the monster encirclement like an icy whirlwind. Sword lights flashed one after another, cutting down countless enemies in the blink of an eye. Though blood seeped from the wound on his face, Gray Lee still laughed arrogantly and threw all his strength into clashing with the largest monster. Gray Lee gritted his teeth, irritated as he saw the monsters still surging toward him without end. He swung his swords into powerful slashes, sweeping through the goblins charging like moths to a flame. The chaotic battle was no different from a final clash. In the distance, the goblin general opened its mouth and let out an earth-shaking roar, its blazing eyes releasing dreadful pressure. Gray Lee blurted out in shock, what is that? He realized the energy from that roar was driving the goblins berserk and multiplying their strength. Monster suddenly blocked Gray Lee's sword strike, making him groan in pain. Looking at the leader standing there and watching, Gray Lee understood the truth. You saw through my plan. The roar still echoed across the valley. While struggling to hold his ground, Gray Lee silently sighed in admiration. So your intelligence is not just for show. He kept swinging his swords to parry the relentless attacks, trying to find an opening to escape the tightening encirclement. Gray Lee shouted, "Get out of the way." Then he gathered his strength and slashed open an escape route through the monster's dense defense line. There were too many enemies, and Gray Lee was gradually overwhelmed. The fresh wounds on his back made him grit his teeth and tell himself that he could not get bogged down. At that moment, a goblin rushed forward and clung tightly to Gray Lee from behind to pin him down. At the same time, another giant monster closed in, raising its deathly axe high before bringing it down at Gray Lee. Under the continuous attacks, Gray Lee realized their intent. They were throwing away their lives to wear down his swords. Wariness showed clearly in his eyes when he saw another giant goblin swing a heavy fist toward him. Gray Lee gathered the last of his strength to withstand that savage blow. But the pressure was too great, sending him flying far away. Gravely injured, his breathing rapid and labored, Gray Lee could only weakly force himself up in exhaustion. Looking at the only sword left beside him, he bitterly wondered if he had to face an entire army and its general with just that. Before layer after layer of monsters looming toward him, Gray Lee felt his helplessness sink all the way to the depths. From the blood-soaked experience of his previous life, he understood one cruel truth: he could not win. In this life and death situation, Gray Lee tightened his grip on the sword hilt and shouted, "Master, run, hurry and run while they are still focused on me." Yet the only answer to that urging was the mysterious smile of the white-haired woman. She calmly said, "Sorry, I cannot do that," then strode forward with dignity to face the goblin general. Gray Lee roared in despair, "Are you planning to sacrifice yourself for nothing?" He hurriedly reassured her, "I will run right after you, do not worry." But the white-haired woman only answered quietly, "That is not it." She said with difficulty, "I cannot run anymore," then looked down at her badly injured legs, where blood was still flowing without end. Gray Lee realized in shock that his master had reached her limit long ago. His mind was in chaos as he understood that he had no options left. Looking at the monsters looming closer, he bitterly told himself, "I returned to the past to defeat the destroyer, yet it ends here." Gray Lee still swung his sword in resistance, but the sword in his hand shattered into pieces again under the overwhelming pressure. Gray Lee growled, "No, this still is not over." Looking at the fragments falling through the air, a bold idea flashed through his mind. If he could touch that power again, everything would be completely different. Images of the apocalyptic battle with the liquidator flashed in his mind. Gray Lee was certain even all these enemies were not worth fearing. Seeing the goblins reflected on the broken sword shard, he commanded himself, "Remember the feeling back then?" Gray Lee tightened the broken sword hilt. Focus all willpower to awaken the destructive power dormant in his body. Suddenly, a red eye appeared with a vertical pupil, radiating a terrifying aura. Gray Lee stood firm, his arms stretching out, black energy surging around him. The master was stunned, stammering Gray Lee's name. Immediately after, the monster's head was severed in a slash so fast it was hard to see with the naked eye. The master was dumbfounded, unable to believe the overwhelming power she had witnessed. When the leader was gravely wounded and lost control, she charged into the battle with flying fire sprites everywhere. The master's eyes lit up, realizing the pressure from the opponent had greatly lessened. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "You really gave me trouble." A green spiritual sword swept across, erasing a slew of goblins in an instant. She said coldly, "Without the enhanced general, you are nothing." The battle ended under the dim moonlight. Both master and student panted amid the ruined battlefield. The master tremblingly said, "Somehow we managed to survive." Gray Lee looked at the broken sword in his hand, murmuring apologies, "I broke your sword." The white-haired woman smiled gently, saying, "It's all right, you saved my life." Gray Lee let the shard drop. The master curiously asked, "Gray Lee, that attack just now?" Before he could answer, Gray Lee suddenly collapsed. The teacher shouted in panic. Gray Lee lay unconscious, completely drained after expending all his energy. Gray Lee woke up in a dark, undefined space. He was shocked, wondering where he was. Amid the void appeared a massive sealed gate. Gray Lee was stunned. The eerie space exuded the scent of ancient sealing magic. Red streaks like cracked blood spread across the gate. Gray Lee recognized the familiar black energy rising, exclaiming, "This is..." The image of a demonic eye appeared in his mind, shocking him. It was that power. Before the blazing gate, Gray Lee questioned himself. If he opened the gate, would he gain that power? He stepped forward, but immediately a demonic figure with a massive red skeleton appeared, as if to take his soul. It appeared majestic, full of menace. Gray Lee knelt, clutching his chest shrinking under the horrifying pressure. He bitterly realized he did not know why, but one thing was certain. If he opened the gate in his current state, he would die. Gray Lee trembled in fear of breaking the seal before his blood blade healed. A mysterious voice echoed, carrying a wise decision. Gray Lee woke up, breathing heavily after the nightmare of the gate. Master Saria rushed over in panic. "Gray Lee, you're awake." He looked around in confusion, asking where this was. She breathed lightly, explaining this was the village's safe place. He had been unconscious for 5 days, making her fear he wouldn't wake. Graylee was shocked to learn he had slept for 5 days, thinking I pushed my body too far, I reached my limit. The master objected, saying pushing oneself still didn't capture what he had done in the horrific battle, then worriedly asked if he could move. Graylee tried to move his right hand but was completely powerless, unable to channel strength into it. Even if he could move slightly with all his effort, he feared he would never be able to hold a sword again in this state. A strange black bruise like a dark mark appeared on his wrist, making Graylee suspicious when the master asked, "It doesn't move well, right?" He wondered if she didn't see it, then honestly replied, "I can't channel strength into my dominant hand." The master confirmed solemnly the wound would not heal quickly. All the bones in his right hand were shattered. Graylee was stunned, his bones shattered yet he felt no pain. The master revealed they'd used magical medicine to treat him. Graylee shouted, "Magical medicine, isn't that extremely expensive?" Saria reassured him, "Don't worry, the village chief personally gave them the magical medicine." Graylee still doubted. Why would the village chief give something so precious to someone like me, unaccustomed to feeling saved by a newbie NPC? Saria looked at him with gentle, proud eyes, saying, "What are you talking about? Graylee, you are the hero of the village." At that moment, the door burst open. The village chief rushed in, calling Graylee's name loudly. Graylee intended to thank the chief for the magical medicine, but he interrupted, gripping his hand emotionally. "We should be the ones thanking you." He was still shocked remembering Graylee defeated the Grand Goblin General, the monster no one in the town forces could scratch, yet it targeted this tiny village. The village chief emphasized, if Graylee had not eliminated it, the village would certainly have been wiped out. He affirmed, without him and Saria, from the medicine to the shelter to the villagers' lives, nothing would remain. Graylee was slightly embarrassed by the overwhelming gratitude, replying, "Oh sir, you are exaggerating." But the village chief smiled, saying that he understood this best of all. He lowered his head to look at the ground. The image of his old village engulfed in flames from a previous life appeared in his mind. He thought perhaps the village chief was right. This place had been destroyed by goblins before he returned. Seeing Graylee still dazed, the village chief said he would explain the importance of the achievement if he had not realized it. He suddenly asked, "I heard you are about to take the World Alliance Academy exam, is that correct?" Graylee was startled realizing he had gone to fight monsters just a week before the exam, and now 5 days had passed, leaving only 2 days until the test. Meanwhile, the journey to the World Alliance Academy takes 3 days by Debo, though riding a horse would take only 1 day, but he had no money to rent. Realizing the deadline approaching made him panic. Graylee looked at the village chief with urgency. "I am sorry, village chief, could you lend me a horse?" The village chief smiled as if he had anticipated it. "I knew you would ask, so I prepared the best horse in the village. With its stamina, you will arrive in no time." Saria standing nearby teased, "If you hadn't woken up today, we would have carried you while sleeping. The support team will never let Carrie miss the exam." Graylee only smiled at the thoughtful concern. As he opened the door and stepped outside, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. Many villagers had gathered along the path, holding bright banners that surprised Graylee. Cheers echoed through the street. "Thank you, you must pass the exam. Thank you for saving the village." The young women waved happily at the hero. A man representing the villagers stepped forward, handing Graylee a heavy bag. "Please accept this." He looked at the gift in bewilderment and asked, "What is this?" The man explained it was money contributed by all the villagers for him. They knew the application fee for the World Alliance Academy was not small, and wanted to give him the opportunity. Looking at the hopeful faces, Graylee called out emotionally, "Everyone." He smiled brightly and sincerely replied, "Thank you all very much." As he urged the horse to start, Graylee worried, "If I fail the exam now, I won't have face to return." Saria standing beside him understood and gently reassured. Saria smiled confidently, affirming no candidate at the World Alliance Academy could defeat a goblin general like him. Graylee looked at his bandaged hand, concerned if it was strong enough for the exam, but Saria immediately reassured, "Your left hand still works fine, right? Even if forced, you can still take the exam." Graylee clenched his left hand, still hesitant, but Saria firmly said, "That is enough, and he does not need to use that terrifying power anymore." Beside the warhorse, Graylee still pondered, the exam surely would not be easy with only one arm. Saria looked straight at her student, affirming the examiners are not blind to overlook his true talent. She smiled brightly, assuring, "You will certainly pass." Graylee held the reins, emotionally thanked the teacher, and promised not to disappoint her. As he urged the horse forward, looking at the peaceful village behind, Graylee thought, the village that was destroyed in a past life still exists. The world has changed, and the future can be rewritten with this power. With red eyes blazing with determination, he resolutely said, "Let's go." The sound of hooves pounding along the long road. Graylee silently thanked the fine horse that brought him to the destination on time. Amidst the vast sea and sky, a grand circular architecture rose in the ocean. Long bridges leading into the center left Graylee stunned. This is the World Alliance Academy. Before the majestic main gate, bustling crowds and vehicles opened a new challenging chapter in his journey to change fate. In the center arena of the World Alliance Academy, thousands of candidates gathered densely under the blue sky. A voice announced the distribution of exam cards, requiring everyone to stay in place until completed. Amid the crowd, Gray Lee heard chatter about the brutal competition ratio, people wondering if all were opponents when only 20 would be selected. Intense competition like Battle Royale, candidates were uneasy as the number selected changed yearly, sometimes 50, sometimes only one pass. Shortly after, attention turned to the high stands as Professor Ariel was invited forward. With blazing red hair and an authoritative aura, she coldly walked forward to distribute exam cards, smiling subtly and instructing candidates to take the paper in front of them. With just a snap of her fingers full of power, a burst of golden magic exploded, covering the entire arena, astonishing thousands. Gray Lee was astonished as the radiant magical paper appeared in his hand. On it was only the information, candidate number 513, Swordsmanship Department. Seeing that everyone else had cards, Ariel explained many would be surprised to see the blank paper. Only registration number and course. She smiled smugly, affirming this is the Academy's annual tradition. With sharp eyes, Ariel declared the World Alliance Academy does not discriminate by age, gender, nationality, or social status. Here, even the candidate's real name does not matter, she pointed, emphasizing only those capable of passing the exam and stepping onto the bridge into the academy are worthy of being asked their name. She even allowed them to use a pseudonym if desired, as long as they prove their ability. Gray Lee looked at the paper in his hand, thinking he left his sword at the inn, but it still recorded the Swordsmanship Department. The system must use AI to read aura without scanning weapons. From above, Professor Ariel added, I have assigned courses based on your appearance. If I am wrong, raise your hand. Her eyes flashed mystically through glasses. The crowd murmured she chooses courses just by looking at faces. With so many candidates, how is that possible? The chatter continued, surely they checked beforehand or used magic to read minds. The crowd speculated like a game chat after an update. Ariel looked over the arena, declaring no one was misplaced. Next she would announce the exam schedule, check your cards. Gray Lee looked at his card, the first day, 11 a.m. clearly visible, turning pale. Damn, having to take the exam on the first day. He hoped for more time for his arm to recover. Ariel emphasized the exam's harshness. This is the only practical test. Being late will result in automatic disqualification. Make sure to be on time, because we will not accept any personal rescheduling requests. Amidst the noisy crowd, Gray Lee anxiously gripped his right arm still in bandages. He still couldn't focus strength into his dominant hand. Please, just heal a little by tomorrow. Time flew and the official exam day arrived under the Academy's bright sunlight. Gray Lee looked down at his arm and froze at the harsh reality. It hadn't improved at all. Perhaps he would have to take the test in this state. The manager's voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Next contestant, please wait at the arena entrance. He exhaled sharply to calm himself. No, now was not the time for pessimism. His left hand was still fully functional, and his right hand had not completely lost mobility. Gray Lee stared at his hands, preparing to face the first challenge. He told himself to use the remaining time to observe the judge and find an opening. Below in the arena, the calm, glasses-wearing judge ordered the opponent, you may strike first. Immediately, the large contestant roared with vigor, then lunged forward with a heavy sword. A tremendously heavy swing struck down, sending dust flying in clouds. But the judge merely tilted his body lightly to evade, leaving the opponent stunned. Unwilling to stop, the contestant gritted his teeth and shouted, not finished yet. A familiar phrase often heard just before receiving a full counter-attack. Immediately after, successive sword clashes rang out, sparks flying brilliantly. He was shocked to realize every attack had been blocked. Impossible. The judge's face remained cold and composed. He unleashed a lightning-fast sword stroke with astonishing speed. In an instant, the heavy sword was knocked into the air. Then, a powerful strike sent the contestant flying backward. The judge sheathed his sword and declared coldly, your test ends here. Pick up your weapon and leave the arena. The contestant responded dazedly yes, then quietly left in deep disappointment. Witnessing the absolute domination, Gray Lee broke into a cold sweat. He shut his eyes tight, tension at its peak. It's over, I'm done for. At that moment, the judge's firm call echoed across the arena. Next, number 513. Gray Lee stepped onto the arena and replied clearly yes. Seeing the judge take down the large contestant single-handedly, he couldn't help but worry. Does he want me to face that person? The judge calmly ordered, you may strike first. Gray Lee responded decisively, understood. Though inwardly he admitted, honestly, he hardly had any chance. He would still give everything he could. Let's go. Gray Lee immediately surged forward. His master's words echoed in his mind. The sword is not just swung by the hand, but power must be channeled from the whole body through the hands. That's what the master taught him, right? Gray Lee concentrated force into the strike, even though his right arm was nearly powerless. If he could transmit strength from other muscle groups, he swung the sword immediately. But then, he realized the problem. Again, he could not fight in the familiar way. If swinging the sword without arm strength were so easy, no one would have had to endure hard physical training from the start. A violent clash erupted, momentarily shocking the judge. Gray Lee suddenly realized something. Observing the opponent's sword path, he quietly wondered, isn't the judge's technique a bit slow? Both continued to clash while Gray Lee analyzed silently. He had terrifying strength, but his speed and technique were far inferior to the master's. He immediately changed strategy. Relying on the swordsmanship learned from her, he could compensate for the gap in arm strength. If so, Gray Lee's red eyes glinted with murderous intent. He accelerated, forcing the judge to grit his teeth and defend with difficulty. Gray Lee affirmed in his heart, that's right, he's definitely slower. He wasn't as strong as imagined. His master's smiling image appeared along with the words, you will surely succeed. His sword clashed heavily with the opponent's, sparks flying in all directions. Gray Lee poured all his will into the final strike, then confidently affirmed, I think I can really do this. Gray Lee gritted his teeth under the pressure of successive sword strikes. He thought, even though I have seen through the judge's swordsmanship, his red eyes still carefully observed every tiny movement. He searched for the slightest opening amid the sparks flying as the two blades collided repeatedly. Gray Lee bitterly realized the harsh truth. The power gap was too large. He couldn't break the judge's stance. After all, winning with one hand alone was never easy. However, he noticed the judge's movements gradually becoming rougher and less precise from impatience to finish. Even knowing it was very dangerous, Gray Lee decided to risk everything at this moment. Perhaps if he acted right now. Just as he predicted, the judge launched a powerful strike, but revealed a critical opening. Gray Lee smirked triumphantly. Got it. He had swung the sword too widely. The judge's sword missed and slammed heavily into the ground. For nothing creates an opening more easily than a large, heavy, and predictable swing. Gray Lee quickly slipped behind the opponent, confident that he would not fail. Even with a large power gap, if he approached from behind, there was still a chance to land a decisive strike. A shout echoed across the arena, stop, causing both of them to freeze instantly in the vast space. Gray Lee stood still, the tip of his sword pointing straight at the judge, his breath still rapid. He wondered whether the match had ended, regretting being stopped too early just as he had found an opening. The announcement from the stands immediately extinguished all hope. Examination time is over. Result, match draw. Gray Lee gritted his teeth, bitterly blaming himself for not finishing sooner, resulting in an unsatisfactory outcome. He looked down at the sword and his right arm, still bandaged. Gray Lee left the arena quietly, head lowered, consoling himself that he had done his best, yet anxiety about the future loomed, realizing that if he could not defeat this judge, the path ahead would be arduous. His steps were heavy on the stairs. Gray Lee sighed, telling himself that perhaps he would have to wait until next year, when his arm fully recovered, to take the exam again. 1 week later, in Conference Room 53 of the World Alliance Academy, senior officials gathered fully to evaluate the examination results. A silver-haired representative wearing glasses seriously requested that members comment on the candidates after all had completed the test. The young judge complained about the inefficient observation process and suggested dividing the work next year to reduce pressure. Immediately, another member objected, saying talent could not be overlooked for personal convenience. The elder cut in, reminding everyone to focus on evaluating the students rather than discussing the examination system, lightly tapping the table and requesting that the swordsmanship skills be assessed to determine who passed. Deep blue magical aura flared, displaying a list of the top-performing candidates. As usual, those who defeated a judge would pass, the elder said while looking at the magical screen showing the matches. He explained that the others were evaluated based on skill and endurance for 15 minutes, then asked the instructors' opinions. One judge remarked that aside from the winners, candidates 5, 217, and 753 stood out the most. The discussion quickly ended with the decision to uphold the verdict. Others, even if selected, would struggle to keep up with the program, and all agreed not to object. The list of those admitted to the swordsmanship course has been confirmed. The elder nodded to finalize it. The atmosphere suddenly shifted when a question arose. What about candidate number 513? All eyes turned to the screen displaying Gray Lee. A judge stared at the boy and muttered, Candidate 513, feeling like inspecting a profile during a teacher's grading. Gray Lee's match replayed on the magical screen. The strict judge commented that he nearly won, but if evaluated solely by defeating a judge, his future would be difficult. Criticism continued aimed at Gray Lee. Good technique but lacking strength. Overwhelmed from start to finish. Faced with negative evaluation, the elder concluded that he did not pass. While colleagues ignored Gray Lee, Professor Ariel silently observed with a meaningful gaze. Ariel thought many observed yet none noticed. She sighed ironically, if everyone is blind, shared observation is truly wasted. The next morning, sunlight shone on the grand clock tower, signaling a new day as crowds poured into the center. Gray Lee stood at the foot of the tower, hand gripping candidate card number 513 tightly. Loudspeakers announced throughout the area that the list of admitted candidates to the swordsmanship course would be published. Only 6 people passed. Gray Lee swallowed nervously, telling himself it begins as the candidates were called one by one. Candidate 5217, their cards ignited red in the hands of the lucky ones. The list continued with 432, 615, then 753 and 925. The loudspeaker concluded, "That is all the admitted candidates to the swordsmanship course." Gray Lee stared blankly at the silent card in his hand. The final announcement sounded. Admitted candidates were urged to cross the bridge to complete enrollment procedures before the end date. Around him, the successful cheered excitedly, contrasting Gray Lee's terrifying silence. He bitterly bowed, realizing that perhaps he had truly failed. Amidst the laughing and crying crowd, Gray Lee quietly turned his back, disappointment overwhelming him. Suddenly, a strange announcement rang out, breaking the atmosphere. Candidate 513 was granted the special Celestial Eye. Instantly, Gray Lee's card flared with deep blue energy, enveloping his hand, astonishing everyone. The surrounding crowd all gasped in shock at the strange phenomenon. Gray Lee stared in awe at the dancing blue flames on his hand, bewildered had he passed. Other candidates whispered and speculated about the Celestial Eye exception. It seemed they were applying it this year as well. Amid all eyes focused on him, Gray Lee was still stunned, wondering, granted the Celestial Eye. This is the first time hearing about it. Just a backdoor, right? A nearby candidate sneered. Another added, the World Alliance Academy has become so distant now. Gray Lee was shocked, wondering a backdoor suddenly tagged VIP without recognition. He told himself that he had no connections. Could his master have helped secretly? Yet Gray Lee was still confused, having never heard her mention it. An elder appeared, scolding the youth. "Hey, don't discuss the Celestial Eye exception like that." He sternly confirmed this is a prestigious title, an honorable category, which has produced heroes for humanity for over 100 years. Despite the elder's reminder, the candidates still discussed, believing the Celestial Eye exception was merely a relic of the past, impressive only in history. Gray Lee quietly stood amid the crowd, listening as they listed the famous names who had received the Celestial Eye exception. The crowd laughed scornfully. All were miserable failures. Even the current candidates knew it well. The image of the sword Saint Amawai, the legendary hero Bella Albright, and the divine archer Jacob Bloomfield appeared in Gray Lee's mind, leaving him stunned at their legendary profiles. Gray Lee trembled as he realized the shocking truth. Those three were the core forces in the war against the Liquidator. He swallowed, his eyes red as he stared at the card flaring deep blue energy in his hand, stunned, wondering, would his name now stand among theirs? Announcement echoed throughout the academy. The matriculation ceremony will officially begin in 30 minutes. Students who have finished changing into their uniforms, please gather at the square in front of the main office. Gray Lee, along with other new students, donned the formal uniform with its brilliant emblem, stepping forward in an atmosphere of excitement. Upon arrival, a few students began looking around in confusion. This is the square in front of the main office, right? Or did we come to the wrong place? While the group was still bewildered, a man stepped forward and spoke gently. "Oh, please forgive me." Explained that preparations were slightly delayed due to a mix-up, prompting a bewildered student to ask preparations. The man politely said, "Could you all step back a little?" He needed to place the staircase in position. The curious crowd stepped back, watching the magic circle gradually appear beneath their feet. He slowly knelt, placing his hand on the square and softly said, "All right." At that moment, a burst of golden magic flared violently. The dazzling light made the students squint in astonishment. From the empty ground, a massive white stone staircase appeared, winding upward toward the main hall. The man stood, calmly announcing, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Please choose your seats." The crowd froze, swallowing hard at the incredible display by the academy staff. Yes, staff with the aura of a final boss. The new students whispered in shock. That was teleportation magic, right? Something that large can be teleported. Gray Lee quietly sat in the luxurious chair, silently assessing the grandeur of the academy using high-level magic just for the ceremony. His eyes lit with excitement as he realized, this is the power of the World Alliance Academy. Looking across the vast arena, Gray Lee wondered if there were too many seats. If only 30 students had been admitted, clearly there would be no need for so many places. A purple-haired girl sitting nearby heard and asked, "You really do not know that?" The purple-haired boy tied up next to her responded shyly, "Sorry, apart from swordsmanship, I really have not studied anything else." The girl immediately explained with confidence, "Then let me tell you." True to its name, this place gathered the most outstanding students from all over the world. She suddenly pointed up at the sky. "Look, they are coming." The boy next to her gasped in astonishment. Immediately afterward, he froze at the majestic scene unfolding before his eyes. From within the clouds, a fleet of massive starships accompanied by dragons filled the sky, gradually appearing. Pressure from the airborne entities made him gape, only able to utter, "What?" The entire square seemed to tremble at the arrival of the colossal war machines. Gray Lee was shocked to recognize a Chateau Quinn magical starship, which he had set foot on during the Liquidator punitive expedition. It was one of the largest starships in the world, yet the Academy brought it merely to serve the matriculation ceremony. Gray Lee watched the enormous fleet land, unable to hide his amazement. Indeed, this was the World Alliance Academy. Rows of new students in neat uniforms strode proudly through the splendid scenery. A man placed his hand on the podium, looked at the thousands of students below, and declared, "It seems everyone is present. Then let us begin the matriculation ceremony." The white-haired principal, wearing round glasses, smiled brightly as he officially opened the event. After the lengthy speech, applause echoed across the vast arena as a gesture of thanks to the principal. Gray Lee sat in the stands, yawning from fatigue. He had thought the ceremony would be different here, yet it was as long as a Monday assembly. Leon Hart, top of the swordsmanship class, please come forward. Hearing his name, the boy next to Gray Lee quietly stood. Whispers immediately spread across the rows. Is that him? The one who defeated the examiner in the blink of an eye at the entrance exam. Another person admiringly replied, yes, I heard his swordsmanship is on par with a professor. That boy was Leon Hart, a golden-haired genius with cold, proud eyes. Gray Lee watched this formidable opponent closely, silently assessing his strength. Standing on the high podium before the academy officials, Leon Hart calmly asked, I have permission to speak freely, right? After receiving approval from the school, he bowed slightly. Thank you, everyone. But the atmosphere immediately tensed as Leon Hart stared at the board and declared, I have a complaint with the academy. Leon Hart began his speech. First, I want to address my fellow students. No, I mean all those who were officially admitted. I am honored to enroll alongside you. He expressed his wish for everyone to strive to graduate and contribute to the world in the future. At the same time, they would pursue noble goals as students of the prestigious World Alliance Academy. Yet his tone suddenly changed. Unfortunately, among us there is one who does not deserve to be here. Leon Hart glanced at the row of examiners and questioned, I am not wrong, am I, Professor Ariel? Ariel was slightly surprised, but calmly replied that all students here had passed the rigorous exam. She thought that even if they were not as strong as Leon Hart, denying them would still be unwise. Ariel coldly asked in return, what is the reason you are questioning this? Leon Hart stated solemnly that he was not targeting those who had passed, those who had completed the exam properly. His gaze sharpened as he declared, I am referring to the one who got in through the back door with your special divine eye quota. Ariel silently observed as Leon Hart pointed to the crowd and spoke loudly. The one given special admission, show yourself. Return the uniform and leave the academy immediately. The entire square erupted in commotion at the hostile declaration. Gray Lee broke out in sweat, horrified as he wondered why the other man harbored such hatred. But he quickly realized his luck. That man had not seen his face. Gray Lee thought as long as he didn't step out, perhaps he could avoid this trouble. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel merely smiled in amusement, remarking that this year's new students were indeed lively. Leon Hart gritted his teeth, saying, Professor, I am extremely serious. Stop admitting students through the back door. But he hadn't finished speaking. Ariel stepped closer, her eyes behind the glasses shining with magic. She asked coldly, do you think you are stronger than that kid, making Leon Hart tremble, sweat pouring down. Leon Hart stammered, what? He clenched his teeth to stay calm, then affirmed, of course. You mean I am wrong, judging by that arrogance? Ariel laughed with interest. I like that attitude of yours. Let's make a bet then. Leon Hart asked in confusion, a bet? Ariel replied firmly, yes. Ariel's eyes flashed dangerously as she declared she would wager her professorship and the admission of that child. Both Leon Hart and Gray Lee were stunned, unable to believe the professor would do this. She dared to bet her career on a student considered a backdoor admission, immediately turning the school drama into a gamble for the future. Gray Lee exclaimed in shock, a bet. Leon Hart looked at Ariel suspiciously. You intend to make me fight that special kid? Ariel smiled and waved her hand, saying she was not that rude. But immediately her gaze turned cold, because if he exerted full strength he could die, and she could not put students in danger. Her words made Leon Hart's veins bulge with anger. He glared, are you provoking me? Ariel remained calm, I am completely serious. She proposed betting through monster hunting, safer and also suited to his skill. Leon Hart fell silent, realizing this professor knew his information well. He asked coldly, so what exactly is this bet? Ariel raised a finger, explaining the rules were simple, just defeat the monsters she selected as targets. Each round the target would grow stronger, and whoever could not defeat their monster first would lose. She clearly announced the stakes. If he lost, she would resign and all special admission students would be expelled. Gray Lee sat on the chair, sweat pouring from the immense pressure. Ariel continued to finalize the terms with Leon Hart. If you lose, you must obey all my demands. She smiled, asking, how about that? Leon Hart gripped his sword hilt, cautiously saying, first tell me, what is the target monster? So confident he could handle any opponent, he did not want to be dragged into a bizarre setup. Ariel rested her hand on her chin, casually thinking, then the first target is, Ariel suggested calmly, how about a Grand Goblin General, or is that too easy for you? Instantly, the image of the giant monster with glowing red eyes and fierce patterns appeared. It radiated immense pressure, causing the students below to tremble in fear. Gray Lee was shocked, wondering why the teacher deliberately chose the very monster he had just faced. Leon Hart slammed the table in anger, shouting, are you joking with me? He gritted his teeth, asserting that the Grand Goblin General was not a monster anyone could defeat alone. Ariel remained calm, explaining she was not requiring immediate defeat, then leisurely suggested a 1-year time frame. Leon Hart was unconvinced, shouting that if a year of training could defeat such a disaster, humanity wouldn't have suffered, demanding a more realistic target. Suddenly, Leon Hart smiled triumphantly as if he had seen through everything. "Ah, I understand now. She tried to select a monster no one could defeat, so the bet would end with no winner, right?" He declared firmly he would not accept it. Ariel calmly walked in high heels, presenting the final condition: if tied, you win. Leon Hart was stunned, not understanding, when Ariel continued. "In other words, if that kid could not defeat the Grand Goblin General, I would be fired and all special admissions students expelled, understand?" Before Ariel's confident, magical smile, Leon Hart stammered, "Are you crazy?" sensing that this bet had been prearranged. Ariel smiled, asking Leon Hart if he had any objection. He cautiously raised a final request. "Just to clarify, this cannot be a weakened Grand Goblin General or something similar, right?" Ariel confirmed, of course, then used magic to summon a contract and a glowing quill. She asked Leon Hart to sign if he had no further questions about the terms inside. After considering, Leon Hart decisively declared, "I participate." And he signed the magic contract. Still doubtful, he asked, "Do you really think that kid can win?" Ariel calmly replied, "Who knows," then turned and walked away. The academy officials behind began whispering, wondering if Ariel created this crazy bet as an excuse to retire. They mocked that perhaps she was past her prime, hence acting strangely, while Ariel smirked mysteriously. The bet officially began. Sitting among the crowd, Gray Lee sweat profusely, realizing he had been dragged straight into major trouble. He suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. Why did he feel she had already included the monster he had defeated before enrollment within this 1-year time frame? Gray Lee was shocked to realize the truth, so the bet had been decided from the very beginning. He looked at Professor Ariel, inwardly marveling at her cunning, truly a dirty play. As the tense atmosphere settled, an older professor opened a book, loudly announcing the start of the basic magic knowledge lesson, switching straight from drama to study. The professor on the podium clearly declared, even on the first day, students must not waste a single moment. He began the lecture from the most fundamental level, the use of magic. He explained that within each person existed an invisible energy called Ezer. By channeling it through the magical circuits in the body, a person can wield power. Sitting below, Gray Lee silently exhaled, relieved because he had studied this theory at the training camp, so he could keep up. The biggest problem now was that he was placed in the same class as Leon Hart. Among so many classes, he had to face someone who openly despised special students on the very first day. Gray Lee silently prayed Leon Hart wouldn't discover he was a special student with the celestial eye, so he kept to himself to avoid attention. At barely 5 minutes into the lecture, the professor coldly pointed directly at him. "You there, looking bored, huh? Only 5 minutes in and already looking elsewhere. Bold of you." Gray Lee was stunned to be spotted even sitting at back, quickly apologizing for the professor's keen observation. The professor held a magic book in his hand, coldly challenging, "If you are so confident, why not come up here and demonstrate for the class? I assume you know basic magic." Gray Lee broke out in sweat, trying to excuse himself. "Sir, we belong to the swordsmanship department. Not knowing magic should be fine." But the professor immediately countered that even swordsmen need to understand basic magic to coordinate with mages. Gray Lee realized the professor's explanation about Ezra mirrored exactly what he had heard at the training camp. He silently guessed, could it be the magic they are about to learn is easy bullets? When the professor confirmed and asked if he could use it, Gray Lee calmly replied yes. He silently thanked the hellish months of training in a past life. The grueling practice now truly worthwhile. Seeing this as a good opportunity, the professor proposed a friendly duel right in class, then called Leon Hart. "You can use easy bullets too, right?" Leon Hart arrogantly said he had formerly studied both swordsmanship and magic, making him a dangerous opponent for Gray Lee. However, the professor coldly replied that no matter how skilled, Gray Lee would not die, and he did not tell Leon to hold back. Suddenly, the professor revealed a truth that stunned the class, that Gray Lee was this year's Celestial Eye student. The lecture hall immediately buzzed with astonishment. Gray Lee was shocked, sweat pouring as the secret he tried to hide was exposed in front of his rival. The professor smiled knowingly, seemingly very pleased with the chaos he had created. Leon Hart clenched his fists, his cold gaze threatening. "I see, then I must teach him some manners." He declared he would show Gray Lee what the academy was truly like, glaring and forcing him to step down. Gray Lee could only tremble, drenched in sweat, realizing real trouble had arrived. Standing opposite on the arena, the professor ordered that at the signal, both must fire easy bullets at each other. Gray Lee was extremely tense, his magic experience limited to a few days at the training camp, unlikely to survive intact. As the signal sounded, Leon Hart gathered a burst of blazing blue energy, declaring he would show the power gap. With no way back, Gray Lee gritted his teeth, focusing all will into his palm, whatever happens. Two streams of tremendous magic collided head-on. A violent explosion erupted, engulfing both of them. Leonhardt and Gray Lee appeared stunned, staring at each other and exclaiming, "What is this?" This duel was no longer friendly, almost becoming a disaster class event. Leonhardt trembled in fear as the uncontrollable power surged toward him. In that hair-raising moment, the professor rushed forward in alarm. He immediately erected a blazing golden barrier to block the horrifying blast. Surrounding students were shaken violently, falling over, screams echoing through the class. Leonhardt was thrown far, groaning in pain as he hit the ground hard. The professor hurried over to check on his student. "Leonhardt, are you all right?" Leonhardt struggled to get up, replying with difficulty, "I'm fine." Seeing this, he finally exhaled in relief. Yet inside, he still shivered at the thought that if the barrier hadn't absorbed the impact, that blow could have easily killed Leonhardt. The professor sweated, horrified to realize that even academy instructors could hardly produce easy bullets that powerful. He turned to Gray Lee with suspicion, asking, "What exactly did you just do?" Gray Lee stood frozen, staring at his hands while everyone else panicked. He was confused, wondering why was it so weak. He realized the easy bullet technique learned from the punitive squad in a past life was entirely different from the academy's method. Gray Lee silently wondered if he had mistakenly used the wrong spell. The professor confirmed it was definitely an easier bullet. However, he emphasized the quality was entirely different. What Gray Lee had used was not normal Iser but ultra-compressed Ezer. Professor explained this was a form of power even instructors could barely create. Yet Gray Lee could shape it into complete magic in the blink of an eye. He was certain that no one in the academy could replicate what Gray Lee had just done. Students began whispering, thinking the Celestial Eye slot is truly for geniuses, and he should have joined the magic course from the start. Gray Lee silently thought that was absurd because in his previous life, all magic studied in the punitive squad training camp was like that, yet he was considered the least talented. Looking at the black energy in his hand, Gray Lee asked nonchalantly, "Sir, are you joking? Anyone could do it if trained properly." That naive answer left the professor speechless for a moment. Then he suddenly burst out laughing heartily. Gray Lee could only look at everyone in bewilderment, not understanding what had happened, but clearly he had become the center of attention. The professor suddenly stepped forward and embraced Gray Lee, earnestly urging him to switch to the magic course and promising to personally ensure it. He was confident Gray Lee possessed a natural talent for magic greater than swordsmanship, and could change careers as quickly as switching meta in a game. Gray Lee awkwardly tried to decline, for he had always thought himself unskilled in magic. Hearing this, the professor exclaimed in astonishment, understanding and producing compressed E at such a young age made him a rare genius by any academy standard. The professor said enthusiastically, "I don't know who told you that you have no talent, but clearly they understand nothing." He continued to urge, "Gray Lee, you surely don't want to switch to magic, right?" Students below murmured in surprise, amazed by praise never before heard from a professor. The professor glared seriously anyway. "It would be a great loss if you didn't study magic, even a crime against the discipline of magic." Gray Lee could only force a smile at the excessive enthusiasm. His mind spun, recalling the professor's words just spoken. Wait, did he just mention E-compression technique? A memory from a past life suddenly surfaced in Gray Lee's mind about a lecture from a female professor. In the past, people did not yet know of OD or vitality, making magic casting extremely difficult. Memories of outdated combat methods. Warriors compressed EZ in the body, collecting and using fragments mixed with OD. Looking back, it seems ridiculous, doesn't it? Returning to the present, Gray Lee broke into a sweat as he looked at the professor, thinking, "Professor, do you know about OD?" The only response was a bewildered expression full of questions. "OD? What is that?" Gray Lee thought, after this suspicious reaction. The current world still does not know of OD. He was shocked to realize that what he learned in the enforcement team was knowledge from the future. Gray Lee reminded himself to be careful revealing this secret to others. Professor once again proposed, "So, will you switch to the magic course?" Gray Lee placed his hand on his chest, politely declining, "I'm sorry, but I love swordsmanship. Though grateful for the offer, I must refuse." Decisive decision, yet enough to make the listener regret. Professor Carlos sighed, "If that is your wish, I cannot force you. But if you change your mind, come to me anytime. Anytime is fine." Gray Lee smiled slightly. "Thank you very much for the offer." Carlos waved him back to his seat, adding, "You may return to your seat now. I won't blame you if you don't pay attention. Even if you get bored and leave, it's fine." The professor emphasized the lecture was too basic for Gray Lee's level. The surrounding students murmured, "Amazing, can't believe Professor Carlos rates him so highly." Even the top-ranked students who had doubted Gray Lee began turning from anti to fan. Involuntarily, Gray Lee felt a chill down his spine. That afternoon, he received a brief note. "Come to my office after class today, Ariel." Gray Lee walked anxiously down the empty corridor, wondering about the sudden summons, pondering if this was Professor Carlos's arrangement. Standing before the intricately carved wooden door with a blazing red eye emblem, Gray Lee wondered if Professor Ariel also intended to advise him to switch courses. He gently knocked. A voice from inside called out, "The door isn't locked." Gray Lee pushed the door open and entered. I hope I'm not disturbing. Suddenly a sword slashed down aimed straight at his head. He drew his sword like lightning to block the unexpected strike. The heavy clash created a dazzling trail of sparks throughout the room. Gray Lee was shocked to realize his hand had acted before his brain could process. He stood firm with the sword in hand, eyes wary, looking at the opponent who had been knocked to the floor with an astonished expression. Gray Lee wondered in disbelief, what the hell just happened? He stared at the unfamiliar blue-haired girl, feeling a strange familiarity, thinking he had met her somewhere before. Looking deep into her pale yellow eyes and green hair, the sense of familiarity surged. Gray Lee thought, this girl, I must have met her somewhere before. In the suffocating silence, Professor Ariel's voice came from behind. Well, not bad. Ariel sat straight in the chair, smiling smugly. I knew my judgment of people wasn't wrong. The two professors standing nearby looked skeptical. One spoke, Bella, earlier you held back. Did Ariel tell you to ease up? The other added, your movements were perfect, but being knocked back so easily wasn't natural. Gray Lee heard the name and froze, sweat pouring from shock. Bella. So she really is Bella Albright, the famous genius. Ariel smiled, eyes sharp on the two colleagues. You too serious? If you couldn't even tell whether she eased up or not, you better quit being professors. The words gentle but mentally crushing like a sledgehammer. Under Ariel's pressure, the two professors immediately backpedaled, flustered, making excuses. We were just joking. Watching Ariel casually flip a coin in her hand while the two professors displayed fear. Gray Lee asked in bewilderment, Sir, what are the professors doing? Ariel explained cheerfully, we bet on whether you could block Bella's surprise attack. Thanks to you, we earned a nice sum. Sounds like entertainment but directly related to the life, just now. She casually flicked a coin toward him. This is yours. Gray Lee received the gift, almost dropping his jaw when he realized it was pure gold. A gold coin, isn't it worth a fortune? Professor GMF stood quietly observing, thinking everything was exactly as Ariel predicted. From the encounter, GMF deduced Gray Lee deliberately hadn't used his dominant hand. As if trying to protect the completely immobilized arm, he speculated whether it was due to injury but asserted, rather than a simple muscle wound, it was a deeper damage. The colleague agreed. A simple wound wouldn't cause that. Gray Lee broke into a sweat, horrified. Can professors really tell so much just by looking? The professor smiled. If they didn't recognize that much, they wouldn't be academy professors, revealing Ariel had noticed this from the previous exam. Ariel casually dismissed the two colleagues, affirming Gray Lee as her student. She wouldn't yield to anyone. Before leaving, the two professors admitted, we acknowledge his potential, at least for now. The mustache professor turned to Gray Lee with a sharp gaze, issuing a stern warning, yet emphasized, if the wound does not heal, you will not meet the academy's admission standards, remember that. Gray Lee silently watched their figures fade behind the door. Once the troublesome ones had left, Ariel turned to him with a calculating look. Now all the disturbances had vanished. Ariel intertwined her fingers, her gaze mysteriously bright, then shifted directly to the main topic. Speak about magic, no beating around the bush. Get straight to the point as prepared. She mentioned him using super compressed Ezra during Professor Carlos' class, and Gray Lee could only exclaim, so she already knows. Ariel sipped her coffee, revealing that Carlos had rushed to her office to request she transfer him to the magic course, but of course she had flatly refused. Her sharp eyes penetrated Gray Lee's mind. To her, he was better suited for swordsmanship than magic. She confirmed he did not look like someone capable of compressing Ezra. He had no signs of ever practicing that technique. Gray Lee broke into a sweat, realizing her gaze could read everything with just a glance. He told himself it was best not to lie. Gray Lee took a small sip of tea and admitted, exactly as you said. Ariel then changed her tone, asking him to reveal the fragment of technique used to earn his deserved reward, and promised absolute secrecy. She leaned close to Bella and urged, I truly need to know for the benefit of this girl. I mean for Bella. Gray Lee moved closer, almost slipping and calling her the great sage, realizing he needed extreme caution with his words. Ariel explained, although Bella was a genius in magic theory, she was completely powerless in practice because she could not use the Azure compression technique, resulting in the inability to create super compressed Ezra. Gray Lee suddenly recalled the rumor that Bella Albright was a late bloomer, understanding the real reason. Ariel continued, according to Professor Carlos, when she used super compressed Ezra, she did not appear to be compressing Ezra at all. Ariel hoped that if there was a way to use super compressed Ezra while skipping the compression step, Bella would avoid being sent to Professor Varian. Hearing that name, Gray Lee froze, trembling as he repeated, Professor Varian. You mean Varian? His eyes widened in horror at the dreaded name. Ariel looked at his expression and confirmed, yes, I see you know him. Gray Lee frowned, a wave rising inside. He was notoriously infamous. Horrific memories of Varian appeared, with cruel experiments on human bodies, taking the lives of many innocents. He had also caused a catastrophic magical disaster, resulting in the deaths of thousands of souls. He was the most infamous magic criminal in history, with a mad smile behind his glasses. Gray Lee wondered, why had he not been caught until now? Ariel further revealed, if the girl did not create super compressed Ezra by the end of this year, she would be sent to him, where she would undergo surgery. Gray Lee was stunned, eyes blazing red with fear. Horrified, wait, wasn't that a terrible idea? Ariel looked at Bella and nodded, yes, though the surgery was nominally to enhance magic. It was essentially experimentation on the human body, though not public rumors of victims being crippled or dying were true. Bella slowly spoke, it is dangerous and frightening, but if I cannot use super compressed Ezra, I will be expelled by the end of this year. Ariel looked at the student with pity, speaking honestly, I would rather let you drop out than let him wreak havoc on your body. Sitting opposite, Gray Lee sipped tea, his mind struggling fiercely. The magic he knew had never existed in this era. If revealed, it could alter the flow of history. Looking at Bella's trembling hands on her knees, painful images of a blazing future appeared, causing Gray Lee anguish. He pressed his lips together, telling himself, well, why not? That hellish future must be changed. He set the teacup down firmly and decisively said, I understand. Gray Lee looked straight at both and declared, I will teach you how to use super compressed Ezra. His eyes blazed, palms focusing black and blue swirling energy full of power. Immediately after, the scene shifted to the arena. A vast academy arena appeared. On the blackboard, Gray Lee drew a complex magic diagram, explaining energy flow and human body structure. Walking between the empty stands, Gray Lee exhaled, that is all the magical knowledge I know. As promised, please do not reveal that I taught you this. Ariel smiled reassuringly. They had signed the magic contract. If broken, they would forfeit their lives. Gray Lee curiously asked, what do you think after hearing what I just said? Ariel raised her hand to her head, still shocked. Just knowing about Odie alone made my brain feel like it would explode. The knowledge you revealed was even beyond that. Ella also could not hide her admiration, feeling as if she had attended a magic class from hundreds of years in the future. Her eyes shone with admiration, affirming that Gray Lee's explanation advanced magic history by hundreds of years. Gray Lee looked at her worshipful expression, thinking, in reality, this is her lecture 10 years later, but for the current person, it is indeed progress. Ariel crossed her arms, suspiciously looking at the arena. Too much information to evaluate accurately. Do you think what he said is true? Ella focused on the formulas on the board, confirming the high likelihood of accuracy, not conflicting with current magic. She looked toward the horizon as the sun dimmed, continuing, the fastest way to find answers is through experimentation. That is why we are here. Holding Gray Lee's note, Bella told herself, if everything he said is true, Gray Lee, this spell will work. In the quiet arena, Bella solemnly declared, theoretically this is all my power. She raised her staff, and immediately a massive magical circle with radiant golden patterns flared up. Gray Lee stood behind, drenched in sweat, horrified, asking again, all her power. Inside, he trembled, recalling the future great sage. Wasn't Bella Albright's maximum power enough to incinerate an entire city? He realized an even worse detail. She was also said to have no control over the immense magical force. The light from the magical circle suddenly expanded, covering the entire field of vision. Bella gasped as she noticed the abnormality beyond control. The blinding white light almost swallowed everything, and Gray Lee could only shout, wait, hold on. A massive pillar of energy shot straight into the sky from the circle's center, creating an explosive light that shook the entire academy. Standing before the fierce energy engulfing everything, he raised his hands to shield himself, stunned, telling himself, the power is overwhelming. Gray Lee was still in shock, realizing he had just escaped death by a hair. If she hadn't managed to control that magic earlier, I would have certainly lost my life. It saved me. At that moment, Bella was too excited to hide it. She raised her staff and cheered. I did it. I even tried to control it again. I'm so happy. A gigantic fire dragon blazed up from the ruins, winding majestically under her control. Yet immediately after that exhilarating moment, Bella's face suddenly turned pale as her energy drained completely. Her stamina seemed to drop to zero after an overexerted combo. Her body wavered and then collapsed onto the arena floor. Gray Lee rushed forward in panic to catch her and shouted, Bella. Professor Ariel beside him calmly reassured, stay calm. The girl just fainted from exhaustion. Let her rest for a while. Watching Bella lying quietly in his arms, Gray Lee gave a slight, relieved smile. Ariel could not hide her admiration either. Incredible, the girl could cast large-scale magic in such a short time. In her daze, Bella still mumbled in her sleep that it wasn't her skill, but thanks to that hypothesis, she could generate super-condensed energy easily. Gray Lee broke into a sweat hearing her respond while asleep, but it was his hypothesis. Ariel exhaled, arms crossed in satisfaction. Now Bella had created super-condensed Ezra, and no longer needed that surgery. I will tell Varian to cancel it. What pleases me most is that she still retains her ability to control magic. Gray Lee wondered about the magic control. Ariel confirmed and explained that Varian's surgery could increase mana output, but at the cost of control. She revealed that the method of operation was still a secret, but it seemed to be a forced surgery, breaking the body's limits. Gray Lee pondered silently. Perhaps the powerful magic out of control in her previous life was also due to that surgery. Ariel interrupted his thoughts. After all, thanks to her, Bella had created the super compressed Ezra, and she had completed the contract. She smiled meaningfully. Now it's my turn to do my part. First, your arm. There is a kind of magic I want to try on it. Saying this, Ariel immediately reached toward Gray Lee. She cast a brilliant stream of magic, letting ethereal blue butterflies surround his injured arm. Pure energy seeped into every fiber, gradually making the burn blisters vanish in the shimmering light. Ariel asked softly, "How does it feel now?" Gray Lee stared at his hands, testing each finger in astonishment as the sense of life slowly returned. Gray Lee exclaimed in shock, "I can move it now." He could not hide his excitement and shouted loudly, "Thank you so much, Professor." But Gray Lee was still puzzled since high-grade recovery medicine had failed, yet she succeeded. Ariel smirked proudly, "Do not compare my nerve repair magic with ordinary medicine." She looked at him challengingly, "But would it function as before? Try swinging your sword and see." Gray Lee immediately swung his sword to test his newly healed arm. However, he quickly paused with doubt. Looking at his hand gripping the hilt, Gray Lee noticed something off. It was no longer smooth as before, just as he thought. Ariel stood behind, calmly explaining, "I'd heal the nerves for you. But my magic cannot close the wounds in your soul." Gray Lee asked in shock, "Your soul?" Ariel confirmed, although current magic cannot prove the soul exists. But she was certain it was real. She adjusted her glasses. Her eyes lit with a mystical star symbol. Then she declared, "After all, I can see it." Gray Lee's soul appeared like a deep blue sphere wrapped in glowing chains. Ariel reassured him that it was self-healing, as long as he did not overexert. Gray Lee asked anxiously, "Should I reduce sword practice then?" Ariel told him to train normally, but wondered what kind of swordsmanship could wound the soul so deeply. Gray Lee sweated, forcing a smile at her sharpness. Ariel continued pondering. Moreover, there had been cases of sword techniques using the soul to control the blade. Gray Lee was confused until she unexpectedly mentioned the name MANHWA. Looking straight into Gray Lee's eyes with scrutiny, Ariel asked, "You know her, right?" Gray Lee froze. The image of Sword Saint MANHWA flashed in his mind, shocking him. Why did she mention the Sword Saint now? At this moment, he and she should not even know each other. Seeing Gray Lee stunned, Ariel tilted her head and asked, Did I get it wrong? The way you swing your sword seems learned from MANHWA." Ariel observed for a moment and commented, "But thinking back, there were differences. The person who taught you seemed even more skilled than MANHWA." She continued evaluating, "Even so, in a few years, MANHWA will reach your master's level. The future top figure is still just potential." Gray Lee sweated at her acuity. He hastily excused himself that he only trained at a local dojo, then deflected by asking whether sword practice could harm the soul. Ariel replied coldly, "Absolutely not, at least not with any ordinary sword techniques." He explained further, "From the start, something ordinary cannot defeat a demon general with a single strike, not to mention all the demons around, and the trees were also felled." Gray Lee froze, realizing she knew everything. She said she had seen the ruins at the scene and called them beautiful, surpassing even the most intricate magic cuts. "The mysterious power within you, you used it." "Right," Gray Lee asked in amazement. "You saw it with your own eyes." Amid the twilight arena, Ariel decisively replied, "Of course." She looked deep into him, her special eyes shining brightly. "I can see the power leaking through that chained gate." Gray Lee froze as the image of the chained gate appeared in his mind. He trembled, realizing she truly saw it. This could not be a guess. Ariel said casually, "To put it simply, I have seen power similar to yours. They are not the same, but the feeling is very close." Gray Lee could not help but doubt. Similar power, really? Could someone else possess the same ability as Emma? Ariel nodded in confirmation. "Yes, though I am not sure they are human." She coldly named Liquidator, the Destroyer. Hearing that, Gray Lee widened his eyes in shock. "So that is what they are called." Seeing the pupil's reaction, Ariel smiled slightly. So you've heard of them before?" Gray Lee was utterly stunned, a single question echoing in his mind. Why does that name appear in this era? Ariel noticed Gray Lee knew about it and sighed. "So you've heard of it before. I didn't think it was that famous." Looking at the magic diagrams on the board, she continued casually, "But with your magic theory from the future, this is not surprising." Gray Lee silently affirmed it was indeed knowledge from the future, though no one had recognized it yet. Ariel looked deep into his eyes and asked, "How much do you know about Liquidator?" Gray Lee was silent for a long while, then replied that he only knew it was an extremely dangerous threat to humanity. He recalled the image of the Destroyer amidst the battlefield filled with black energy, then resolutely said, "It must be stopped before it appears. If it cannot be stopped, then it must be destroyed at all costs." Ariel rested her chin and thought, perhaps a bit extreme, but I agree he is very dangerous. She revealed in a low voice, yet Varian continued his experiments. Gray Lee asked in shock, "Varian, what does he have to do with this?" Ariel looked at him with eyes full of implications. What else could it be? Liquidator is precisely the entity he is trying to summon. Gray Lee froze, sweat pouring as a horrifying truth emerged. The Liquidator was a human-made creation. No one had ever mentioned this before. Gray Lee began tracing the chain of events. He recalled his past life, yet the Academy in the previous timeline seemed to know exactly where the Liquidator would appear. The image of the Academy's massive fleet of starships appeared in his mind, full of doubt. Gray Lee's eyes widened as this terrifying hypothesis arose. Don't tell me the Academy had been involved in summoning them from the start. Gray Lee directed his gaze at the Academy's majestic architecture with extreme suspicion. He decided that this experiment had to be stopped immediately. Ariel silently agreed, but admitted she lacked the authority to intervene, because the person behind it was also a professor. Though she tried to pressure for its cancellation, the higher-ups ignored all efforts. When Gray Lee inquired about the true identity of those in charge, Ariel evaded and apologized. I am not allowed to reveal it, unless there is an order from above, otherwise no one can force this experiment to stop. Gray Lee realized the Academy's leadership was more complicated and troublesome than he had imagined. He silently thought, if he could prove that person was the culprit, the situation would change. Memories of his past life surged back, where Varian's illegal experiment had claimed tens of thousands of lives. Gray Lee affirmed, I know the location of his crime and can catch him in the act of conducting the illegal experiment. But Ariel quickly dismissed it. Sorry, that's not feasible. Breaking into a professor's facility without permission is a grave crime. Without evidence, we ourselves would be imprisoned. Ariel looked deep into his eyes as if asking, do you already have proof of his crimes? Gray Lee remained silent, powerless, prompting Ariel to decide this matter must be set aside for now. Gray Lee clenched his fists, bitterly realizing that despite knowing the danger, Ariel was also bound. Seeing the student silent, she suddenly changed the topic. More importantly, let's talk about your power. Don't you want to learn to control it? Gray Lee asked in surprise. Can she really do it? Ariel smiled confidently. The Academy has a professor exceptionally skilled at handling mysterious sources of power. Ariel leaned close and revealed, Hector Longfellow is that person. Hearing this, Gray Lee was stunned, pupils shrinking. He couldn't believe it. Hector Longfellow had trained an entire blade. Seeing his reaction, Ariel smiled. I knew you'd be interested. I will arrange a private training session with him tomorrow. Gray Lee clenched his fists, shouting excitedly, please help me. He thought the goal of coming to the Academy was to master his power, and now he had found a clue quickly. The scene shifted to the Academy Stadium, where Hector Longfellow appeared and began the grueling training session. Gray Lee was drenched in sweat, struggling to follow the figure ahead. He was being directly guided by head coach Longfellow. But why did he have to run like this? Immediately, Hector's roar resounded with full authority. Your mind is distracted. If distracted further, speed up. Run to your physical limit. Hector sternly reminded, only by burning the last drop of strength does the soul awaken. If you still have strength, we do not touch the blade, understand? Gray Lee mustered all his power in response. Yes, sir. He silently thought Hector's training surely had deep meaning, yet his heart remained heavy with worry. While running around, Varian was conducting the resurrection experiment on the enforcer. Should I act right now? He continued sprinting amid intense inner struggle. A week of training passed. Gray Lee went to Ariel's office. She inquired about everything with Hector. Gray Lee scratched his head, confessing, mostly just running, only practiced the blade a little at the end, but felt stronger. Ariel smiled and commented, just his style. Suddenly, a knock sounded. Excuse me for disturbing. A messenger entered and handed her a letter. Ariel received the letter. Ariel accepted and replied, oh, thank you. However, upon opening the letter, her expression darkened, full of tension. Noticing the anomaly, Gray Lee anxiously asked, what's wrong? Gray Lee held the letter, reading in shock. It was a letter from Varian to Ariel. He wrote, I have received the report that Bella Albright successfully created the super-compressed Ether. She seems to have achieved near equal power, but upon inspection, she has not truly compressed it. Therefore, the new ability is not recognized as super-compressed Ether. The contract remains valid and the operation will proceed as planned. Gray Lee's eyes blazed with anger. He gritted his teeth. This is insane. He exclaimed in frustration. Varian is determined to force her into surgery unnecessarily. He inquired, could Bella refuse? Ariel could only clasp her hands, powerless. The contract had no loophole. Unless Varian cancels, Bella has only two options, expulsion or surgery. Gray Lee froze, exclaiming in shock, impossible. Ariel slammed her hand on the table. Her gaze was resolute. Gray Lee, I need your help. Tell me where Varian's lab is. If we expose his truth, the contract will be nullified. Gray Lee was momentarily stunned, but he repeated her words. Didn't she say it was very dangerous without evidence? Ariel closed her eyes, full of calculation. We will find the evidence. I place my trust in you. In fact, I have trusted you from the start. Eyes shone through the glass, radiating mystical energy as she admitted. These eyes mean I always speak the truth, only I took time to acknowledge it. Gray Lee quietly listened, eyes blazing red. Seriousness was evident before the absolute trust from the professor. Ariel commanded the way. Gray Lee, we will bring his crimes to light together. She turned and walked, a stream of blue magic covering her body as the two prepared to storm the enemy's lair. Gray Lee revealed the location. His lab was in the mountains near Toruo village. Ariel slowly repeated the name of Toruo Mountain. She suddenly remembered that Varian truly had a research facility officially licensed by the Academy there. Gray Lee was stunned, realizing the enemy was so cunning, daring to conduct illegal experiments right in a formal laboratory. Ariel explained solemnly that it was the perfect hiding place, as no one would suspect, no matter how long he stayed there. Moreover, among the professors there was an unspoken rule: do not interfere in a colleague's research area. That very rule inadvertently paved the way for Varian's crimes. As long as evidence of wrongdoing was found, breaking in would no longer be a legal issue. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Bella stepped in, her face pale, holding an envelope. "Professor, I just received this letter." Seeing her student uneasy, Ariel took the letter and calmly reassured, "Don't be afraid, I will handle this." Watching the professor prepare to face danger, Bella trembled and called out, "Professor, are you really going to face Varian alone? Just you?" Ariel only responded with a confident smile tinged with mystery. She insisted, "I alone am enough." The light filtering through the glass made Professor appear even more majestic. Gray Lee could not stand still. He stepped forward to block her path. "Please wait, I will go with you." Bella also regained courage, gripping her coat and said firmly, "Me too, this is my matter, I cannot keep hiding." Ariel worriedly stopped them. "Wait, he is a professor at the academy, and has repeatedly conducted dangerous experiments on humans. If either of you fell into his hands, who knows what he would do? I cannot let you go there." Gray Lee stepped closer, resolutely arguing, "That is precisely why going alone is even more dangerous. If I can defeat the Goblin General, I believe I can help you. Moreover, Professor, if you disappear, I, a student admitted with Heavenly Eye, will surely be expelled." Gray Lee looked Ariel in the eyes and pleaded, "Please at least let us choose our own fate." Seeing Gray Lee and Bella both resolute, Ariel sighed helplessly. "It seems that even if I stop them, they will go. If that is the case, I will allow you to go with one condition." Ariel's face grew extremely serious. She instructed, "No matter what happens, put your own safety first. Do you understand?" Gray Lee and Bella responded decisively, "Yes, we understand." Night covered the majestic snow-capped mountains. Amid the scene stood a grotesque, ominous structure. Gray Lee, Bella, and Ariel hid behind bushes observing from a distance. Gray Lee asked quietly, "Does he really conduct illegal experiments here?" Ariel nodded firmly, "Yes, and now we will find evidence of it, right?" Gray Lee stared at the building, sweat running down his face as he confirmed, "Yes, this is definitely the place." Bella looked at the dark laboratory and said softly, "If you say so, I believe it. But can we get evidence safely?" Ariel reassured that Varian was attending the Magical Association conference, so he was certainly not here. Yet she warned that the main entrance might be trapped, so the group had to break in through the side wall. Seeing Bella worried, Ariel casually said that breaking into a licensed lab was already illegal, so don't worry. She even smiled challengingly, telling Bella she could turn back if she changed her mind. Gray Lee gripped his sword tightly, declaring firmly, "I will go." Bella still felt conflicted, asking the professor if he really wanted to risk himself for someone like her. Gray Lee immediately interrupted, "Wrong. Stopping his experiments is for the world. If we don't act, countless people will die. Even this world could be sacrificed." Bella asked in shock, "What do you mean?" Ariel reassured that Gray Lee was exaggerating a bit, but agreed that Varian must be stopped. She told Bella not to think they were risking their lives just for her. With a confident smile, the professor ordered, "Begin the action." The three immediately dashed forward like arrows. Ariel raised her hands, summoning a series of blazing magic circles. A massive energy erupted, bringing down the laboratory wall. A violent explosion thundered, sweeping away all obstacles in an instant. Gray Lee looked at the ruin before him, forcing a smile. "This is a bit over the top." Gray Lee, Ariel, and Bella stepped over the rubble to move inside. Gray Lee's red eyes narrowed at the horrifying scene. Thin arms chained to the walls, surrounded by countless victims lying motionless. Ariel commented coldly, "It seems we don't need to waste time looking for evidence." Looking down at the vast laboratory, Ariel realized there were 14 types of forbidden magic being cast, not to mention the illegal experiments on humans. At the center of the room, a magical altar emitted a bizarre purple light. Bella trembled and asked, "What should we do now?" "The plan is to get evidence and retreat, but should we save the imprisoned people?" Gray Lee urged anxiously, "We shouldn't stay too long. If we delay, Varian might return." Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out. "Oh, are you calling me?" The three immediately froze and turned around. Ariel squinted cautiously as a shadow slowly approached. The one who appeared was Varian, wearing a sinister smile behind dark glasses. He calmly revealed he sent a substitute to the conference, returning himself to conduct an important experiment. Ariel asked skeptically, "An important experiment?" Varian calmly admitted he had just obtained some new materials and wanted to use them while they were fresh. But upon seeing Gray Lee's group through the glass, he slightly pushed up his glasses and said, "However, the plan has changed." Ariel, Bella, and Gray Lee all froze, none of them able to hide their shock. Sweat broke out as they felt the heavy, suffocating aura from the person before them. Varian looked at them through the reflection on his glasses, smugly saying that he was searching for materials with exceptional magical potential. That man seemed curious, unable to understand how the group had managed to uncover this secret. That man was certain they had sneaked here before having time to tell anyone else. Varian laughed madly, revealing white teeth and bright eyes brimming with malice, then declared that no one would ever suspect him. Gray Lee questioned in horror materials, "Do not tell me you intend to turn us into test subjects." Varian calmly told them to stay calm, because this sacrifice would expand the boundaries of magic. That man smiled in a way that made others furious, declaring that he would use them to the very end because he could not let the group leave this place alive. Suddenly, a blazing pillar of energy erupted violently. Varian was startled, unable to hold back a cry. Powerful explosion engulfed the entire space, drawing dazzling streams of light that scattered everywhere. Ariel and Bella narrowed their eyes tensely before the terrifying pressure spreading around them. Bella tightened her grip on her staff, her eyes blazing with resolve as she prepared to face the danger before her. Amid the brilliant violet magic, Varian praised with delight. "Ah, how magnificent." The man sighed that it was truly wonderful. Ariel of the heavenly eye had indeed not lost her sharpness. That man stared intently at Gray Lee, thinking it was unbelievable for a special admission student to possess such talent, then began paying attention to the other new recruits of the heavenly eye. Varian curled his lips into a deranged smile right before he heard a cold sneer. "I do not see anything impressive about your tricks. An academy student is actually trying to assassinate a professor." Bella tightened her grip on her staff and said coldly that striking first was better than being killed, even though she had just missed her chance to finish him off. Ariel immediately ordered a retreat because the evidence was already enough, and Gray Lee also agreed that the rest should be left for the academy to handle. But Varian's voice rang out with haunting menace. "Do you think I will let you leave this place so easily?" Immediately after that, a pillar of ghastly, sinister violet-black energy erupted at once. Ariel roared, pouring all her strength into raising a radiant golden barrier to withstand the deadly attack. Bella stood behind her and could only cry out in horror, "Professor," but Varian laughed triumphantly again, declaring that all resistance was meaningless, because this was the painstaking result of his work, the flame of greed. That man explained that this flame could devour all defensive magic, then turn it into fuel to strengthen itself. In theory, this was an attack that was almost impossible to block, only weakened by its need for extremely rare summoning materials. Before Ariel's horrified eyes, the sturdy barrier began to crack, then shattered under the destructive power of the black flame. Amid the chaotic current of energy devouring everything, she forced herself up and took out a memory magic pouch. Ariel shouted to her student, who was frozen with fear, "Bella, take this memory pouch and give it to Gray Lee right away." She said with certainty that as long as Hector saw it, he would know what to do to reverse the situation. Ariel still stood firm alone against the black flame crashing down, then roared in urgency, "Go now." Bella stepped forward, holding the radiant mass of magic in her hand, and said firmly, "Professor, your barrier is about to break. Let me handle it." Ariel suddenly remembered the promise before they came here, and immediately shouted for Bella to prioritize her life, because Varian's magic was far too abnormal, and ordinary defense could not block it. When the barrier shattered under the terrifying pressure, Bella remained strangely calm and answered softly, "It is all right." A blue light erupted, colliding head-on with Varian's violet flame and creating a shockwave explosion. Bella stood firm amid the vortex of energy, calmly saying that this magic was not too powerful, and that she only needed to use a slightly different kind of defense. Seeing his painstaking attack resolved so easily, Varian shouted in panic, "Impossible. Only our side knows the anti-magic theory for the flame of greed. How do you know it?" Ella replied coldly that she had recently been taught a new theory, and thanks to that, handling this kind of magic had become very simple. Varian ground his teeth in madness, unable to believe his own ears. "Someone taught you." That man roared in fury, forcing Bella to reveal the traitor's name and threatening to make her suffer if she stayed silent. Looking at his uncontrolled face, Bella lowered her head slightly and asked, "Do you truly want to know who taught me?" She raised her head and looked straight at him, smiling defiantly before answering curtly, "It is a secret." The memory of her conversation with Gray Lee surfaced, when Ariel had still been doubtful, because he was only a student from the swordsmanship course. Even so, Bella had believed the formulas Gray Lee gave her, because they were very logical and did not conflict with existing magical theory. Gray Lee had been calm then, just like a suspiciously hidden top student, while he only thought to himself that he had pieced together knowledge from his previous life. Back in the present, Varian understood that he would not receive a serious answer, so he said coldly, "Fine." That man raised the glowing red crystal in his hand high. His violet eyes flashed with extreme killing intent, accompanied by an incomparably cruel declaration, "And burn to ashes here." That man ground his teeth and crushed the red crystal in his palm. From it, an utterly cold stream of dark power was released. In an instant, the black energy surged more violently than ever, transformed into sinister skulls and a giant mouth full of fangs, as if wanting to swallow every life in the room whole. Power of the black flame poured down like a storm, surrounding the entire group in suffocating pressure. Gray Lee shouted anxiously, "Bella, are you still all right?" Amid the encircling energy, Bella gritted her teeth and poured power into her staff to hold the defensive line. "I am fine, the barrier can still endure." But Varian curled his lips into a vicious smile, calmly seeing through her limit. "Your reserve magic will not last long, will it? With that much, you can endure for 1 more minute at most." Realizing that the situation was extremely critical, Bella urged Master attack him. "I will defend with everything I have." Ariel answered decisively, "Understood." Her eyes flashed with magical power through the thin glass, quickly spotting the enemy's weakness. Flames there were weakening. She could project her magic beyond the barrier. Ariel placed her hand on the misty white screen. Brilliant blue light began to gather and dance around her palm. A massive deep blue magical bolt shot out like an arrow of light. Yet Varian still stood tall behind the violet firewall, coldly mocking her effort. Ariel's powerful attack was almost nullified by the overwhelming strength of the greedy flames. Ariel gritted her teeth in pain as she realized her magic had no effect. Gray Lee analyzed. Ariel's offensive magic was the weakest among the professors, and with the greedy flame's mana absorption, all her efforts only fueled the enemy's strength. Bella also began to worry, struggling to say, "What should we do now? I'm running out of energy." Ariel looked at her two students with apologetic eyes, softly saying this was why she had told them to run from the start. Just at the moment of despair, Gray Lee unexpectedly stepped forward. His eyes shone with determination as he said, "Leave this to me." Bella stared at his back in shock, asking in doubt, "Gray Lee, what are you planning to do? The sword can't reach him from here." Gray Lee replied calmly, "It's fine, I'm certain I can reach him." Ariel felt her blood pressure drop, her expression contorted, warning that using that power again could kill him, and the just-healed arm might not recover. Gray Lee smiled faintly, focusing on his sword, and coldly responded, "Dying alone is still better than all three dying, don't you think?" Varian, feeling victorious, suddenly shuddered as he sensed the unusual pressure. Through the glass, he was shocked to see Gray Lee charging with incredible speed. Before he could comprehend, the sword struck him. The laboratory was so silent that even breathing could be heard. Varian was completely defeated by Gray Lee's lightning strike. Bella froze, stammering in disbelief as she witnessed the mad professor's death right before her eyes. Ariel quietly observed the rubble through the glass, silently praising. It was the first time she had seen such a thing, truly astonishing. Gray Lee's strike carried terrifying power, shaking the laboratory's structure. Bella looked at the falling debris in fear and shouted, all three standing amidst the wreckage as the architecture above collapsed from the violent attack. Ariel strolled forward. She signaled everyone to stay calm and observed the scene with red energy cracks dancing everywhere. She smiled knowingly. This was truly beyond her expectation. Ariel turned to Gray Lee worriedly, asking, "Besides that, is your body okay?" Gray Lee looked down at his sword, then at his trembling right arm marked with dark sigils. He replied with difficulty, "The arm hurts a lot. It's affected as well." Yet he still held the sword firmly and confirmed, "But I can still move it." Ariel proudly smiled at her student. "Your training is showing results." Gray Lee nodded, comparing with his former self. He understood that he would have fainted and been unable to move his hand before. He realized that only feeling pain now was already progress. Now it only hurts the arm, clearly a great improvement. That training was truly worth it. Gray Lee recalled the intense training days, the strict Professor Hector Longfellow scolding, reminding that only by exhausting the body would the soul's power awaken. Ariel watched Gray Lee's contemplative back, deep in thought. She said, "Thankfully you're still alive." However, she apologized for forcing him to use that power. Gray Lee reassured Ariel. Stopping Varian was his intention. "You don't need to feel guilty." Ariel quietly expressed her thanks. But her eyes were serious as she warned, "Try not to use that power for a while, otherwise the soul damage will be irreparable." Gray Lee froze, then asked if the power just used was truly magic. Ariel also doubted. She didn't sense any trace of Ezra from that strike. Bella stood nearby, sweat dripping as she admitted that trying to explaining such immense power with magical language was nearly impossible. Noticing the danger, Ariel coldly ordered Bella not to probe further. Absolutely no word about what was witnessed. For Bella's shock, Ariel threatened that if she didn't keep silent, she would erase her memory immediately. Bella trembled at this. The professor's imposing gaze made her nod in agreement. To keep the secret forever, Bella proactively proposed a magical pact and received Ariel's consent. Magical energy shone around both, formally swearing the oath under Gray Lee's witness. After the pact, Bella worriedly looked at the victims in the iron cage, suggesting to rescue them first. Gray Lee surveyed the scene. Realizing they were only under deep sleep magic, though not dangerous, he still suggested taking them to the Academy's medical facility. Immediately, Ariel cast a grand spell. A burst of radiant golden light erupted. Ariel enveloped the victims in protective magical spheres. She confirmed they would keep them safe from external harm. After securing them, the group continued deeper inside to investigate. Ariel couldn't help but marvel at Varian's madness, seeing the illegal experiments stretch as far as the eye could see. she realized that most of the documents discussed using humans as sacrifices to create magical catalysts, or forcing experiments to increase their power. Even after delving deeper, Ariel saw no trace of the liquidator, and wondered if they were hidden at another facility. Meanwhile, Gray Lee grew increasingly uneasy. He remembered that in his previous life, this very place had experienced a tragedy that claimed tens of thousands of lives. He could not understand how purely producing magical catalysts could lead to such a horrific accident. His eyes flashed as he noticed a crucial detail. What had taken everyone's lives back then was the surge of malevolent energy erupting from the earth. Sensing his unusual behavior, Ariel turned to ask what had happened. Ella also worriedly called Gray Lee's name when she saw him standing dazed. He pondered silently. If the disaster truly originated from the earth, then something must surely be concealed beneath this place. Gray Lee told Ariel that perhaps it lay underground, and that there might be a secret passage here. Ariel immediately activated her glowing magical eyes, scanning the floor riddled with cracks. At first she detected no secret passage. Then her gaze suddenly froze. Ariel exclaimed, "No." She quickly ran toward a corpse slumped on the ground. She knelt to observe closely, her magical eyes focusing on an anomaly hidden just beneath the stone floor. Ariel discovered very faint traces of short-distance teleportation magic on the floor. She guessed this was a secret space accessible only by teleportation. Based on the residual magical energy, Ariel estimated a distance of about 300 meters and was certain something existed on the other side. Gray Lee asked in astonishment if they could reach a place 300 meters underground. Ariel confidently replied that she could also open a similar teleportation gate for the group to try their luck. She snapped her fingers, immediately activating a dazzling stream of magic. A massive magical circle lit up beneath the three of them. Ariel warned that if the other side lacked empty space, they would be buried underground. Her magical eyes blazed as red light enveloped the area, carrying them through dense layers of rock and soil. Upon arrival, Gray Lee and Bella were stunned into speechlessness by the scene before them. Before them lay a massive underground city, with countless white buildings packed tightly together. Ariel could not hide her astonishment at the immense scale of this subterranean space. She sensed a tremendous amount of Ezra radiating everywhere, especially from the towering vaulted structures in the city center. Ariel's magical eyes narrowed in horror. What was leaking was not just Ezra, but a source of power unlike any magic, stronger than anything she had ever seen. Gray Lee stared at the central building, his voice trembling as he asked if that extraordinary power was... Ariel broke into a cold sweat, then firmly confirmed it was indeed the power of the liquidator. The three of them ascended the towering steps, entering the magnificent vaulted structure. Standing before the deep entrance, Gray Lee could not help but wonder, was this a door? Ariel quietly observed the vast interior, where a massive stone slab bearing a strange symbol lay within a complex magical circle. She was certain the power emanated from here, but so far there was no sign of the liquidator. Ariel approached, placing her hand on the cold surface of the mysterious door. Seeing this, Bella anxiously stopped her, asking if they should touch it. Ariel calmly turned to the student, softly reassuring him to relax. This door contained absolutely no power. She explained it was placed here merely as a ceremonial symbol. The true power did not reside in this door. Her gaze turned sharp toward the columns containing glowing purple liquid surrounding them. It lay within the magical devices encircling the area. As soon as Ariel finished speaking, the entire room suddenly shook. Streams of dark purple electricity began violently dancing everywhere. Gray Lee screamed in horror, asking what was happening. He suspected she was summoning the liquidator. Ella also trembled under the tremendous pressure. This magic was too dangerous. They had to stop it immediately. Yet Ariel stood firm amidst the chaotic energy, commanding, "No, do not rush in." She calmly assessed that according to her prediction, this setup could not summon the liquidator. At that moment, the space at the door began to crack, revealing bizarre and terrifying black streaks. Gray Lee screamed in horror that the space was tearing apart. Bella was equally shocked, both frozen as red energy gushed from the cracks. Ariel softly uttered a sound, then calmly affirmed that she had guessed correctly. Those devices were never meant to summon the liquidator. At this point, Bella nearly wanted to pray immediately on the spot. She observed black energy strands stretching like deathly tentacles and explained that they were merely creating a small hole leading to where that entity existed. Ariel observed the leaking power and said it was being gathered through a special filtering system. She pointed at the chain black crystal, revealing the chilling truth. The core used to crystallize that power was likely human lives. Through her magical eyes, she estimated that about 10 souls had been used so far, but the molding process might require more sacrifices, and most people on the upper floors were probably turned into raw material. Bella wondered why they had to go so far to collect the power, and what their true plot was. Ariel recalled the black fire Varian had used in battle. She confirmed that the crystal enhancing that fire was the complete form of these things. She worried that if mass-produced, this type of catalyst would not be limited to fire, and no one knew what they would use that immense power for. Cracks on the stone slab gradually began to vanish. This made Gray Lee suspicious. The cracks were closing, so perhaps Varian had never intended to summon the liquidator in the first place. Ariel pondered, responding that she did not know whether he did not want to or could not. But it seemed the spatial device had reached its limit, and this was all it could do. Ella approached a glowing energy container and remarked that the device was extremely valuable. She had never seen spatial bending magic so precise and powerful. Ariel agreed that creating such a thing would consume the budget of an entire nation, yet there were 8 of them here. She asserted that only a single organization could accomplish this. Ella guessed it was the Dizka Empire, but Ariel immediately denied it. Even the largest nation in the world did not have the resources to research magic to produce these. Bella trembled as she asked, "Then who was it?" Ariel firmly confirmed that there must be an organization with magical research capabilities far beyond any empire to have created this place. Facing Bella's tension, Gray Lee stayed silent for a moment before speaking. "That place is the World Alliance Academy, is it not?" Ariel looked at him with admiration. "Exactly. No other research institution has the scale or funding to maintain a colossal facility like this." All 3 looked up at the enormous crystal chained in midair, proof of ruthless investment beneath an intellectual facade. Ella was stunned and unwilling to believe it, asking if the academy was really behind this, when that place had been founded to protect the world from danger. Ariel closed her eyes, her voice heavy. "I understand why you find it hard to accept, but in reality, no other group has the power to do this." Gray Lee placed a hand on his chest, trying to find a sliver of hope. "But that does not mean the entire academy is the enemy, right?" Memories of his previous life surged through Gray Lee, when the Academy's finest elite forces had always charged into the front lines. He clearly remembered how they had protected civilians until the final moment before the disaster. After seeing that future, he could not believe the Academy was humanity's enemy. Ariel looked deeply at him. "Just as you said, most members of the Academy act for humanity's sake, and would never accept experiments that trample on life. Even so, she also reminded him that the Academy had countless researchers and secret facilities. Almost no one in the world could grasp the full picture hidden behind that majestic academy." Ariel looked at the columns filled with purple liquid, and judged that whoever backed Varian must possess immense authority, because he alone absolutely did not have enough authority to prepare everything on such a scale. Ella asked sadly, "Then can we not completely trust the academy either?" Ariel answered coldly after decades of watching from within. She was certain this was not an organization that could be trusted blindly. A seasoned light gleamed in her eyes. "Most people here believe they are doing what is best for humanity. Even those behind this experiment had probably convinced themselves that everything was for a greater purpose. The truth seemed to have been buried deep in darkness, along with the ruins before their eyes." Looking around the silent room, Gray Lee asked if there was any way to find the mastermind. Ariel checked the equipment and replied that there were no communication devices here, leaving the clues almost vanished. Even the magical residue of the maker was no longer on the machinery, showing that the traces had been erased with extreme professionalism. Ariel added quietly. That very moment, a fierce burst of light suddenly exploded right behind Bella. Earth and stone flew everywhere amid thunderous explosions, and Gray Lee shouted in shock, "What is going on?" The entire structure of the underground city began collapsing under the pressure of successive explosions. Amid the rubble, Ariel still said calmly that it seemed they had installed a mechanism to erase the evidence. She wondered why it had not detonated the moment Varian died, or whether they wanted to lure investigators in and eliminate them too. Ella broke out in sweat and shouted in panic, "Now is not the time to reason, we have to get out of here quickly." Ariel curled her lips arrogantly. "Calm down, it is only magical explosives." She slowly bent down, placed her hand on the floor, and activated a powerful, radiant golden magic circle. Mighty energy enveloped the entire group, and Ariel declared coldly that a professor of the World Alliance Academy was not so weak as to be brought down by such a trivial thing. Amid the violently collapsing scene, Ariel poured all her strength into holding the magic circle steady and shouted loudly, "Do not step outside the magic circle, enormous rocks are constantly falling from the ceiling." The radiant golden light had already covered the entire group in time. It was about to carry them out of the deadly lair at the critical moment. The group returned to the surface beneath the bright moonlight. Ariel observed the victims scattered across the grass and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed all the abducted people had escaped safely, and the atmosphere lightened at once. Bella leaned wearily on her staff, still shaken as she said she had thought they were about to die. Gray Lee was also sweating from the dangerous moment just now. Ariel explained that, because there had been more baggage than expected, the teleportation had slowed down. But looking at the recovered tubes of purple liquid, she felt it had been entirely worth it. "When we give this to the Academy, they will no longer be able to keep turning a blind eye." After that, the group returned to the main building of the World Alliance Academy. Ariel reported that the survivors were currently being treated in the Academy's medical wing. Before the imposing desk, Headmaster Orodrum Alexandro clasped his hands, looked at the three with respect, and said the Academy owed them thanks for stopping Varian's illegal experiment. Now let us talk about the magical engines he possessed, Headmaster Orodrum said, gazing thoughtfully at the file. He emphasized that each of them was worth far more than the entire budget of a nation. Ariel was stunned to learn there were 8 of them, stating that Varian could not have gathered such terrifying firepower on his own and wondering where they had come from. The headmaster answered coldly they were stolen goods. He revealed that they had been seized during transport, resulting in the complete annihilation of 78 Academy agents. Hearing that terrifying casualty count, Gray Lee, Ariel, and Bella all froze. Ariel looked deep into the file through her thin lenses, asking in a trembling voice if this was the case from 15 years ago. The headmaster confirmed that the shipment lost that year was precisely these engines, causing Ariel to remember the one behind the tragedy. The headmaster clasped his hands and slowly spoke the name Blood Drinker. I assume you have heard of them before. Gray Lee was stunned as he realized it was the world's largest criminal organization, a parasitic species that always returned, no matter how many times it was destroyed. Suddenly, Bella spoke, her eyes blazing with hatred. They were also the ones who killed my parents. The headmaster nodded, saying no one knew where they hid or who led them, despite their connection to more than 70% of criminal murders worldwide. He was concerned that their people had very likely infiltrated the academy. Hearing this, Gray Lee only felt the danger soar. The worst part was that they could not be distinguished, and even if they could, the academy might still not intervene. Gray Lee asked in shock what he meant, even if there were criminals in the academy. The headmaster answered calmly, that is how this place operates. Anyone with talent is given the chance to become stronger, regardless of bloodline, race, or gender. He added, whether they are criminals also does not matter. Bella objected angrily, that is absurd. If there are criminals here, they should be punished. The headmaster nodded, I agree. However, the higher-ups do not seem to share that view. Bella asked in surprise, are you not the headmaster? He bitterly looked at the file, then admitted that he was no different from a subordinate placed in a puppet position. On paper, he was the face of the academy, but his actual authority was laughably meager. He looked at both of them and asked, do you want to know who truly controls everything? Then grow stronger. The more you prove your strength, the deeper you will advance into the academy. He revealed that he could not name that person, but there was an upperclassman capable of influencing the academy's direction, including that insane policy of accepting criminals. Gray Lee thought to himself, then what if we become stronger than him? The principal affirmed, exactly, at that point, you could even change this entire academy. He concluded, here, strength decides everything. Gray Lee gritted his teeth, clenching his fist as his resolve grew clearer. The principal quietly observed, finding the situation very interesting, because he knew Ariel had never had a chance of defeating Varian. In that case, one of these 2 students must have been the one who defeated him. And Ariel's heavenly eye remained as sharp as ever, keen enough to see the hidden talent within them. Watching Gray Lee's back, Principal Orodrum curled his lips in anticipation. I truly want to see what kind of monster she will mold. Walking through the silent corridor, Gray Lee lowered his gaze to his hand. Faint traces of darkness still lingered on that hand. At that moment, Gray Lee exuded a cold aura, as though he was about to awaken a forbidden power. He silently felt the harshness of this place. Whether it was eliminating the liquidator or exposing the dark secret behind that door, he understood one thing clearly. Gray Lee told himself that he first had to focus on becoming stronger, but that thought had not yet fully formed. A sudden kick struck him head-on, making Gray Lee only manage to let out a pained sound. A cold voice rang out, sorry about that. Immediately after, a terrifying force sent Gray Lee flying. Gray Lee skidded across the corridor floor. He hurriedly raised his hand to shield himself, gritting his teeth as he endured the sudden pain. A figure with disheveled black hair and dark circles under his eyes stepped forward. He clicked his tongue mockingly. I did not expect you to be this tough. A reject from the special admission quota has no right to walk through this corridor. Gray Lee realized he had run into another person who hated special admission students, but this was the first time someone had dared to ambush him in the corridor. He placed a hand on his sword hilt and asked, do you want to start a fight? The stranger raised a finger in refusal. I would very much like to, but it seems Reject number 2 has also appeared. He calmly turned and left, leaving behind only one sentence, see you later. Gray Lee stood still, watching his back as an indescribable sense of doubt rose within him. He brought his hand to his mouth, lightly biting his fingertip until blood seeped out, madness showing in his eyes. He silently promised that he would soon bring another person to Gray Lee, then called Varian's name like a cruel oath. Ariel walked over and asked worriedly what had happened. Gray Lee calmly replied, Professor Ariel, a strange student just kicked me. He added that the person believed a Heavenly Eye special admission student, like him, had no right to walk through the academy corridor. Ariel observed thoughtfully, then judged, no weapon, no obvious injury, which means I cannot officially intervene. Suddenly, she leaned in with an enchanting smile, suggesting that he chase him down and teach him a lesson. This teacher and student pair truly were rebellious. Gray Lee exclaimed in shock. Wait, am I really allowed to do that? Ariel pretended to cover her eyes, saying that as a professor, she could not allow it. But her eyesight had been rather poor lately, so if something happened nearby, she would consider herself unable to see it. Gray Lee broke into a sweat at such blatant protection, then refused, let him go. I do not want to bring more trouble onto myself. Ariel looked regretful, while Gray Lee seriously continued asking, but please tell me honestly, are Heavenly Eye special admission students hated that much? The answer was hard to give. Gray Lee tightened his grip on his sleeve and said in a low voice, people occasionally mock us, but this is the first time someone has used violence. Ariel silently looked at him, then sadly admitted, so they really have been ridiculing you. She lowered her head guiltily. I am sorry, if only I had a little more power in this place. Seeing the professor blame herself, Gray Lee smiled to comfort her. Please do not mind it. Without you, I would not even have entered the academy. Gray Lee said firmly, moreover, Bella and everyone else will prove that the Heavenly Eye program was not a mistake. After all, Professor has always been excellent at judging people. Images of legendary warriors, such as the Sword Saint Amuai and the Great Sage. Sage Bella appeared in his mind once more, like proof reinforcing Gray Lee's faith. Faced with that optimism and sincere gratitude, Ariel fell silent. Her eyes clearly wavered, as if realizing they truly deserved the special admission. Ariel smiled gently and softly replied, thank you. But immediately after, she reached out and lightly touched Gray Lee's chin, solemnly reminding him not to treat these troubles as someone else's problem. She admitted that, among the Heavenly Eye group, Gray Lee was the one she expected the most from, like the special admission students of the past who had become top warriors. However, Ariel leaned closer and confessed that for the first time, she truly believed someone was capable of surpassing them. Surpassing even the limits of humanity, that was the moment she met him. Gray Lee broke into a sweat, feeling pressured at being compared to legends. But he quickly cast aside his inferiority, telling himself such thoughts were too weak. Gray Lee understood that the mastermind behind Varian had certainly not given up on summoning the Liquidator. He had returned to this timeline to defeat it. Chronos' words still echoed in the vortex of time. The fate of the world lies in your hands. Have confidence and overcome adversity. The scene shifted to the Academy's vast arena, where the students had gathered in full for the new lesson. The professor standing before the blackboard declared loudly that today's swordsmanship lesson would be direct combat practice. Pair up according to the list already written on the board. Gray Lee looked toward the crowd with concern, reminding himself to stay calm and focused during this practical combat session. He feared that if he messed up, everyone would once again have an excuse to mock all Heavenly Eye special admission students. At the very least, he had to prove he could keep up with ordinary students. But when he looked at the matchup list, Gray Lee cried out in shock. His name, Gray Lee, had been placed in a direct match against Leon Hart. Gray Lee trembled as he realized his opponent was the top student of the swordsmanship course. In other words, the strongest freshman in the entire academy. The professor stood in the center of the arena and declared that he had paired students of equal skill, so treat this as a real battle. Gray Lee broke into a sweat, silently mocking equal skill my foot. I just got a special admission and I have to face the top student already. He worriedly realized Leon Hart disliked students with the celestial eye, and with the previous incident, he was surely planning to teach him a lesson. What, still worrying before even starting to fight? Leon Hart stepped forward, a hard-to-read smile on his lips. Hello there. Looks like we've been paired up. I'm truly pleased. Contrary to Gray Lee's tension, Leon Hart was full of determination. He thought finally he gets to fight Mr. Gray Lee. All his efforts to be top of the class were finally rewarded. Seeing the opponent's radiant smile, Gray Lee shivered. That smile was painfully dazzling. No doubt, he was excited to finally have a fair chance against him. This was going to be rough. The professor's voice boomed across the arena, everyone ready. While Gray Lee probably just wanted to run fast. The match begins. As soon as the command ended, the arena erupted with the clashing of weapons. The pairs of contestants charged at each other with fierce momentum. Leon Hart didn't hesitate. A powerful slash immediately came down. Gray Lee gritted his teeth, concentrating on his sword to block the heavy attack. Under Leon Hart's relentless sword flurries, Gray Lee was pushed back and completely on the defensive. Leon Hart's eyes gleamed with excited green. He surged forward with speed and power that forced Gray Lee to hold his grip tightly. Why so weak? Confidence is the key to winning. Amidst the clenching metal, sharp sounds pierced the ears. Leon Hart smiled in admiration. You're strong. Can't believe someone like you failed the official entrance exam. He continued, closing in with sharp sword strikes, forcing Gray Lee to focus fully to counter each blow. Gray Lee tensed, thinking he might lose instantly, yet realized he could still defend. Even using both hands, he couldn't match his power. How many more moves could he endure? Watching Leon Hart move, Gray Lee was terrified by the precise, perfectly honed swordsmanship. He bitterly understood that even with past life memories and strict training from his master, Leon Hart was a true prodigy. The peak clash made the entire arena seem to tremble. Other students had to stop, exclaiming in shock, can he really keep up with Leon Hart? While Gray Lee was exhausted, Leon Hart exhilaratedly enjoyed the match. Wonderful. I could fight like this all day. Gray Lee's breathing became uneven, realizing his stamina was nearing its limit under relentless pressure. Gray Lee reminded himself that without Professor Hector's training, he would have collapsed long ago. Seeing the opponent still composed as if unbothered, Gray Lee wondered in astonishment why he wasn't even breathing hard. His stamina was draining fast, so Gray Lee knew he had to end it now. Prolonging this, survival would be uncertain. He suddenly remembered the professor's words, "Treat this as a real battle." Gray Lee's red eyes glowed with clear determination. Leonhardt raised his sword high. He swung a powerful slash straight at Gray Lee. Like lightning, Gray Lee tilted to dodge, then slammed his hand on the floor to spring upward. Leonhardt was so surprised he blurted, "What?" Seizing the opening, Gray Lee swung his sword upward, creating a fierce clash in the center of the arena. Leonhardt panicked seeing Gray Lee move close to the ground, then suddenly counterattack from a low angle. Seeing Gray Lee's blazing red eyes, he realized his opponent was treating this as a life-or-death fight. No recklessness meant certain defeat. Leonhardt gritted his teeth, determined not to lose, yet the outcome was decided immediately after. He collapsed to the arena floor, while Gray Lee remained standing. Gray Lee's sword pointed coldly at his neck, full of pressure. Gray Lee smiled amicably, sheathing his sword and helping his opponent up. "Truce then." But Leonhardt silently shook his head. "No, not exactly." He bitterly recalled the final moment, when he could only swing his sword in vain. Meanwhile, if Gray Lee had wanted, he could have stabbed him in the heart. Leonhardt affirmed that since it was only a training match, Gray Lee deliberately aimed for the neck to spare his life. Gray Lee scratched his head awkwardly, admitting he had been seen through, but pointing the sword at a classmate's heart in practice was too much. Leonhardt smiled, accepting defeat, thanking Gray Lee for helping him understand the difference between practice and real combat. Their swordsmanship skill was not the only factor deciding victory. Now it was clear who was superior. Gray Lee scratched his head embarrassed, saying using that move during sword class felt a bit like cheating. But Leonhardt smiled with confidence. The professor said, "Treat this as a real battle, and in life or death, there is no cheating." He stepped forward, pointing his sword at Gray Lee and excitedly suggested, "Shall we have another round?" Gray Lee broke into a sweat, silently panicking. "Another fight. I only won by surprise, no chance straight on." He shivered, recalling the sparks from the recent clashes, realizing this was no longer technique, but a huge stamina gap. At that moment, an annoyed voice called, "Stop." A stranger student stepped forward, mocking that this was still a sword class. No one should use anything but swords. He approached Gray Lee, speaking with contempt. "A loser admitted by special admission like you. How are you paired with a top student?" Seeing Gray Lee silent, he continued, threatening, "Don't think having some magic makes you superior, understand?" Seeing Gray Lee insulted, Leonhardt stepped forward sternly to intervene. "The professor decided I am worthy to fight Gray Lee, so please step aside." The professor also slowly stepped forward to confirm that, just as Leonhardt had said, he was the one who had arranged this match. He repeated that he had paired students whose combined strength was roughly equal. He stated firmly that at the present moment, Gray Lee was the only one capable of facing Leonhardt. Looking at the irritated student, Professor challenged him coldly. "If you are not convinced, try it yourself. Defeat Gray Lee and you will become Leonhardt's opponent." "Fine, I accept." That man declared arrogantly that he had defeated an examiner to enter this place. So do not compare him to those who only got lucky enough to pass the exam with a draw, or worse, could not even pass on their own. Leonhardt quietly watched from the side, realizing that this man was judging Gray Lee only by his special admission title, without knowing his true strength. Faced with that arrogance, Leonhardt inwardly felt as if he were looking at his former self. Gray Lee calmly accepted the challenge. He told himself there's a good chance, because that man's strength was also worthy of acknowledgement. Since they were going to fight, he had to teach him proper manners. Yet Leonhardt suddenly released a terrifying pressure. Anger flared within him because that man had dared to interrupt his precious time with Gray Lee. For that crime alone, he was hard to forgive. Seeing this, the young man fell into utter confusion, unable to understand what he had done to be looked at with such terrifying eyes. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the professor hurriedly adjusted the rules. "If you do not like actual combat, you too may only use swords." He turned to ask Gray Lee and received a nod. Even so, Gray Lee still worried in silence. He did not know how strong his opponent was, but if he had entered through the regular exam, he was certainly no ordinary person. He bitterly admitted that despite his harsh training, he still found it hard to compare with those who had been systematically nurtured and honed for many years. But they would fight first, because until the final moment, no one knew who would win. Gray Lee tightened his grip on the sword hilt, reassuring himself that even though he was not overly confident, this was only a class practice session. Even if he lost, he would not be expelled. The professor brushed back his hair, reminding both of them that they absolutely must not go easy on their opponent. Gray Lee answered clearly that it was fine, then took a defensive stance. His blazing red eyes focused intensely as he faced that student. The moment the signal rang out, that man immediately shot forward like an arrow. "It is time to teach the special admission student his place. Remember your status well." A powerful slash descended, creating a violent clash as Gray Lee managed to raise his sword to block it. Gray Lee felt a flicker of doubt as he sensed his opponent's arm strength through the first collision. Meanwhile, that man was also stunned to realize that something was wrong. His attack is too light. This strength is nothing special at all. That man cried out in pain as Gray Lee pushed him back. Doubt began to rise in his heart over whether the other side was holding back. He had been so arrogant moments ago, but now he had already begun to panic. Not giving his opponent time to regain his composure, Gray Lee unleashed an extremely swift slash that sent the man's sword flying far away. That man cried out in pain as he was completely knocked down to the ground. The professor immediately declared the match over. The entire arena fell silent as the man who had just been boasting lay defeated after only a few sword exchanges. Gray Lee stepped forward in confusion and asked if he was all right. He felt guilty, thinking he had only meant to aim for the sword, not expecting to hit the person. He had thought that man would be able to dodge. Too aggrieved and humiliated, the man shouted that it was only luck. "You only made me lower my guard. Fight me again." Professor could only sigh at his student's stubbornness. Fine, fight until you are satisfied." That man rushed forward madly with a shrill cry, swinging his sword straight at Gray Lee to reclaim his honor. However, the result still did not change, as he was quickly knocked down once again. Standing in the middle of the arena, Gray Lee calmly looked down at the defeated man and asked with concern whether he was still all right. "Can you still keep fighting? You were quite loud earlier." By now, his face was swollen, covered in bruises, and almost unrecognizable. Even so, he still tried to slur that he was fine. Witnessing that scene, the professor could only cover his face in exasperation, then ordered that man taken to the infirmary immediately. After dealing with the chaos, the professor announced clearly to the entire class that this year's representatives would be Gray Lee and Leon Hart. "Does anyone object?" Gray Lee blurted out in shock, "Representatives." Leon Hart stood beside him, still composed with a meaningful smile on his lips. The professor nodded in confirmation and explained that the top first-year students would fight the second-year champion in a tense inter-year battle. In a deep voice, he revealed the harsh truth to warn them both. In the Academy's history, the first-year students had lost 35 times in a row. The professor smiled confidently, pointed toward Gray Lee and Leon Hart, and affirmed with certainty, "But perhaps things will be different this year." It seemed he wanted this group to break the record and rewrite history. During the first year's 35-match losing streak, Gray Lee asked in shock whether the gap between first years and second years was really that large. The professor confirmed that 1 year of training at the academy created a massive difference, so defeat had almost been expected. He emphasized that simply holding firm and creating a proper match would already be an admirable achievement, and if they won, that would be a miracle recorded in the academy's history. For the students, merely being chosen to step onto the battlefield was already considered a very great honor. The professor patted Gray Lee on the shoulder to reassure him, advised him not to feel too much pressure, then declared the class over. Watching the professor leave, Gray Lee inwardly thought that the inter-year battle did not seem as tense as he had once feared. However, as a special admission student of the Heavenly Eye, he told himself that this was a wonderful chance to prove he truly had combat ability. Looking toward the Academy's majestic tower, Gray Lee resolved to train even harder for the coming challenge. Keep going, perseverance turns iron into a needle. Meanwhile, inside the Academy's high-level conference room, the professor's council meeting had reached its final section. The chair announced that the final agenda item was Professor Budra's proposal. Seated opposite him, Professor Ariel quietly watched as that colleague began to speak. Professor Budra of the Magic Department rose with a grave expression. He solemnly proposed expelling the Heavenly Eye special admission student named Amy White from the Academy. Professor Ariel immediately objected and demanded the reason, because she was the one responsible for managing this group of special admission students. However, Budra asserted in a strained voice that this very management was creating a serious problem for the Academy's fairness. He presented evidence that Amy White had failed the third-year promotion exam yet was still allowed to remain under the title of a special admission student. When every other student who failed was expelled, how could that be called fair? Ariel remained steadfast in defending her student. "As I said, the child is steadily improving toward world-class combatability. It is just that right now, her body is suffering too severe a rejection reaction, so she cannot display her full strength yet. If not for that reason, she would definitely have passed the exam." However, that explanation only drew bitter mockery. "Oh, that excuse again. Just by saying it is due to physical rejection, a useless student suddenly sounds like a hidden genius. How long do you intend to indulge the fantasy of her secret power?" Ariel sharply affirmed that it was the truth. Amy White could gain complete control over her power at any time, even as soon as tomorrow, and if pushed too early, the Academy could lose that talent forever. The professor opposite her narrowed his eyes in suspicion, saying that she had used that excuse too many times already. "So your plan is to let someone who fails to meet the Academy's standards stay here indefinitely?" Ariel did not waver. She looked straight at the other party and said the academy existed to nurture talent. Expelling someone gifted just because he did not fit this rigid system went completely against its original purpose. Are you really going to make things difficult for a student just because of the leadership's outdated rules? A plump professor gave a sinister smile and mocked, "A genius. The special admissions used to be outstanding, but this batch is nothing but failures." He contemptuously mentioned Emma Y, Bella Albright, and Jacob Bloomfield, then sneered, "It seems the great heavenly eyes are beginning to lose their sharpness too. Perhaps it is time we seriously consider abolishing this heavenly eye program entirely." Ha ha ha. Ariel exclaimed in shock. "Abolish it? What nonsense are you talking about? That program was established by the Academy's founding council long ago." The professor curled his lips smugly, reminding her that the program could still be cancelled if more than half the faculty agreed, then asked whether she still remembered that rule. Murmurs of agreement filled the meeting room, and another professor added, "Frankly speaking, the current Heavenly Eye students have nothing remarkable about them. I heard Bella Albright has improved, but that is hardly a major achievement, not to mention that girls' magic power is still highly suspicious. For all of them to gang up and disparage students like this was truly disgraceful." Ariel's face darkened as she looked at her colleagues, whose hostility was now plain to see. She murmured softly, "This." A long-bearded professor sighed in disappointment, saying the previous Heavenly Eye generation had indeed been exceptional, but lately another immediately echoed, "That is right, they no longer have the same influence as before." Mocking laughter and contemptuous gazes spread through the meeting room, making Ariel break into a cold sweat. She realized the situation was worse than expected. There were more people opposing the Heavenly Eyes than she had thought. At this rate, they would truly shut the program down. The plump professor shouted gleefully, "It is already obsolete. Is it not time to get rid of it?" He curled his lips arrogantly. "Do you still intend to claim that you can see talent better than all of us here?" Ariel clenched her fist on the table to suppress her anger. She thought to herself, "I really want to answer yes." But saying that would only provoke them further. If they flew into a rage, there would be no time to salvage anything. Ariel lowered her head, struggling to remain calm beneath the crushing pressure. In any case, they had never liked her to begin with. However, there were still many professors who wanted to know whether the program remained useful to the academy. To win them over, she absolutely could not say anything that would make them turn their backs. Seeing that Ariel remained silent and offered no rebuttal, that professor grew even more emboldened and mocked, "What is wrong? Cat got your tongue. At least you know your golden age is over." Another man with a hooked beard also sneered, "You once had glorious achievements, but it is time to retire before you ruin your own reputation." Well said. A professor with sinister eyes even maliciously suggested, "If you want to raise your favorite students however you please, why not open your own school?" The entire meeting room immediately burst into delighted, contemptuous laughter aimed straight at Ariel. "Ahaha. Wonderful idea. Good luck finding students willing to follow a Heavenly Eye who has fallen out of favor." Ariel lowered her face amid the wave of criticism. She told herself that she could still recognize true talent. Those children only needed more time to prove themselves. She resolved to stop them from being expelled by any means before they had the chance to shine. At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out. "When it comes to Heavenly Eye students, is there not one named Gray Lee?" Another professor continued, "I heard that boy is rather promising among the first years in the swordsmanship department. It seems he was even chosen to participate in the interclass battle." An old professor with a venomous smile immediately seized the opportunity. "Oh, that sounds worth looking forward to. Then why not let him prove his strength in that competition? We will use the result of his match to decide the future of the Heavenly Eye program." Ariel anxiously glanced toward Hector. She understood better than anyone that Gray Lee's power was not born to serve meaningless practice matches. She tried to explain that if it were a true life-or-death situation. Before she could finish, a professor slammed the table in anger. "There you go, making excuses again. Calm down. No need get so worked up." The old man roared, "If someone cannot show anything during training, he will not amount to anything in real combat either. Every professor here understands that." Ariel sprang up in frustration and shouted desperately, "No, you understand nothing. His ability is not ordinary swordsmanship." The chairperson declared firmly, "Today's meeting ends here. Since this discussion is going nowhere, we will stop." He concluded that seeing the Heavenly Eye student act with their own eyes now seemed more reasonable. They would make the final decision after witnessing Gray Lee's performance in the interclass battle. Ariel was stunned, able only to utter helplessly, "No." Dismissed, the announcement rang out dryly. The professors left the meeting room one after another, while the plump professor walked away laughing mockingly. "Well, I truly look forward to that competition. It will certainly be interesting." Meanwhile, Hector quietly left with a contemplative expression. Ariel remained seated alone in the vast room. She lowered her head onto the table, lonely and utterly disappointed. What should she do? She had already argued with all her strength. Ariel gripped her own arm tightly, silently apologizing in pain. He apologized to everyone. She felt she was far too weak. Gray Lee's image surfaced in her mind, along with his brave declaration on the edge of life and death. Better that I die alone than all three of us die here. Leave it to me. Ariel knew very well that Gray Lee's power could not be used as entertainment in a practice match, and he still needed a great deal of time to perfect it. She bitterly admitted that the expectations placed on him right now were truly far too unreasonable. Even so, please, Ariel sobbed, tears rolling down her cheeks behind the monocle. In her mind, she pleaded desperately with Gray Lee, help them, protect those children, those unpolished gems carrying the world's great potential. She clutched her aching chest tightly, choking out her final plea. Please protect the children's future. The day of the interclass battle finally arrived. In the brightly lit arena, the announcer's voice rang out clearly. All right, the interclass battle begins now. This sounds thrilling. Let us see who is stronger. To introduce the opponents, first is our top first-year student Leon Hart. Facing him is the top second-year student Luino Hertman. Next is the first-year challenger, Rayleigh, along with his opponent, the second-year challenger, Deborah Dater. Gray Lee froze when he saw the familiar face. Wait, is that the guy who suddenly attacked me in the hallway? Do I really have to fight him? We will witness the true abilities of all of them. The announcement echoed throughout the arena. In the stands, many professors were present to observe the match. Among them was the elderly Professor Baudra, a sly smile on his lips. Luino Hertman asked in surprise why so many professors were watching. Leon Hart replied coldly, no, it's the first time. Last year only 3 sword professors appeared. This year it's packed. Luino still didn't understand why so many had gathered today. Leon Hart suddenly realized something, softly uttering and he smiled contentedly. The professors must be curious about Gray Lee. Indeed, they had keen eyes. Seeing his classmates' odd attitude, Luino could only worry, does he always act like this? At that moment, a commanding voice rang from the stands, confirming Leon Hart's suspicion. We came to see the final match of the special Celestial Eye students. The arena erupted in surprise, unexpected that this was the final match. Gray Lee froze, wondering, then turned in shock to ask, what do you mean? The elderly Professor Baudra smiled triumphantly, asking back, what, no one told you? Immediately after, he lowered his voice to declare a harsh truth. The Celestial Eye class is about to be abolished. Gray Lee was shaken, stammering, abolished. He immediately turned to look at his professor in disbelief. Professor, is that true? Ariel remained silent, eyes heavy with thought. Her heart wrenched violently. If true, Gray Lee would surely push himself too far, even using that dangerous power. In the current state, that power could take his life. Ariel was caught in a dilemma, only able to grit her teeth and endure. Ariel exhaled quietly to remain calm, then forced a smile to reassure. Baudra is just trying to distract you. She told her student not to mind those words and to focus on the match. Yet Ariel's trembling hand clutched the ring, showing the heavy pressure of lying to protect him. After a moment of silence, Gray Lee closed his eyes and replied, if you say so, Professor. Seeing that he couldn't provoke him, Baudra snorted with disdain, thinking let them embarrass themselves in the arena. Baudra believed that when Gray Lee lost badly, the other professors would see that Ariel's celestial eye was no longer sharp. Gray Lee turned his back to the stands, voice cold. I cannot let this pass so easily. The elderly Professor Baudra was stunned. What? Gray Lee's red eyes flashed with coldness. He growled, you may insult me as you wish, but never underestimate Professor Ariel's judgment. Ariel was stunned by how her student stood up to protect her. Baudra angrily pointed and shouted, what can her eye see in an unknown like you? Everyone here knows you'll lose badly. Gray Lee remained eerily calm, replying coldly, fine, then I will prove you wrong. Baudra roared in anger. What is this arrogant brat? Colleagues had to pull him back, truly too old to argue with a child. The announcement sounded, requiring the students to quickly return to their teams to prepare for the match. Ariel watched Gray Lee's back, appreciating his trust but still worried. What is he planning? Ariel silently assessed. If the opponent were just an ordinary top student, Gray Lee's real combat swordsmanship might still have a faint chance. His paired opponent was extremely dangerous, Debo Redato, a monster once surgically enhanced by Varian to increase reflexes to inhuman levels, almost becoming a living weapon. Ariel was shocked, realizing Debo was the worst counter to Gray Lee's fighting style. She trembled, wondering if he would use that forbidden power. Her eyes clearly showed unease as she watched Gray Lee stand still in the arena. Ariel worriedly looked at Gray Lee, placing her hand on her chest and said, don't worry about me, please don't push yourself too far. Gray Lee smiled confidently, red eyes flashing, replying briefly, I know. Immediately after, the announcement echoed through the arena, stating the top students match begins. The referee behind the barrier declared, the arena is warded, anyone triggering the opponent's protective charm will win. Fight as if it were real. Leon Hart stared at Luino, thinking real fight. The starting shout rang out. Leonhardt dashed forward like an arrow, shouting, "Here I come." Luino calmly raised his sword to counter the first clash, then said, "Well done, let's see what you've got." Blinding sword strikes clashed continuously, creating sparks across the arena. Luino Hertman displayed extremely skilled technique, easily reading all his opponent's moves. He gracefully dodged Leonhardt's swings almost effortlessly. Leonhardt bitterly thought, "Seems I cannot fight like Mr. Gray Lee. Hemp, you're quite good. Honestly, you're much stronger than me in first year." His eyes suddenly turned cold with pressure as he declared, "Speed up a bit. Let's see if you can keep up." Leonhardt could only widen his eyes in utter shock. Luino Hertman continuously pressed with lightning-fast strikes, leaving Leonhardt struggling to defend. The pressure from the top student of the 52nd cohort was overwhelming. Leonhardt realized he was completely dominated. He could only curse helplessly as his opponent closed in. In the blink of an eye, Luino's blade was at Leonhardt's neck. The referee's voice echoed through the arena, "Enough, the top student winner is Luino." Despite the heavy defeat, Leonhardt remained polite, sheathing his sword and bowing in thanks. Luino responded courteously, "Likewise, a fine match." Immediately after, the announcement for the challengers match began to sound. Leonhardt passed by Gray Lee and quietly encouraged him, "Good luck." Gray Lee nodded in reply, "Thanks." Stepping onto the arena floor, Gray Lee reminded himself that he had boasted strongly. Now he must prove it with action. He recalled the brutal monsters he had faced before turning back time, and was certain he could still overcome this challenge. Gray Lee gripped the hilt of his sword, eyes blazing with determination. Confidence is good, but in battle always stay alert. Across from him, Debo's sword dragged on the floor, sparking sharp flashes of light. He strolled into the arena, silently calling out Professor Varian's name with deep hatred. Debo's face twisted in madness, a chilling smile as if sending Gray Lee to hell to meet his professor. The selection match for the inter-class battle officially began amidst the roaring cheers of the spectators. The moment the signal ended, Gray Lee and his opponent lunged at each other with astonishing speed. A powerful slash came down, forcing Gray Lee to muster all his strength to defend. Sparks flew between the blades as he struggled to withstand the suffocating pressure. Gray Lee was knocked back, breathing heavily. Damn, too heavy. Even though Ariel had warned him about reflexes, he hadn't expected such absurd strength. Gray Lee realized that with such a vast gap in power, tricks now were almost useless. He felt trapped, wondering how to counter a monster with such brute force. Losing now would be humiliating, especially after insulting that professor. A dangerous thought flashed. Still that skill, but Ariel's stern warning before the match immediately surfaced in his mind. "Listen, no matter what happens, absolutely do not use that power. At worst, you could lose your life." At that moment, Gray Lee remained silent, responding only briefly. Ariel had emphasized that no matter how important this tournament was, it wasn't worth risking his life. Moreover, the arena's defensive barrier might not withstand that destructive force, and he could accidentally kill his opponent on the spot. Back in the harsh reality, Gray Lee dodged fierce attacks while reminding himself he could risk his life for the special Heavenly Eye spot, but could not kill anyone in an academy tournament. Gray Lee noticed that Debo's movements were oddly simple. He thought, with such superior physique and reflexes, defeating him should be too easy. Gray Lee quickly realized his opponent wasn't lacking skill but was deliberately holding back. He wondered what exactly was he scheming. Soon after, Debo flashed a mad smile, revealing sharp teeth. Being hit continuously like this, how long could he hold out? In a dangerous moment, a sharp slash surged forward, and Gray Lee realized he could not evade. Gray Lee was astonished to see himself still raise his sword to block. He wondered why he managed it, when clearly it had seemed impossible moments ago. Watching Debo stagger forward, Gray Lee suspected he might have deliberately reduced his attack's force. Suddenly, Professor Ariel with her fiery red hair appeared. She pointed to the arena, eyes sharp with anger. What exactly is that power? She had noticed a strange purple mana simmering on his chest. My god, isn't this match completely one-sided? In the stands, professors began discussing the ruthlessness of the second-year student, who prolonged the fight despite being able to end it any time. He toying with his opponent like a cat with a mouse. Gray Lee had to brace himself against continuous slicing attacks, creating a series of violent clashes. One professor sarcastically remarked that the Heavenly Eye student only defended yet refused to yield, proving he lacked true strength. Old Bowdra chuckled, thinking Gray Lee was proving the Heavenly Eye program should have been scrapped early, else it would only cause more chaos. Such a considerate student, even thinking of the Academy's reputation. Gray Lee was cornered in the arena, struggling to block a powerful strike from his opponent. Unable to sit by and watch, Ariel jumped up, shouting in extreme worry, "Stop the match, end it immediately, this is too dangerous." Yet Bowdra retained a sinister grin, mocking, "Oh, exactly where is the danger? You mean this sparring match?" Another professor reminded Ariel that the arena was protected by strong magic. Any fatal blows would automatically be blocked. But that guy no longer fought normally. He insisted that was why the student could fight fully, then asked Ariel if she had any special reason to demand stopping the match. That moment, Debo delivered a powerful kick to Gray Lee's abdomen, sending him flying. Ariel roared in worry. Of course I know about the protective magic, but it's not enough to protect Gray Lee. Before she could finish, a sudden burst of dark purple energy erupted in the arena, radiating terrifying pressure. Ariel froze, eyes wide behind her glasses as the black energy devoured everything. From within the demonic shadow, a face with a full-toothed smile appeared, hauntingly. A downward slash carrying destructive power struck violently. His red eyes flared with tension amidst the chaotic energy. Losing control, this time it's serious, Professor. A devastating attack extended forward, shattering even the arena's solid stone walls. Gray Lee stood amid the ruins, breathing heavily as he watched a deep crack split the arena in two. The ground trembling, dust enveloping his solitary figure, leaving everyone stunned. Sword energy collided with the magic barrier, creating a violent shockwave. Blue sparks flashed, causing the white veil to stretch and tremble. Old Professor Bodra turned pale, only able to scream in despair. Ariel screamed in horror, "The barrier, I warned you." She gritted her teeth in fury as she realized the cruel truth. That damned variant, unbelievable he implanted that into a student. Ariel immediately extended her hand, purple strands of magic igniting around her arm as she prepared to intervene. Ariel hastily cast binding magic, but the purple chains were immediately repelled by the solid white veil. She was horrified to realize the audience protection barrier was too strong, preventing her from intervening from outside. In panic, Ariel shouted to nullify the barrier immediately and cancel the tournament. Because was no longer swordsmanship. In the stands, Bodra and the other professors trembled in fear, only able to grit their teeth and curse silently as things spiraled out of control. Just now laughing gleefully, now try to handle it. Ariel shouted, urging Gray Lee to run quickly, because stopping the match from outside would take too much time. Standing at the center of the demonic black energy, Gray Lee gritted his teeth and wondered, run. If he turned his back on him now, he would surely die instantly. Terrified screams of the crowd echoed across the arena, making the scene even more chaotic. Amidst this, Professor Hector quietly observed. He realized that the professor's magic would take at least 30 seconds to reach the arena, far too late to save the students. Knowing there was no other choice, Hector transmitted firmly, Gray Lee, treat your body like a sword. Do not swing the sword with just your hand, let your entire body move with that flow of power. Gray Lee struggled against the surrounding energy, silently resenting the abrupt instruction. Treat my body as a sword. In such a crisis he had no choice but to try. Though still doubtful, Gray Lee decided to take the risk. If the professor said he could do it, then he would. No, he had to succeed. He closed his eyes, focusing all his mind on a single point. He was a single blade. Debo's dark purple energy raged down as if trying to devour Gray Lee, yet he remained standing under the pressure, not retreating. Suddenly, Gray Lee's eyes flashed coldly. He entered a heightened state of concentration, making all movements around him seem to slow. Gray Lee was astonished to notice every motion of his opponent. Debo seemed to be moving unusually slowly. Was he always this slow? But then Gray Lee realized the truth. No, it was that he had become faster. The blazing red sword was immediately swung. Gray Lee poured all his strength into a lightning-fast slash. Sparks flew wildly amid the breathtaking clash, and a violent collision cracked the ground under immense pressure. As the dust settled, a deep chasm appeared in the arena, sending chills down everyone's spine. Professor Bodra widened his eyes in horror. He broke through the entire defensive barrier. Those around were also stunned by such unusual combat. Shouts rang across the stands. Is the student okay? Call the medical team immediately. Yet from the rubble, a demonic shadow slowly emerged, causing the professor to stammer in extreme fear. What? He remained unharmed. Debo had now fully transformed, his entire body shrouded in sinister dark purple energy. He tilted his head back and screamed wildly, his eyes emitting a dim, terrifying light. He looked like a monster awakening in the battlefield. Clearly, he had lost control. Seeing the threat was not over, Ariel shouted from the stands, Gray Lee, it's not over yet, be careful. Gray Lee gritted his teeth and replied, I know. Immediately after, his pupils contracted as he sensed a chilling, murderous intent. A massive dark energy suddenly exploded. It surged forward, engulfing Gray Lee in a violent blast. The entire arena descended into panic, screams echoing from all directions. Ariel gritted her teeth and asked about the barrier's status, but the answer was only helplessness. 10 seconds left. Amid the sweeping dark purple energy across the arena, Gray Lee struggled to stay upright. His crimson eyes narrowed in tension as he peered through the dust, trying to locate his opponent. Suddenly, a shadow closed in at an incredible speed, forcing Gray Lee to widen his eyes just in time for the lightning-fast strike. Gray Lee channeled force to block Debo's blade, feeling a violent shock ripple through his body. Seeing the enemy's twisted, frenzied face and blazing purple eyes, he silently trembled. This power, this speed, he cannot be human. Gray Lee's eyes blazed with killing intent. He gritted his teeth, reminding himself he was no longer ordinary either. He swung his sword, knocking the opponent back, temporarily relieving the crushing pressure. Gray Lee stared at Debo, horrified to realize that after all the strikes, he remained almost unharmed. Debo lunged again, but just as Gray Lee was about to counterattack, his body was hit by a violent recoil. Ariel shouted in despair. Gray Lee had been pushed to the limit. He gritted his teeth, telling himself if he did not strike back immediately it would end here. In excruciating pain, Gray Lee screamed for more power to turn the tide. Dark energy surged with the image of a haunted eye. Gray Lee's eyes burned with murderous intent. He disregarded everything to awaken the terrifying entity within. A single swing of his sword was so fast that no one could see it clearly. By the time anyone realized, both of Debo's arms had been severed by him. The professors in the stands, including Ariel, were stunned speechless at the horrific scene. The vast arena was almost flattened, the ground riddled with cracks under the tremendous pressure emanating from Gray Lee. As soon as the protective barrier was neutralized, Ariel immediately shouted, "The barrier is open." She and the other professors rushed down to the arena to prevent disaster before it was too late. Ropes of crimson energy wrapped tightly around Debo, staunching the blood while restraining the frenzied dark energy. Gray Lee panted in excruciating pain. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body endured the violent backlash from the just unleashed power. Ariel dashed over in alarm, her hands glowing with deep blue magic as she shouted, "Gray Lee, are you all right?" The other professors also hurried to assist. Ariel immediately ordered, "Quick, use recovery magic on him." Gray Lee lay motionless on the ground as the healing light seeped into every fiber of his body. Seeing his breathing gradually stabilize, Ariel exhaled in relief. Thank heavens his little life was finally preserved. But immediately she froze as she noticed something extremely unusual. To everyone's astonishment, Gray Lee suddenly stood steadily and gently said thank you to her. Professor beside him was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. You can stand? Are you sure you're okay?" Instead of answering, Gray Lee turned to Ariel and asked how she felt, but Ariel remained silent. She lifted her hand to her glasses, activating her blazing heavenly eye to look deeply into him. She exclaimed in shock, unable to believe it. Through her vision, Ariel was astonished to realize that despite just using a tremendous power, Gray Lee's soul remained intact, completely unharmed. Curious about his physical condition, Gray Lee asked, and Ariel replied that the restorative magic was complete. He would no longer feel pain. Gray Lee smiled in satisfaction, clearly effective. Hector approached Ariel, silently confirming that they had successfully minimized adverse reactions as planned. Hector wondered in shock whether this state truly represented reduced reactions. Ariel, her body radiating formidable magic, warned that without timely restorative magic, Gray Lee could have been in danger, and he was truly fortunate the teachers intervened in time. She reassured herself that keeping the wound at a healable level was a great success. Hector pondered, hoping that one day Gray Lee could withstand such tremendous pressure, but knowing it would require much more training. Standing between the two professors, Gray Lee realized that the grueling training he had endured had actually prepared him for this life-and-death moment. Ariel walked across the arena, admitting that everything had gone beyond the planned scenario. Seeing Debo tied to a stretcher in a terrible condition, he approached the judge to confirm the final matter, who was the winner of the match. The announcement rang clearly everywhere. The protective barrier of the male representative Debo. Fake Redato was activated by Gray Lee's attack, so the winner was the male representative Gray Lee. The entire arena erupted in cheers and applause. The students discussed in astonishment, unable to believe he had truly defeated a second-year student. Praise for the Heavenly Eye special admission class resounded nonstop. Some even called Gray Lee Lord Gray Lee after the crazy performance. Witnessing this miracle, Hector silently thought that the streak of 35 consecutive losses of first-year students had finally ended. Another professor admitted that after the battle, no one dared to doubt Ariel's ability to read people. He agreed that after witnessing this, the Academy had no choice but to acknowledge she was right. No one dared support abolishing the Heavenly Eye special admission program anymore. The professors completely changed their attitude. They thought the Academy should be ashamed for ever intending to erase the program and nearly expelling a prodigious talent. Ariel silently watched Gray Lee surrounded by the crowd celebrating in the arena. Her eyes filled with tears of emotion, she smiled happily and silently thanked her student. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Badra became unbearably tense. The other professors looked at the old man with scrutinizing eyes, demanding that anyone wanting to abolish the Heavenly Eye program reconsider their responsibility. Bodra, sweating profusely, pale-faced, froze and stammered in humiliation as his vile scheme was exposed. Flustered, he looked for a way to escape under judging eyes. I still have some things to prepare." Ignoring colleagues calling, he hurriedly fled. "Wait for me," he hastily declared. "I request permission to leave first." Watching the pitiful figure flee, an elderly professor quietly recalled an old saying, "Never provoke a heavenly eye." That saying still holds true today. He remarked that compared to his youth, Ariel was now much gentler due to changing times. Observing from afar the respect the seniors had for her master, Gray Lee wondered if something had happened to Ariel in the past. As the noisy crowd dispersed, a gray-haired man wearing glasses approached Gray Lee, saying, "Now that all the distractions are gone, we can discuss a few issues I am concerned about." Gray Lee Gray Lee looked on guard and asked what the matter was. Some new matter, otherwise why call me back just to look at each other? Principal directly mentioned the incident that occurred during the match. Representative 52 Debo was forced to absorb an abnormal power into his body. We will investigate thoroughly, acknowledging that the practice match, which should have been safe, nearly cost the student's life. With a remorseful look, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed. The Academy takes responsibility for not detecting the anomaly earlier. First, I offer my sincerest apologies to you. Gray Lee scratched his head, humbly replying, do not worry. In the end, nothing serious happened. Thank you. Immediately after, he unexpectedly raised his hand to his glasses. His eyes glowed with a deep blue magical power. After Debo lost control, he had also released something. Gray Lee broke into a sweat under the opponent's pressure. The image of Gray Lee covered in blazing red energy returned to the official's mind. He assessed that it was not magic, but a strange power beyond the analytical capability of modern magic. He looked directly at Gray Lee and asked if he could reveal what that power was, showing concern. Gray Lee closed his eyes, mind in turmoil, wondering what to say. He could not reveal anything before reversing time, especially without knowing where the mastermind behind the liquidator was hiding. Finally, he coldly replied, I do not know. You do not know, even though you used it yourself, Gray Lee affirmed frankly, yes. I did not know I possessed that power. It was Professor Ariel who recognized and explained it to me. Nearby, Ariel looked at Gray Lee with sharp eyes, silently scolding in her mind that he had mastered this power when defeating the demon general. What was he scheming? Gray Lee glanced at Ariel and gave her a meaningful smile. He silently begged her to go along with it, because to stop Liquidator, she had to keep holding that power. Realizing her student's intent, Ariel smiled with deep meaning. So that is how you see everything. Indeed, your thinking is hardly like someone living for the first time. She walked over unhurriedly, gratitude rising in her heart. Thank you. Since you trust me this much, I will certainly step forward and protect you. Ariel came before the principal and confirmed that what he said was true. Gray Lee's power could not be explained by ordinary magical theory. Even so, she emphasized that with her heavenly eyes, she could still see the source of that power very clearly. Ariel said that after observing that source of energy, she had asked Professor Hector to train Gray Lee, helping him control it as he did now. The principal pondered for a long while, then admitted that after the battle just now, he could not refuse. He declared that from now on, not only Gray Lee, but the entire special Heavenly Eyes group would be under Ariel's full authority, and the Academy would always be ready to support her. Gray Lee and Ariel exchanged a knowing look, while she smiled brightly, utterly satisfied. Right after that, the principal announced that the whole group would go to the special underground medical ward to examine Debo, and asked Ariel to come along. The two left together, beginning a deeper investigation into the strange changes in the opponent's body. In the quiet atmosphere of the office, Ariel thoughtfully took a sip of hot tea. Looking at Gray Lee, Ariel revealed a shocking truth. The source of power that had affected Debo was almost identical to Liquidator's power. The image of that eerie purple energy erupting from Debo's chest surfaced again. It was like proof of a danger silently appearing right inside the Academy. Ariel confirmed that the crystals implanted in Debo's body were exactly the kind they had seen in the laboratory. Gray Lee anxiously asked how his opponent was now. Ariel silently sipped her tea, then answered in a cold voice, "He is already dead." Gray Lee froze and clenched his fist. He wondered, could it have been because of him? Ariel immediately denied it, explaining that the moment that power activated, Debo was no longer himself. She stated that this was clearly retaliation aimed at Gray Lee after he defeated Varian. In other words, he had waited for a chance to take revenge on Gray Lee, but in the end, he failed miserably. Gray Lee said in a low voice, I understand. He realized that if Debo had been tampered with after Varian's death, then a third party had surely intervened. Ariel agreed that behind this matter, there was an even more troubling mastermind, and she would continue investigating even if it took a long time. Taking another sip of tea, Ariel said she had a feeling the deepest layers of the Academy were connected to this conspiracy. Gray Lee turned his gaze toward the massive structure. He answered decisively, I understand. If there is anything I can help with, please let me know. Ariel lowered her eyes to the ring on her hand. She smiled gently in thanks, then turned to Gray Lee's power, remarking that he had learned to use it without harming his soul. But Ariel only reassured him gently, do not worry too much. She revealed that Professor Hector had proposed raising his training to a new stage. Gray Lee cried out excitedly, really? Ariel smiled and confirmed that he would soon learn how to control that source of power far better than he could now. In the middle of the vast arena, hundreds of dummies clad in iron armor stood towering like an unmoving army. Gray Lee stood in the encirclement, thinking to himself that he did not need anyone to tell him. This training method was truly dangerous and painful. Professor Hector looked at him with stern eyes, then gave him the final choice. If you want to spend more time, there are still safer methods. Are you truly certain about this decision? Gray Lee looked straight at the professor, his crimson eyes blazing with resolve, then answered decisively, yes. Hearing that answer, Hector nodded. Good, then let us begin. Gray Lee gently closed his eyes, focusing his entire mind to find his sense of self again. He silently recited in his mind, I am a single blade. Remember that feeling. A surge of crimson fire aura began to cover the sword and spread across Gray Lee's body. Terrifying pressure radiated outward. He said softly, "Let us go." Right after that, his blood-red eyes, brimming with killing intent, suddenly flew open. In an instant, Gray Lee shot forward like a red bolt of lightning. He cut the iron dummies into pieces in mere moments, so fast that the observers could barely react. Crimson sword trails wove densely through the arena. Gray Lee moved at an unbelievable speed, forming a storm of destruction that crushed every obstacle. Thunderous explosion erupted, blasting away row after row of iron armor, leaving the observing professors stunned. One person trembled and blurted out, "He is too fast." The other could only stand in silence, too shocked to speak. Hector silently watched every movement of his student, his gaze heavy with thought. In the middle of the arena, Gray Lee rushed like a whirlwind, grinding the iron dummies into countless fragments. However, that terrifying source of power began to backlash violently. Immediately, the Academy's medical team appeared. They simultaneously cast grand magic, activating healing arts. Brilliant streams of emerald spiritual power enveloped Gray Lee, sinking into every fiber of flesh to soothe the pain tormenting his body. Gray Lee gradually regained clarity, forced himself up, and thanked those who had healed him. Hector stepped forward and smiled with satisfaction. "Well done. You endured longer than last time, and your body will gradually adapt if you continue training." Gray Lee looked down at his sword, shocked to realize that earlier, because he had been too focused, he had completely sunk into a combat state, to the point that he had not realized the terrifying extent of the destruction he had caused. Gray Lee acknowledged his own power, but had to face the pain that came with using it. Packard calmly reminded him that pain was proof of surpassing one's limits, and though the training was harsh, he still let Gray Lee decide whether to continue or stop. Without the slightest hesitation, Gray Lee tightened his grip on the sword. His crimson eyes blazed with resolve. He would try once more. Sound echoing from the forest cut off Gray Lee's intent. Was Professor Ariel. Daily training was permitted only once, and she had appeared at just the right time. Gray Lee wanted to continue because his body had recovered through magic. He asked whether his soul would be safe, and Ariel explained that magic healed physical wounds, but his sense for swinging a sword would be thrown into disorder if he suffered damage that was too severe. She looked deep into Gray Lee's eyes and reminded him that he understood this better than anyone. Gray Lee fell silent as he remembered the old scar and the military doctor's warning. The injuries left untreated from the time Belder had bullied him had long held back his progress in swordsmanship. Hector breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that even he was wary of this insane training, while Gray Lee remained silent, understanding that extreme effort. Leon Hart wondered why Gray Lee had to rush to become stronger when his current strength was already enough to stand at the top of the first years. Faced with that doubt, Ariel bitterly took the blame upon herself. She regretted dragging Gray Lee into the war with Varian, turning him into a target for the forces lurking underground, and if he did not grow stronger, he could be in danger at any moment. Ariel stated that the incident with Debo was only the beginning of the schemes to come. Those in the shadows and Brad Rinker's organization would soon come looking for him to take revenge. Ariel's gaze was heavy with guilt, and she stressed that becoming stronger was the only path for Gray Lee to survive, then spoke a belated apology. Gray Lee comforted his master. Stopping the liquidator experiment had been his own choice, and he would carry it out at any cost. Ariel looked proudly at her student, admitting that Gray Lee was outstanding, and that she could only help him draw out his hidden power to the fullest. Icot caught the implication in Ariel's words, guessed that she had a plan of her own, and Ariel confirmed it with a mysterious smile. Hector asked Ariel whether she had forgotten the fastest and safest way for a swordsman to become stronger. In the middle of the ruined arena, Gray Lee was confused, unable to understand what the professor was hinting at. Hector closed his eyes in satisfaction, stating that changing the sword was the fastest way to grow stronger by changing to a sharper blade. Gray Lee looked at the sword at his waist with doubt. Ariel explained that although the Academy sword was enough for a first year, it could not withstand his terrifying power. Looking over the fragments of the shattered blade, she said with certainty, no ordinary weapon could endure the dreadful pressure that Gray Lee created. Ariel took out a golden key and declared that she would lead Gray Lee to the secret vault. Hector stopped her in shock. Gray Lee was still a student, and he wondered whether it was safe for him to receive that weapon. Ariel waved her hand, insisting that everything was fine. Blue magic flared as Ariel activated the key, and she declared that Gray Lee deserved this privilege. A massive gate of light appeared amid the ruins, radiating a pressure that left Gray Lee stunned. Ariel stepped into the dazzling radiance and ordered him to follow her. Master and student stepped inside, and Gray Lee passed through the gate of light. He was instantly overwhelmed by the shining white scene within. His eyes widened before an enormous treasure vault filled with gold, silver, and precious ancient relics. Gray Lee could only voice his astonishment at the extraordinary scale of this place. Ariel muttered as she walked, searching for the sword section, then quickly led the group toward rows of tall shelves. She explained that their goal was to find a sword capable of withstanding his power. Looking around, Gray Lee silently admired the sword's radiating killing intent, while Hackett stated that no place in the world had a larger collection. Ariel admitted that choosing from thousands of top-grade items would not be easy, and because of Gray Lee's power, they would only test at most one sword each day for safety. She decided to choose a few swords for Gray Lee to test, beginning with the smallest sharp sword in the collection. Gray Lee drew a large, radiant sword from the rack. He could clearly feel the considerable weight in his hand. Ariel smiled, stating that although it was heavy, it cut exceptionally smoothly. She motioned for Gray Lee to go to the training target and told him to test it at once. Gray Lee focused and launched himself forward. The sword sank deep into the rubble. Watching from behind, Ariel commented that it was powerful but a little too heavy for real combat, and Haikot agreed. The user's technique mattered more. Ariel thought that owning this sword would still be useful when facing large, slow enemies or sturdy structures. She suggested adding a magical storage bag so Gray Lee would not be hindered when putting the sword away. Gray Lee asked in surprise, looking at the top-grade sword in his hand. She could not just lend something like this out casually, right? Ariel half closed her eyes and smiled mysteriously, saying it was better to let someone use it than leave it gathering dust in the vault. Her gaze turned icy, giving one final warning. When facing the one behind Varian, could he truly be sure he would not regret leaving it behind? Looking at the radiant sword, Gray Lee recalled the painful past when he and his comrades had been powerless before the enemy's strength. Whether it was present or not, nothing had changed no matter how much they trained. Returning to the present, Gray Lee looked at the top-grade sword and sincerely thanked her for lending it to him. It felt good to be cared for by his teachers. Ariel reminded him to avoid letting others see the sword, and Gray Lee asked why. He said that if it were put on the market, it would be worth at least 10 billion, no less than 10,000 gold coins. Hearing that enormous number, Gray Lee was shocked, his eyes bulging and sweat pouring down his body. 10 billion. Gray Lee panicked and tried to refuse, but Ariel was firm. She would not take it back. She was giving it to him outright. She explained that if he only borrowed Gray Lee's belongings, he would hold back and not dare to use his full abilities. Gray Lee was still stunned, stammering as he asked whether she was joking. But Ariel replied coldly, "No, I am completely serious." Ariel stepped closer, her heavenly eye blazing, pressure enveloping the room as she declared, "If I can protect the heavenly eye special admission slot with only 10 billion, I will do it at once. That sword is a belated reward for everything you have done." Gray Lee was just about to say, but Ariel immediately radiated angry might, closing in as she asked threateningly, "Or do you want to say that my heavenly eye specialist slot is not worth 10 billion? Gray Lee was so frightened his face turned pale, and he answered shakily, "No, Professor, I am just hesitant." Gray Lee gripped the sword tightly and said sincerely, "Thank you very much, I will take good care of it." Ariel smiled in satisfaction and replied, "Good." She quickly thought that aside from that sword, she needed to find something more ordinary, something usable in regular battles. Gray Lee looked around the enormous treasury and silently praised Headcode, never having imagined Ariel's treasury would be this impressive. Headcode explained, of course, no one has discerning eyes as sharp as Ariel the Heavenly Eye. With those eyes, she could earn as much money as she wished. Ariel's eyes blazed, revealing a powerful X-shaped symbol as she spoke. As his instructor, "Which sword do you think is the best?" Hector observed for a moment, then pointed at a slender sword shining on the rack. "Try it, how about this one?" Gray Lee held the new sword and asked, "May I try it?" Ariel nodded, "Feel free." Immediately, Gray Lee unleashed sword swings as fast as lightning. Watching it was truly dizzying. After the test, Gray Lee silently assessed it. "Not bad, I suppose." When he examined the blade closely, Gray Lee wondered, "The sword is well crafted, but something feels off, or maybe I am simply not used to it yet." Hector, standing by and watching, also realized it. "It seems it does not suit you very well." After thinking for a while, Ariel spoke up with a suggestion. "Chiang, it was originally for experimentation, but it may suit you." Gray Lee looked up in the direction the professor pointed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before his eyes was a stunning sword, its diamond patterns radiating a mysterious, deep, blue spiritual power. Hector smiled encouragingly. "Try holding it." Gray Lee cautiously gripped the sword, his red eyes glowing with curiosity, and the moment he lifted it, he was surprised by how light it was. But when he observed it closely, he was shocked to realize this weapon had no edge. Hector explained, "This is a sword made to test new technology, not for combat, though it is only an unsharpened block of steel. It has extremely high durability, making it very suitable for Gray Lee right now." Gray Lee asked doubtfully, "Meaning with my current strength, I do not need a sharp sword, or are you confirming that no ordinary sword can withstand my strength?" He warned that if Gray Lee continued to increase his strength, even these top-grade treasures would only slow him down. Therefore, instead of relying on sharpness, Gray Lee needed to aim for combat that did not depend on a blade, winning without needing a sword. Then he would become extraordinarily powerful. Hector affirmed that this sword was the perfect missing piece for him. Prove it. The professor took the sword and swung it fiercely straight at the target. Instead of cutting, the sword produced a heavy blow with brutal offensive force. The sturdy steel pillar was crushed, completely deforming under the pressure. Gray Lee was stunned, truly amazed by Hector's power, while Ariel silently thought Gray Lee should keep using swords, though trying it a little would not hurt. Ariel asked whether Gray Lee wanted to try another type of weapon besides swords, saying she was willing to lead him to another area. Gray Lee said firmly, even if you say that, I only want to try the swords here. His gaze swept over the many top-grade treasures and came to a stop. It stopped on an impressive sword with blazing red patterns. Gray Lee silently assessed it. This one is much lighter and stronger than the previous one. In short, have you chosen yet? Gray Lee stepped forward, telling himself he would try that one too. But when he neared another silver sword, he suddenly stopped. A strange sensation ran down Gray Lee's spine, leaving him shaken as he wondered, what is this? I feel like I have seen this sword before. Somewhere. Gray Lee curiously asked Ariel about this sword, and she glanced at it before answering directly, that one was left behind by a former student after graduation. It is not famous, but it was crafted very well. Gray Lee slowly asked, may I try this one? Ariel was cheerful. She agreed, of course. Gray Lee held the silver sword, feeling an astonishingly perfect fit, and thought to himself, as it were born for my hand. Before the practice target, Gray Lee took a deep breath and swung the sword, lightly cutting the wooden target in half. Witnessing that smooth sword stroke, Hector and Ariel both marveled. Gray Lee looked at the sword in his hand, his red eyes glowing with joy. It felt as though he had trained with it since birth. So this is the one, right? Ariel smiled and asked, do you like it? Gray Lee answered decisively, I do. I have never held a sword this easy to use in my life. Ariel nodded, then try it some more, see whether it truly suits your strength. However, Gray Lee suddenly grew worried and asked hesitantly, but is this not a former student's sword? If I break it, Ariel reassured him, affirming that the sword would be happier being used than lying dusty in the treasury. Looking at the reflection on the gleaming blade, Gray Lee silently thought, perhaps she is right. Gray Lee curiously asked Ariel the name of the former student who crafted this masterpiece, and she frankly revealed Metalum. Immediately, Gray Lee's pupils contracted from a powerful shock. In his mind appeared the legendary figure of Metalum, the greatest magic swordsmith, leaving Gray Lee stunned as he wondered whether this sword was truly his work. Back in reality at the Pala Arena, Ariel declared in a clear voice that today would begin the sword's trial. She asked Gray Lee to push the sword to its absolute limit to test both its power and durability, and he quickly replied, I understand. Ariel held the sword with a diamond pattern, deciding to begin with this weapon first. Handing the weapon to her student, she explained that she wanted to test the strangest sword to see how Gray Lee's power would affect it. Gray Lee accepted the sword, readied himself, and gave her a slight nod in reply. Standing in the middle of the arena, he focused all his will to awaken the power hidden within. Blazing red wisps of fire energy began to erupt around him. Yet he suddenly froze, his expression full of doubt. Gray Lee stared at the sword and said to the professors, I am sorry, let me try again. Ariel and Haycott silently observed as the blazing red-black energy once again wound tightly around the blade in an eerie manner. Gray Lee focused his entire mind, telling himself that he was a single blade, and poured his strength into the weapon. Yet the fire energy that only just flared suddenly vanished, leaving him stunned. Gray Lee realized in shock that his power could not activate on the test sword. It seemed the sword would not cooperate with him. Ariel stepped closer, worriedly asking whether he felt anything unusual in his body, but Gray Lee insisted everything was normal. Ariel fell into thought, guessing that the sword might be the cause. She decided to set this sword aside for now and try another one. It seemed incompatible with Gray Lee's source of power. Ariel took out the magical storage device, preparing for Gray Lee to test the sword that looked the most ordinary in the collection. She drew the slender, radiant silver sword of her former student and handed it to Gray Lee, telling him to try this one. Gray Lee stood in the middle of the vast arena, taking a deep breath to focus all his will on the weapon. He told himself, I am a single blade. Immediately, the red fire energy erupted fiercely, wrapping tightly around Metalum's silver sword. Gray Lee grew excited when he saw his power respond in harmony with the weapon. I managed to activate it. Suddenly, a deep and mysterious voice rang out inside Gray Lee's mind. As the moment passed, Gray Lee froze in shock. His blazing red eyes clearly showed doubt. Why did I just hear a voice in my head? Haycott nodded to Ariel from afar, confirming that activating his power no longer encountered any obstacle thanks to the compatible sword. Casting aside his confusion, Gray Lee shouted loudly, come on. He charged into the middle of the army of iron dummies, crushing the solid armor in the blink of an eye. Gray Lee analyzed silently as he fought. The amount of power remained the same, but he realized the key point. The sword swung with astonishing smoothness. His body felt light, and Gray Lee unleashed a chain of slashes at terrifying speed. Gray Lee swung blazing red sword arcs, shattering the armor in an instant. Spectators exclaimed in shock, so fast. But this time it is completely different from before. A storm of red sword energy swept across the arena. Gray Lee moved with extraordinary speed, feeling as if he were flying amid the scattering iron fragments. The final iron helmet fell to the ground, ending the frenzied chain of attacks. Gray Lee's blazing red eyes flashed with cold, sharp focus. He stood firm, sword in hand, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his aura had not diminished at all. Gray Lee panted, staring at the result in astonishment. Are there no targets left? He looked at the sword, calculating that the number of targets was still the same as before, remembering that during the previous training, he had only taken down half. Yet now, the entire army of dummies had been wiped out by him. Ariel watched from afar, softly calling her student's name. Her gaze complicated Gray Lee. Ariel and the professors rushed over in panic, and she asked loudly, "How are you still standing?" Gray Lee asked blankly in return, as his consciousness began to fade. A deep wound bled violently from the terrible backlash, causing him to faint again on the spot. Seeing her student in such terrible condition, Ariel cried out in panic and dropped the sword. The silver sword fell to the floor as Gray Lee collapsed. Ariel immediately ordered the medical team to deploy healing magic. Under the effect of the emerald spiritual power, Gray Lee struggled to stand. He trembled as he braced one hand against the ground. Stunned, he wondered, "My power is..." Hector rushed over to support his student and warned him not to push himself too hard, and Gray Lee weakly replied, "Sorry." Ariel reminded him that losing too much blood would drain his strength even with magic, and ordered him to rest. Hackett judged that Gray Lee had just surpassed his previous limit, regarding it as a good sign. Ariel bent down to pick up the sword, agreeing but warning that moving without realizing the condition of one's own body was very dangerous, and that he had to be careful in real combat. Ariel raised the silver sword and examined it, admiring it. After all that, not a single scratch. It truly is an excellent sword. Looking at the gleaming blade that reflected her image, Ariel secretly wondered whether the sword's aura had grown stronger or whether it was only an illusion. All of a sudden, Ariel froze, her expression changing at once. Sensing something unusual, Hector hurriedly asked with concern, "What is it, Professor?" Immediately after, an earth-shaking explosion rocked the entire academy. Gray Lee and Hector stared in shock at the scene before them, only managing to blurt out in astonishment. From above, massive blocks of stone began crashing down. Thick dust and smoke quickly swallowed the crumbling tower. Below, students fled in panic, screams ringing out everywhere. "It exploded, run, debris is falling. What is going on? Is it an earthquake or a tsunami?" In the critical situation, professors all issued orders at once. All guides raised barriers, prioritize protecting lives. A massive blue shield immediately rose. Sweat poured down Gray Lee's face as he wondered in shock what had just happened. Hector stared fixedly at the scene, his face heavy as he realized the place under attack was the hazardous materials storage. Looking at the strange purple energy blazing there, he was certain this was a deliberate explosion caused by humans. Hector added that right after the explosion, he had briefly seen traces of teleportation magic in an instant. Ariel guessed in horror, could they be openly looting the academy headquarters? The people around them immediately rejected that idea, since the storage walls were protected by extremely powerful anti-teleportation magic, and could withstand almost every kind of explosive spell. Ariel looked into the black smoke and revealed the horrifying truth. Liquidator energy was mixed in there. Gray Lee froze, unable to understand when those demons had slipped in. Ariel adjusted her glasses and concluded that they had likely used crystals created in the underground laboratory to destroy the outermost wall of the anti-teleportation barrier. Gray Lee was shocked as he realized who stood behind this reckless attack. So the ones who caused the explosion were Varian's accomplices. They truly had the audacity to attack the Academy headquarters directly in broad daylight. After the investigation at the scene, a shocking truth was finally confirmed. Many extremely valuable items in the Academy's storage had been stolen. Before the scene diagram, Professor Ariel thoughtfully gave her assessment. Though the higher-ups tried to conceal many details, it was clear this was not somewhere outsiders could easily cause such a massive explosion. The fact that the enemy had completely disabled the teleportation blocking device and successfully escaped was the clearest proof. Ariel firmly concluded that this was definitely an inside job. They had already opened a path for their accomplices to infiltrate. Gray Lee cried out in shock as he realized the rot had spread inside the organization itself. Impossible. Ariel gazed into the distance, bitterly admitting that perhaps the Academy could no longer be trusted, or that the truth had long been dark. She analyzed that if the Academy had already been manipulated by the enemy, they could use authority to take anything they wanted. The only reason they had to choose such an extreme method as blowing up the storage was precisely because they could not seize those items legally. Ariel walked forward in deep thought, then asserted that the true culprit behind this incident was none other than the organization Blood Drinker. She said angrily that those vermin had wormed their way into the Academy itself. Gray Lee suddenly remembered Bella's hateful gaze whenever she mentioned the one who had killed her parents. Ariel sat down with a grave expression, warning Gray Lee that after bringing down Varian, he had also fallen into their sights. Ariel folded her arms, her eyes shining with worry as she gave her final warning. Always stay vigilant, especially whenever you leave the academy. Gray Lee looked straight at the professor, his crimson eyes shining with determination, then answered firmly, I understand. Gray Lee entered the lecture hall with a rather calm demeanor. However, the gloomy atmosphere hanging over the students made him feel strange. Why does everyone look so miserable? Could it have something to do with the explosion just now? Seeing that everyone looked as if they were about to be dragged to the execution grounds, Gray Lee asked curiously what exactly had happened. Classmate looked at him in surprise. You did not read the notice about the field march drill sent to the dormitory. Gray Lee paused, only then remembering that sheet of paper. The classmate said in despair that it was a week of marching 16 hours a day, camping in an area with monsters, along with combat training and professor supervision. The image of monsters lurking in the night was like a nightmare. It was said that more than half the students dropped out every year because of this training. Gray Lee quietly looked at his classmate's fear and thought that on a real battlefield, no one knew when the enemy would attack. Memories of the hellish training in the Liquidator subjugation squad surged back. Back then, they had been thrown into the mountains and forests and marched for an entire week among hordes of monsters. Some had even nearly lost their lives when colossal entities ambushed them in the dark of night. Gray Lee had gone through it, which was why he remained so calm. Gray Lee told himself that this time professors would be accompanying them, so no tragedy would happen, leaving the classmate beside him speechless and wondering if he was serious. Leon Hart looked over in admiration, thinking Gray Lee truly exceeded expectations. Even hellish training could not shake him. Gray Lee gave a strained smile, but faced with everyone's fear, he still felt that some danger was waiting ahead. Day of the annual field march drill for first-year students finally arrived. Before the majestic city gate, the professor leading the group loudly announced their departure and warned that this would be an extremely brutal training exercise. In the distance, majestic mountains and long cascading waterfalls appeared like a challenge to the new recruits. Getting admitted was one thing, but earning a diploma would be far more difficult. Gray Lee looked toward the horizon and realized that place was the edge of the Wintel continent. He remembered that almost no residents lived in this land, then wondered to himself why no one stayed there. The group of students, carrying full equipment on their backs, began leaving the academy's protection and advancing into a land full of danger. The entire group silently followed one another across fields of lush green grass. They had officially begun an arduous journey of survival. As they moved deep into the dense forest, one student looked around nervously and asked, "Professor, that place does not look like a path." The professor replied calmly, "I know." Under his students' bewildered gazes, he said coldly that if they walked along a proper road, how could it still be called training? A heavy and exhausted atmosphere quickly settled over the entire group of freshmen. Heavy panting rang out in rapid succession. An exhausted student complained, "Professor, how much longer do we have to walk?" Faced with their exhaustion, the professor indifferently announced that only 8 hours had passed, and today the group had only covered half the distance. What, only halfway? Groans rang throughout the forest as the students realized that on the very first day, their stamina was already nearly drained. Looking at the despairing students, the professor began encouraging them with unbelievable words. "Just keep going, your bodies will eventually adapt. The difficulty only lies at the beginning. Before long, you will walk by instinct." Really, he was definitely lying. Amid everyone's exhaustion, all eyes turned to Leon Hart, an outstanding student who seemed to show no sign of fatigue at all. Truly, the level of the top student in the swordsmanship course was different, but however, Leon Hart was paying attention to someone else, his gaze fixed on the solid back ahead. Leon Hart inwardly praised him. Just as expected of Gray Lee from the first day, his pace had not changed, and his flickering red eyes still calmly observed the surroundings. That proved Gray Lee's stamina was still extremely stable. Exhausted, a female student dragged her feet close to the edge of the forest. She suddenly stumbled back when she sensed something unusual. Immediately, a giant spider lunged down from the tree, and she only had time to scream, feeling as if her life was in danger. But before the creature touched her, a sword suddenly flew in at terrifying speed, cutting the spider into the tree trunk in an instant. Gray Lee quickly retrieved the sword after taking down the spider, while the girl was still too stunned to recover, trembling as she thanked him, and he only replied calmly, "Some of the bugs here are poisonous. You should be careful." Witnessing that response, Leon Hart was secretly shocked. He did not just debo, he was also always ready for every sudden attack, with no opening visible at all. Leon Hart looked at Gray Lee's back with reverence, wondering how he could debo for 8 hours straight and still remain absolutely alert, and how much training it must take to become like that. Meanwhile, Gray Lee remained composed, telling himself that his stamina was stable thanks to the harsh training before he turned back time. Compared to the hellish experience of his previous life, Gray Lee felt that being able to sleep well every night during this exercise was already far too generous, as expected of someone who had lived through land death. Even so, Gray Lee's blazing red eyes were filled with thought. But more importantly, what worried him was Professor Ariel's words surfaced in his memory. Always stay vigilant, especially when outside the academy. Gray Lee realized this exercise was an ideal opportunity for hidden enemies, because it brought them into an area with loose security, while the academy knew their exact location. Gray Lee clenched his hand, praying that nothing would happen. The entire group of students trudged deep into the forest, a place filled with danger under the professor's guidance. The marching group suddenly received an order to stop from the professor. All the students were exhausted, panting after the long distance. The professor folded his arms with authority, announcing that from now on, the meal training exercise would begin. Eating was also training, so for now, just eat. At the word eating, the gloomy atmosphere vanished and the students cheered with joy. Their minds filled with images of steaming plates of food, from soup and meat skewers to fragrant noodles. Everyone jumped with joy because they could finally rest and have a good meal. Gray Lee looked doubtful, thinking to himself, meal training, huh? This feels ominous. Just as expected, the professor immediately extinguished their excitement with a blank expression, rest. He coldly explained that when eating during a march, the students had to cook for themselves. The entire group of students fell into disappointment, collapsing tiredly onto the ground. Despite their disappointment, the professor announced that he had divided the squads to balance their strength. Each squad would receive cooking tools and begin preparing their meal immediately. A magic list appeared, announcing Squad D with Gray Lee as leader, along with Bask, Rumia, and Banaz. Gray Lee worried inwardly, this squad, huh? Will it be all right for me to be leader? Will anyone listen to my orders when I entered the school through special admission? While he was thinking, a pink-haired male student walked over cheerfully. Nice to meet you. Gray Lee was surprised as he shook his hand. They were friendlier than expected, not the kind who would say, I do not want to take orders from someone who did not pass the regular exam. He hesitantly asked, are you really fine with me being leader? And the other boy waved his hand. What are you talking about? After the interclass battle, no one is more qualified than you, the girl in the squad nodded. That's right, you are the most trustworthy one. They quickly brought the equipment crate over and asked Gray Lee for his opinion. What do you want us to do next? Seeing their respectful attitude, Gray Lee smiled, telling himself that the match had truly left a strong impression. This academy only respected strength. Luckily, he had proven his ability. Otherwise, he would certainly have been looked down on. Another student raised his hand in panic and asked, Professor, there is no food among the supplies. What I mean is, all we have is one pot and a fire starter. Looking at the lone pot, the professor coldly extinguished their hope. On a real march, you might not even have food, let alone cooking supplies. Being given a pot is already generous. Do you not think so? The students were stunned when they learned there were narration. Leon Hart stepped forward and asked, Professor, with all due respect, in modern field operations, magic storage bags exist to support logistics, right? It is hard to imagine a long march without bringing food. The professor admitted, you are right, but that only applies to marches that have already been planned. He further explained that in emergencies or when supply officers were killed in action, they might have to march for a long time without prior preparation. Furthermore, magic storage bags were extremely precious items. Unless you belong to a large unit, everyone has to carry their own supplies on their backs like now. The professor's gaze turned sharp and cold as he pressed them. When that happens, do you want to die without being able to do anything? Learn how to survive. Under the pressure, Leon Hart could only lower his head and admit fault. I am sorry. Gray Lee looked at the black bag in his hand, stunned as he realized that magic storage bags were that rare, when he had always thought it was just a sword pouch. The professor's expression changed, and he announced, but do not worry, there is good news for you. He revealed that the forest was full of monsters, and although magic had been used to drive them away, it would now be removed, so they no longer had to worry about finding food. Good luck. He had the students leave their luggage behind, then snapped his fingers and released the monster-repelling magic. Barrier shattered, and the students officially began their survival hunt. Buzz nervously looked around the forest and asked Gray Lee, Leader, what do you think we should do? Gray Lee calmly replied, hunt monsters and eat them. That is our only choice. I observed carefully along the way. Judging by the footprints and droppings left behind, this forest only has small to medium-sized monsters, so the whole squad can handle them with swords. Rumia said anxiously, this so-called gradual training is no different from abandoning children in the wild. Real combat, finding monsters in a forest this wide will be exhausting. Gray Lee laid out a strategy that would make the monsters come to them on their own, using the team itself as bait, leaving everyone stunned. He meant turning themselves into a scent that would lure them in. He firmly urged everyone to move, saying that if they stayed still, they would have to compete with other squads for prey. Seeing his teammates hesitate, Gray Lee suggested another chilling option. If you do not want to fight, we can look for insects or snakes to eat. In a forest without monsters, knowing how to make use of this kind of food is important too. The image of insects and snakes frightened Rumia, and she secretly thought it would be better to hunt monsters, even though they were in a forest filled with dangerous creatures. The whole team could only follow along. Gray Lee was the group leader, so we will follow his guidance. The group began moving deeper into the forest beneath the light of the setting sun. Gray Lee suddenly stopped beside the root of an ancient tree. He bent down, touching the ground with his hand to sense even the faintest vibrations. Pressing a finger to his lips to signal silence, he whispered, "It is coming." His teammates were still bewildered when from the bushes, threatening rustles began to ring out. Suddenly, a giant bear with glowing red eyes charged out with a thunderous roar. It aimed straight at the stunned member, no longer afraid after seeing the bear's healthy paw. Facing the enormous creature that blotted out the sunlight, Ask froze as he realized this was a real monster, faster than anything he had ever imagined. But just as its claws were about to touch him, Buzz reacted in time and twisted aside to dodge. He felt his body move on its own thanks to his experience from the entrance exam and the harsh training before. Gritting his teeth, he stood firm. Do not underestimate World Alliance Academy. Razor-sharp slash cut deep into the monster, leaving a large wound. Even after taking the blow, the monster still roared in fury. Gray Lee was alarmed. With the reflexes of a seasoned warrior, Gray Lee finished off the bear before his teammate could be injured. In the end, it finally collapsed. The sword plunged into the ground after the lightning-fast slash. Bask sat down hard, still shaken after escaping death, while Rumia and Banaz rushed over anxiously. Gray Lee silently sheathed his sword. He remarked, "Its bones really are tough." Reached out to help his teammate up and asked if he was all right. Bask held Gray Lee's hand with trembling fingers. "Grateful you saved me. Thank you." Gray Lee looked at the monster's corpse and advised in a grave voice, "Wild monsters still move even after you land a hit. Prioritize avoiding their attacks instead of only aiming to kill them." Ask admitted, "Right, I learned that lesson the hard way." The whole team dragged the giant bear back to the campsite, realizing that survival combat was completely different from sparring practice. Night fell, and the flickering fire warmed one corner of the forest. Bear meat sizzled on skewers and simmered in a pot, giving off an enticing aroma. Bask ate ravenously and exclaimed in admiration, "Bear meat is delicious." Gray Lee enjoyed it silently, realizing that monster meat tasted different depending on the species. Some species tasted awful and were poisonous, so it was lucky they had hunted down a delicacy. As Gray Lee ladled soup, he shared his experience. When exploring, you should know the local monsters. If you need to find food in an unfamiliar place, hunting wild boar is safe and delicious. Rumia accepted a bowl of soup and thanked him. Buzz admired him. "You really know a lot, not only about swordsmanship, but survival too." Gray Lee smiled and said he had picked up a little experience, but secretly thought he would rather forget the memories of that harsh training. Buzz saw Gray Lee acting modest, looked at the grilled meat skewer, and thought to himself that he lacked no knowledge at all. While Squad D enjoyed dinner beside the flickering fire, another group of students came over with exhausted faces to ask for help. "Excuse me, if you have extra food, could you share some with us?" They were holding a tiny piece of charred meat in their hands. Gray Lee asked his teammates, "You do not mind, do you?" Looking at the pot of bear meat bubbling away, everyone thought there was enough for the whole class. Indeed, a bear that large would be hard to finish, so accepting the share was a blessing. One student was about to take a skewer, but before he could thank them, a pressure-laden shadow fell over them. The professor leading the group, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses, sternly forbade food transfers between squads. "If you want to eat, find it yourselves." Before the professor's authority, the students could only mumble yes and return to their thin soup, leaving the fragrant meat skewer behind under his strict watch. The whole group continued trudging through the forest beneath the blazing red twilight, until the professor called out clearly, "Everyone stop, this will be today's true camping exercise," he announced clearly. Immediately, the exhausted students collapsed, dropped their luggage, and sighed in relief. "Finally, we can rest." The meal from the bear helped the whole team recover. One student sprawled out, telling himself that at least he had eaten his fill. "We are luckier than most other teams, even so, exhaustion still hung over them." He thought to himself, "If I could get into bed now, it would feel like floating on clouds." Gray Lee trudged along carrying his luggage, and when he heard his teammates ask whether they still had to look for food, he only sighed wearily. Fortunately, the professor announced that the academy had prepared individual rations and camping tents, ordering them to maintain formation, quickly collect their supplies, and set up camp at the designated point. The professor also said there would be simulated attacks at night, so each team would divide up watch shifts, and as long as they repelled them, any method was allowed. Hearing that they had to move, a blonde student complained, worrying that they would slack off if they were near other teams. The professor appeared coldly. "I heard everything. The teams are being separated, so you cannot slack off." He declared that the official training had begun and urged them to hurry. "The slower you prepare, the less time you have to sleep." The students hurriedly carried supplies and set up camp. Night descended beneath the full moon. Gray Lee's squad gathered around the flickering fire, and Basque asked how they would divide the watch shifts. Gray Lee looked at the fire and answered that one person for each shift was enough. Rumia stretched gloomily and admitted that after a tiring day of marching, she only wanted to sleep for a long time. Gray Lee analyzed that if 2 people took each shift, each person would only sleep half the night, which was not practical. He decided on 1 person per shift. Buzz wondered how they would decide the order, and Gray Lee explained that the first and last shifts were the easiest, while the middle shift constantly interrupted sleep. He decisively took the second watch shift. He looked around and asked if anyone was willing to take the third shift. The elder smiled, volunteering. After all, you just saved me earlier. After Gray Lee's thanks, Benaz finalized the schedule, meaning Rumia would take the first shift. Rumia was delighted, thanked Benaz, and was reminded to wake the next person at the end of her shift. Quiet night blanketed the forest under the bright full moon. Rumia sat alone by the fire, focusing on keeping watch while everything around had fallen asleep. In the tent, Gray Lee rested deeply. He used the time to recover after a long, exhausting day. However, darkness lurked and silent footsteps drew near the group's tent. A hand tightly gripped the dagger hilt, its gleaming blade reflecting the firelight as the stranger approached the sleeping target. While Rumia nodded off by the fire, a sound from the darkness made Gray Lee open his eyes abruptly. He sprang up, gripping the sword hilt, assessing that the strange sound was not from a monster, which would be much louder. This was certainly a human and trying to remain undetected. Gray Lee peeked through a slit to observe. He saw that Rumia remained unaware of the nearby danger. He wondered if it was an illusion, but quickly dismissed the thought upon seeing unusual traces, certain someone was here. Gray Lee wondered if it might be the professor. Even while on patrol, he resolved not to be negligent. Ariel's warning echoed in his mind. After defeating Varian, he could become a target. Be cautious, especially when leaving the academy. Gray Lee tightened his grip on the sword, understanding he should treat the other as an assassin and act accordingly to preserve his life. Realizing staying in the tent was too dangerous, Gray Lee quietly withdrew to avoid being detected. Under the full moon shining like daylight, he thought hiding would be more difficult. He slipped into the shadows of the canopy, sword in hand, reminding himself to move carefully. Gray Lee stepped cautiously, the dry leaves underfoot making him alert. He recalled the harsh training with arrow god Jacob Bloomfield. At that time, the strict senior taught that walking normally with the sole of the foot would create too much noise. To move silently, he had to place the toes from the little toe to the big toe before setting down the heel to reduce sound. Jacob reminded that if the steps were uneven like a human but sounded like natural forest creatures, he would remain undetected. To master this skill, Gray Lee once walked barefoot through treacherous mountains to immerse himself in nature. Returning to the present in the silent night, Gray Lee applied the technique to track the shadow approaching the camp. When the stranger stopped by a rock, Gray Lee appeared behind him like lightning. He coldly pressed the sword to the man's neck and growled, "Stand still, answer immediately, one wrong move and you will pay." He commanded decisively, "Reveal which organization do you belong to and what is your name." Yet, Gray Lee froze as he recognized the restrained man's identity and exclaimed in shock. The man, panicked and drenched in sweat, turned out to be the professor leading the training group. Gray Lee withdrew his sword, asking to confirm whether this was a simulated attack for training. Professor stammered, confirming he wanted to test the students' vigilance. But he'd not expect Gray Lee to approach from behind without his knowledge, the sword at his neck. A true assassin, the professor smiled awkwardly with the sword still at his neck, unsure who was teaching whom anymore. Even so, Gray Lee remained alert, silently considering the possibility that the professor disguised himself to catch him off guard. But if he intended real harm, he would need a more dangerous weapon. Gray Lee's twitching red eyes scanned before slowly lowering the sword, knowing this might be an insider. Noticing no murderous intent from the other, he sheathed the sword, the professor still astonished. Both returned to the camp. At that moment, Rumia appeared with a sword in hand, frantically asking what the professor and Gray Lee were doing here. The professor scratched his head, explaining he wanted to check if the group kept watch carefully, not expecting Gray Lee to have noticed in advance. He folded his arms, praising the group's vigilance. Never having seen a freshman establish such a good watch, Rumia stammered while thinking Gray Lee should have been sleeping. The professor suspiciously asked Gray Lee if he had taken a watch shift. Gray Lee candidly replied he stepped on a branch on the way. Professor paused, nodding in confirmation. Gray Lee thought the sound woke him because it resembled a human presence. The professor was astonished, asking again if Gray Lee recognized the attack only from the sound while asleep. Gray Lee smiled modestly. "Just luck. Perhaps I was not in a deep sleep." His words left the professor speechless. The professor laughed heartily. After the sparring match, now this, Gray Lee continually surprised him. He gazed at Gray Lee thoughtfully, wondering what the academy could still teach this genius. After a brief thought, he declared Gray Lee forbidden from participating in night watch training. If he handled everything himself, the other students would learn nothing. Gray Lee anxiously asked if the lack of participants would affect the overall results. The professor quickly dismissed the concern. He opened a glowing magical record book, announcing the group would not receive any simulated attacks from 1 to 3 a.m., treating Gray Lee as on watch during that time. As he wrote, he affirmed that Gray Lee's night watch training score would be absolute, without any additional conditions attached. After saying that, he decisively snapped the notebook shut. The professor turned and left, first instructing the others to continue their watch, while Gray Lee alone was exempt. Walking through the darkness, he wondered in shock why he had not noticed Gray Lee approaching from behind. He even suspected the boy had once belonged to some elite assassination unit, but he immediately denied it because Gray Lee was still too young. Even so, that unbelievable ability continued to trouble the professor deeply. At the campsite, Rumia also looked at Gray Lee with astonished eyes, secretly curious about the true identity of the young man before her. Gray Lee could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly with a troubled expression. That mystery made everyone even more curious just who Gray Lee truly was. The next morning, Professor leading the group loudly ordered everyone to set out. A group of freshmen once again trudged through the ancient forest, heavy luggage on their shoulders. After last night's drill, everyone was haggard and exhausted. One person rubbed his eyes and complained of sleepiness, while another said he had not been able to close his eyes because of last night's alarm. In contrast, Gray Lee remained alert, quietly keeping pace amid his classmates' sighs. The whole group crossed through wildflower bushes and dense canopies. As the sunlight gradually faded, time passed very quickly, and before long the sky was dyed in the brilliant orange of sunset. Professor looked at the horizon and remarked that it was nearly dark. He stopped and announced that the entire group would make camp here for the day. Hearing the order to make camp, one student asked joyfully whether they could rest now, but another worried that camping this early surely meant there was still harsh training ahead. Facing his students' confusion, the professor calmly reassured them, "Just relax, today's training is over." He also said the academy had already set up sleeping tents for everyone, telling them to rest comfortably until the food was ready. The students were moved to the point of disbelief, and some even burst into tears from relief that they could finally truly rest. Quiet night descended over the forest beneath the bright full moon. Inside the tents, the students had fallen into deep sleep after a long and exhausting day. But Gray Lee still lay awake, staring at the tent ceiling and doubting the Academy's unusual generosity. He warily concluded that if they were allowed this much rest today, tomorrow would surely be hell. He let out a soft sigh. "I knew it." The Academy was clearly taking one step back, so it could advance 2 steps against the students later. Leonhardt smiled at Gray Lee with hidden meaning and said he would be fine. Gray Lee thought irritably, "Why do I keep feeling that man is watching me?" That night, a clear call rang throughout the campsite. "Everyone gather up." Professor dressed as a chef came out carrying a large platter of food and announced that dinner was ready. Before the students were banquet tables piled high with delicious food, from roasted meat and sandwiches to steaming pots of soup. The students immediately cheered in excitement. The professors generously ladled food from the large pots, even saying they could come back for seconds, making the students cry out in joy. Seeing the students eat so well that they nearly cried, the wire-bearded professor smiled kindly, praised them for enduring 2 harsh days, and told them to rest well tonight. But immediately after, his face darkened, a sinister smile hidden in the night as if saying, "Did you think eating from your teachers would be that easy?" After a night of eating their fill, dawn broke over the majestic and treacherous peak of Mount Gastia. The professor loudly declared, "From here, we begin the exercise of crossing the danger zone of the Gastia mountain range." He ordered the students to follow him, and the entire group once again shouldered their heavy packs. They began moving in single file, advancing deep into the vast mountain forest. The whole team trudged through the dense canopy under the professor's guidance. One student whispered that at first, the sight of the mountain had terrified him, but at this pace, it might still be bearable. His friend agreed, probably because they had rested enough yesterday. Watching the group continue steadily forward, they remarked that no one had given up so far, as expected of those who had passed the entrance exam. The professor leading the group suddenly changed expression and said sternly that the real training was only beginning now. He revealed that only about 2 kilometers remained. The whole group would enter the territory of the water lizards, fierce monsters with hard scales. They were far stronger than the creatures the students had hunted before, enough to put most students in danger before they could even react. The warning made the freshmen tremble, confused and unsure how to deal with such terrifying monsters. The professor explained that the goal of these 2 weeks of training in the danger zone was to move without being detected. He said that during the dry season, water lizards moved less to conserve strength, so as long as they did not make loud noises, it would be difficult for the creatures to notice humans. However, he also emphasized that in the season with little rain, they were extremely thirsty and would seek out anything that could ease their thirst. The professor leaned close to the students, his eyes shining with pressure as he said the thing they craved was human blood. He warned coldly that if they were discovered, it would be over, so everyone had to advance with extreme caution and absolutely avoid loud noises. Gray Lee moved silently without making a sound, and that technique reminded him of the days when he hunted monsters with the divine archer archer Jacob Bloomfield in his previous life. Seeing Gray Lee walk with smoothness and absolute silence, the professor was secretly impressed, thinking the boy must have experience hunting monsters. He reminded Gray Lee that even if this exercise seemed easy, he absolutely must not become careless. But when he turned to look at the remaining students, the professor could only sigh at the familiar clumsy scene that appeared every year. The recruits struggled to move awkwardly, making all kinds of noises in the forest, though in truth, they had never experienced anything like this before. The professor roared that they were too slow, while reminding them that they would be fine as long as they did not make loud noises, yet he kept pushing the exhausted students to maintain the pace. A blonde student, drenched in sweat, inwardly complained that the professor was the loudest one. The professor then shouted back, asking whether they wanted to camp right in the middle of water lizard territory. The whole group began walking on tiptoe, more carefully than ever. Seeing this, Gray Lee could not help feeling puzzled that the academy was making students conduct a covert march without giving any specific instruction. He thought to himself that they should have learned this technique in a safe place before being thrown straight into the field. Behind him, another student was rather complacent, reassuring himself that the current noise level was still under control as long as no one made too loud a sound. Night gradually fell, and the whole group advanced silently through the dark ancient forest. The professor suddenly raised his hand to signal a stop, then declared coldly that from now on, talking was absolutely forbidden. He required everyone to communicate with hand signs. Anyone who made a loud noise or opened their mouth to speak would lose a heavy number of points, and the atmosphere grew taut as a drawn bowstring. Immediately after the marching order, the whole group continued stepping into the darkness. A blue-haired student silently thought that this trip, even with the ban on making noise, was no different from ordinary mountain climbing. Seeing that today's pace was even slower than yesterday's, he gradually grew careless and thought everything was rather easy. He even doubted whether there were really monsters here, since the academy surely would not bring students somewhere they could lose their lives just for training. He told himself the professors were only pretending there were monsters to force them to practice covert marching, though he still intended to play along to avoid losing points. That carelessness made him pay the price. In one careless moment, his foot slipped off the rock, making his whole body lose balance before he tumbled down. Gray Lee immediately sensed that something was wrong, his crimson eyes flashing with vigilance as danger drew near. That classmate fell flat onto the ground, still annoyed that he was about to lose points. Why worry about points? His life was the thing he was about to lose. He sighed and complained about points while smugly thinking that just as he had expected, there was nothing here. Not a single monster appeared at all. But before the words had even faded, a furious roar shook the entire forest. The professors and students immediately drew their swords, preparing to enter a battle of life and death. A pack of ferocious water lizards, their eyes bloodshot red, charged forward all at once. One student froze in terror as danger closed in right before his eyes. In that perilous hair-breadth moment, Professor Haycott appeared like a savior, decisively driving his sword between the sharp teeth, pinning the monster firmly to the ground until it collapsed completely. Immediately afterward, Leonhardt also shot forward, unleashing a powerful slash straight at the next monster. Leonhardt's blue eyes shone, filled with determination, but he was stunned to realize that his blade only created a few harmless sparks against the hard scales. Leonhardt cried out in shock, not even a scratch. The situation quickly descended into chaos as even the professors began to be injured under the pressure of the monster pack. One professor shouted anxiously that this was not something students could face. He ordered them to retreat at once, while the other professors drew their swords and rushed in, declaring that they would handle it. They watched as even the professors could only leave a few shallow wounds on the monster's hard scales. One student wondered in disbelief whether they could truly bring down such a terrifying creature. The bodies of water lizards were naturally very lacking in moisture, so making them lose even a little bodily fluid was enough to finish them off. If one did not want to become prey for the water lizards, one absolutely must not come here during the rainy season. He revealed that the exercise was only held after they had confirmed with certainty that there would be no rain. The instructor's gaze grew heavy as he said the entire group was still alive only because the professors had cleared out the surrounding monsters. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. This march for the students was more like torture than training. March continued, and the students struggled to climb the sheer cliffs in the middle of the dense forest. Though exhausted, drenched in sweat beneath the weight of their luggage, they still had to move forward silently under the professor's guidance. When the whole group had just reached the mountain peak, Haycott loudly announced that the grueling mountain climbing stage had ended, right beside the corpse of a monster that had just been slain. At the same time, the students all collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath from utter exhaustion. Looking at the students lying sprawled out with no strength left, Hector curled his lips and asked mockingly, "Tired already?" Leonhardt wearily told himself that his body could still endure, but his mind had been severely worn down. The mere act of not making noise while marching was already far difficult. Gray Lee calmly continued, saying that if one was not used to it, this was indeed extremely harsh, and that was precisely the core purpose of the training. Professor Hector confirmed that up to now, the group had only been discovered by water lizards 4 times, a fairly favorable result compared with many years before. If even favorable was like this, the previous years must have been even more horrific. Standing beside the monster, Hector asked loudly whether anyone still had any questions before they continued. Once they crossed through their territory, the whole group would no longer be able to speak. Gray Lee, his crimson eyes filled with vigilance, suddenly spoke up and said there was something bothering him. When asked what it was, Gray Lee pointed toward the horizon and said that cloud seemed to be growing larger, and it was located on the upwind side of the whole group. The students stared blankly in that direction, while Heiko nodded solemnly and praised him. Good observation. He turned to ask Professor Ren whether clouds could form in this season, and Ren immediately confirmed that under normal circumstances, it was impossible. Looking at the lone white cloud growing larger against the blue sky, Hector felt an invisible danger gradually emerging. Sensing that something was wrong, Hector immediately ordered them to turn back. The training was cancelled, and the whole group had to quickly leave the water lizard's territory. However, Professor Rand suddenly objected with a meaningful smile, saying that they should continue. He sneered and asked whether Hector intended to stop the entire training session just because of a small cloud. Hector's gaze turned completely cold, and he stated that the appearance of that cloud at this moment was already abnormal, and the students' safety had to be the top priority. Exactly, human lives were what mattered most. It was best not to joke around with death. Professor Ren brushed aside Heiko's concern, saying he had led this training for many years, and asked everyone to trust his judgment. Though Hector intended to refute him about the abnormal cloud, Ren still decided to increase the marching speed and treat it as a good opportunity to train the students. He shouted for everyone to follow as if their lives depended on it, believing that after the training they had just undergone, the freshmen would be able to keep up with this pace. Ren ordered that no one was allowed to fall behind, that there was no time to get entangled with the water lizards, and that they absolutely must not make any loud noise. And yet, in the middle of the dry season, cold raindrops began pouring down from the sky. Meanwhile, the students still trudged forward through fatigue and unease. Hector reached out to catch the rain, clearly sensing the abnormality. Rain in this season was already strange, and beyond that, the air here did not have enough moisture to form such a large cloud. Hector wondered in shock whether this rain had been created by human hands. While the whole group crossed the dark, dangerous forest under the rain, how pitiful they had already been told to turn back. Yet that old man remained stubborn. The rain grew heavier and heavier, making Ren lose patience and roar in irritation. Damn it, it really is raining. Why is there rain in this season? Gray Lee quietly moved close behind him and softly called out, Professor, making Ran turn back irritably and ask, what is it? Gray Lee looked at him with warning crimson eyes and asked whether speaking loudly in a place like this was truly safe. A giant water lizard with blazing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth was drawing closer. The water lizard suddenly shot forward with terrifying speed. Professor Goman was struck and staggered back in pain. He immediately drew his sword and counterattacked with a decisive slash, leaving a long wound across the monster's body. Even wounded, the beast showed no sign of backing down. It lashed its tail fiercely, sending him flying into the cliff wall. Behind him, the students screamed in panic, Professor Goman, did that lizard swallow you? Goman sank to his knees, his breathing ragged from the pain. Gray Lee watched from a distance and assessed inwardly. The professor's reflexes should have allowed him to dodge. Perhaps he had focused too much on counterattacking, which was why he suffered such a serious injury. The surrounding students began to panic before the monster's speed. They were too fast. Were water lizards always this terrifying? Gray Lee looked at the rain and realized the harsh truth. Even though he had expected it, they were still much faster than they were in dry weather. Faced with the chaotic situation, Professor Hector ordered in a stern voice, gather together. Gray Lee immediately replied yes, and the professors charged out all at once. Powerful slashes struck one after another, bringing down the beasts. One professor quickly rushed forward to attack, but right after that, he was knocked down by the water lizard's powerful tail. The frenzied beast lunged in, aiming straight at a weak point to finish off its prey. At that exact moment, a sword flash streaked through, taking the monster down instantly. The one who acted was Hector, standing firm in the middle of the battlefield, his eyes blazing with power after the finishing blow. Trembling students sighed in relief that they had finally taken it down. Hector sheathed his sword and bitterly admitted that even professors could be injured by these monsters. He immediately ordered the exercise cancelled and the emergency teleportation magic activated. Hector turned to his female colleague and pressed her, asking whether she had finished preparing the magic. But the answer he received was a voice full of panic. I have been trying to activate it for a while, but it has no effect at all. He blurted out in shock, "What?" then ground his teeth in frustration, wondering if anyone else here was capable of casting that kind of magic. Another professor struggled to try again, but only produced a few weak sparks of magic, then admitted that he could not cast it stably either. Hector realized they were being blocked from teleporting. From the abnormal rain to their isolation, he was certain someone was targeting this exercise. Gray Lee stood amid the rain, silently agreeing that the possibility of an ambush was extremely high. Hector clenched his teeth, anxiously wondering what he had to do to salvage the situation. If this continued, the entire group would be in danger. Aiko looked at the heavy rain and judged that breaking through the water lizard's territory right now was no different from suicide. The most viable choice was to hold their ground and wait for the rain to stop. One professor suspected this might be artificial rain and did not know whether it would stop. Heikot was not certain, but he believed staying put still gave them a higher chance of survival than fighting while exhausted. As a professor used blue recovery magic to treat a colleague, he reminded Hector that no one had died in the previous battle only because of luck. Heikot nodded in acknowledgement, but worried that the water lizard's range of activity would expand in the rain and that this place might be attacked again. Standing amid the rain, Hector was soaked with sweat, telling himself he had to find a path to lead everyone out of danger. Gray Lee stepped over from behind and spoke softly, "Professor." Hector turned back in surprise, looking at his student with utter astonishment. Gray Lee firmly proposed, "As long as there is recovery magic, I can fight too. Is there truly no other way to break through?" Hector pondered in silence. With Gray Lee's dark power, his chances of crossing the monster territory were fairly high, but he feared the backlash would be too much for the boy's body to endure. Gray Lee tightened his grip on his sword, his determined red eyes on his master as he declared, "If we stay here, no rescue will come. Acting is still better than sitting here waiting for the worst." Hector warned sternly that even with recovery magic, Gray Lee would still have to use that power many times in one day, something Professor Ariel had absolutely forbidden. Gray Lee clutched his aching chest, calmly treating this as a chance to train, and believed that as long as they returned to the academy, the best recovery mages would be waiting. Hector sharply refuted him, saying Ariel would not have forbidden it if it were only an injury that could be healed with ordinary magic, then asked whether he understood how serious it was. Gray Lee looked straight at the professor and asked, "Do you have any other way to bring the students back safely?" Before them was a group of freshmen, trembling and exhausted beneath the pouring rain. "Are you planning to let everyone die here just to protect me alone?" That question was truly difficult to answer. Hector froze, sweat pouring out before his student's blunt challenge. In his mind, Professor Ariel's warning surfaced again, haunting him. Gray Lee would be willing to sacrifice himself if necessary, and that very thing was what created his strength. Ariel looked into the distance and earnestly asked him not to let the boy do anything irreversible. At the time, Hector had only answered quietly that he understood. Returning to the present, the sound of rain still poured down heavily all around them. He looked at the students huddled from cold and fear, then murmured, "That's right." Hector lowered his head and spoke with difficulty, "I am sorry. It truly pains me to say this, but could you lend us your strength?" Gray Lee smiled faintly, just about to answer that they could leave it to him when an authoritative voice suddenly rang out and cut him off. "Can none of you decide anything yourselves?" An unfamiliar professor in a GMF uniform appeared from behind. He coldly criticized them. He may have performed well in the competition, but entrusting everyone's lives to a student. "Keep that joke to yourself." Hector immediately retorted, asserting that with Gray Lee's power, he could deal with the water lizards, because he had witnessed it many times with his own eyes during training. Hector looked toward everyone and said earnestly, "That is why. Why do we not try betting on his strength just once?" At this point, trying was better than missing their chance, because they truly did not have many choices left. Gray Lee stood towering amid the rain, a blazing red aura of fire beginning to cover his entire body. His figure radiated an overwhelming aura. Professor Gallic coldly rejected Hatchcode's intention. "I will not allow that." He immediately ordered a lower-ranking professor to use communication magic to send an urgent distress signal back to the academy headquarters. The other professor quickly confirmed that the request had been sent. Though the magic was heavily disrupted, the message had definitely gone through successfully. Galek nodded in satisfaction and praised him. "Just as I expected of you, you always handle things quickly." Looking at the students huddled in the rain, Galek continued pressing him. "Now do you understand? Moving on our own will only increase the risks." He demanded in a low voice whether Hector truly wanted to push the children into danger. Looking at the corpse of a water lizard collapsed on the ground, Hector could only remain silent in a feeling of utter helplessness. Galek coldly asked how many more times they would be attacked before reinforcements arrived if they insisted on moving. Hector was about to refute him, but Galek immediately cut him off, asserting that staying in the safe zone was still better than wandering outside. He demanded that everyone keep absolutely silent because monsters could track voices. Galek turned away with an unreadable smile. leaving Hector standing there with eyes full of suspicion and tension. Behind the ancient tree roots, the entire group of students still trembled and waited in vain amid the silent night. Graylee silently observed the scene, his blazing red eyes clearly showing suspicion toward Galek's back. That professor still calmly stood with his arms folded, a triumphant smile faintly visible in the darkness. But just as the space fell silent, a terrifying incident suddenly struck, leaving all the students frozen in panic. Hector sensed the approaching danger and blurted out, "They are here." Graylee stood behind him, his blazing red eyes filled with determination. Hector looked at him and instructed, "If the situation worsens, charge in immediately." A giant water lizard suddenly shot out from the rain, and Hector immediately swung his sword to meet it in battle. Hector's sharp sword strikes rained down on the beast one after another. Hector and his colleagues used all their strength to drive back the monsters and protect the wounded. The monster collapsed with a roar of pain. From the darkness, countless pairs of red eyes appeared again. The water lizards had been drawn over by the sounds of battle. Hector gritted his teeth as he realized the situation was growing increasingly worse. Graylee quietly placed his hand on the hilt of the silver sword, ready to rush into battle at any moment. Hector looked toward the students and declared loudly, "Our mission is to protect the students." He gave a bold smile and gave the order, "Watch clearly. This is how professors of the World Alliance Academy fight." In Hector's eyes, a deep blue current of electricity blazed fiercely. He and the professors charged out at once, attacking the 7 monsters head-on. Witnessing that display of power, one student cried out in astonishment, "So strong, truly too strong." Even while facing 2 monsters at once, the professors handled them perfectly, leaving the watching students stunned by their strength. Hector gave a clear command. "First, reduce their numbers, focus on taking them down one by one." His colleague immediately replied, "Understood." Hackett focused intensely, his gaze icy as he poured all his strength into the decisive strike aimed precisely at his opponent's opening. An accurate thrust pierced through the water lizard's weak point. Seeing the monsters fall one after another, the students could not hide their excitement and cheered, "We did it." Standing amid the ruined battlefield, Hector silently assessed that only the last one remained. Leon Hart quietly observed, astonished to see that the professors were almost unharmed after the fierce battle. Meanwhile, the injured professor was still being urgently treated with emerald green magic. Hector and his colleague immediately rushed toward the final target, believing they could truly end everything here. Hector led the lightning-fast assault, his eyes blazing with deep blue electricity at an astonishing speed. 2 professors coordinated perfectly, tightening their offensive like a terrifying pair of pincers. But they had no idea that behind them were 2 gazes full of malice. They were Galek and his accomplice, both watching intently for a chance to launch a sneak attack. Yet Graylee had already seen through the intentions of those 2. Without the slightest hesitation, he coldly swung his sword, stripping them of their ability to act in an instant. One struck red on the ground, screaming in pain, "My hand, my arm." Amid the pouring rain, Hector remained chillingly calm. He unleashed an emerald sword slash that knocked down the charging water lizard, then said quietly, "Thank you, Graylee." The other professors also quickly took defensive positions and declared firmly, "We will hold back the lizards." The monsters lay scattered across the ground, rainwater mixing with the marks of battle and covering the entire area. Hector pointed his sword at the traitor, clutching his wound, and demanded coldly, "Now explain." The sinners could only grit their teeth, sweat pouring down in utter humiliation and terror. Hector looked down with an icy gaze and pressed them. "What exactly were you planning to do?" The traitor knelt on the ground, clutching his wound while shouting that he was only trying to fight the water lizards. The other hurriedly echoed him, demanding that Graylee be arrested immediately. Faced with that clumsy act, Hector felt only contempt. Hector looked straight at the 2 sinners, affirming that most of the people here had clearly seen their intent to strike. Students of this swordsmanship class were not so blind as to overlook such an obvious truth. Hector coldly said that plots to assassinate or kidnap people from the academy were never rare, because this place had far too many enemies. Hector exposed their scheme, saying they intended to take advantage of the chaos to murder a professor after the protective force had been eliminated. After that, they would frame or kidnap the students to serve their dark purposes. Hearing this, the students trembled in shock. Hector looked at Graylee with deep respect and said that the team had survived thanks to his quick reactions. "Graylee, you are truly outstanding." Graylee smiled faintly and replied, "What are you saying, Professor? Didn't you realize from the start that these people wanted to harm us?" His crimson eyes flashed with an inscrutable meaning, leaving the opponent with nothing but grudging acknowledgement. The traitor widened his eyes, trembling in panic, wondering you realized so soon. "Impossible, was our plan exposed?" Ridiculous question. Graylee cut coldly through the excuses. "I do not care what happened before, but if you watch actions and eyes closely, everything becomes clear." His movements were nothing like a student guardian or other professors. Graylee admitted that in the first half he only thought him clumsy. However, when the rain began to fall, Galek's steps became far stranger. Gray Lee pointed out the inconsistencies, such as deliberately taking blows that could have been avoided to play the victim, attacks that could easily be dodged, yet he still took them on purpose. Instead of carrying out the plan to trip, Galek only clicked his tongue irritably when forced to kneel before Gray Lee. The professor asked worriedly, "Gray Lee, are you all right?" Gray Lee sheathed his sword calmly, only using the power for a moment so he was not seriously injured. It only felt like heavy muscle soreness. Hearing that, Hector breathed a sigh of relief. Good, if I had exploded the students, it would have been exhausting too. Suddenly, Galek let out a sinister laugh that made both of them suspicious. Immediately afterward, he burst into a crazy laugh echoing through the dark forest. Hector barked, "What is wrong with you, finally losing your mind?" Galek looked up, eyes wicked, saying, "It seems you still have not realized it is already too late." Gray Lee frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Galek leisurely analyzed to drive them into despair. "Look at reality. We are trapped between the water snake territory and pouring rain. A strong teleportation seal cut off our retreat. Reinforcements cannot arrive in time." He leaned in, a cruel smile. "Even if you see the plan, it is already too late. All of you will die here," Galek threatened, making the students tremble. Yet he suddenly changed attitude, looking at the monster, and said, "The goal was never to kill you. Follow me, and you will see an escape prepared." Hector replied coldly, "Then speak plainly." Galek smiled wickedly, "Fine, but with a condition." His eyes swept over Ren, Hector, and Gray Lee, demanding ruthlessly, "Stab your own heart right here. No one can interfere with the plan. A false promise. If you do, the rest will live." On the verge of life and death, Gray Lee and Hector remained silent in the suffocating tension. Aerith sneered at the silence. "What, are you hesitating because life is precious?" Before he could finish speaking, a burst of red dark energy erupted. The sword pressed against the opponent's neck, ordering firmly, "Do not move." He noticed another traitor in the group trying to retreat. The student froze. Too fast, he approached from behind in an instant. Even restrained, Galek still laughed arrogantly, thinking capturing a hostage would be useful. Gray Lee looked at him, crimson eyes sharp with killing intent, exposing, "You can use teleportation magic, right? Installing a teleportation blocker in the academy without being detected is very difficult." Gray Lee coldly exposed the plot. If the professor in charge of magic sided with him, then cutting communication and blocking teleportation becomes far too easy, right? At that moment, Haikot appeared from behind. "Truly, you are too perceptive for a student." Hector exuded a cold aura, ordering the traitor to activate teleportation magic immediately, bringing all students and professors to the foot of the mountain. "If you refuse, I will gouge out one of your eyes, persist and you lose the other, then cut each finger joint 1 cm at a time." Gray Lee stood behind, adding to the threat, "Do not take them anywhere else and leave no one behind. One suspicious move, and I will strike your head off immediately." The opposing professor hesitated. Haikot pressed the sword near his eye, declaring coldly, still refusing, "Then you leave me no other choice." Gray Lee's eyes crackled with blue electricity. He concentrated on the sword, preparing to carry out punishment. Terrified by Hector's decisiveness, he screamed in despair. He trembled, placed his hand on the ground, and yelled frantically, "Teleport." Instantly, a massive golden magical surge erupted violently, enveloping the entire group and taking everyone out of the danger zone in blinding light. The golden magic burst across the school grounds, bringing the entire first-year swordsmanship expedition team back. The guards were stunned. The panicked crowd ran over. "What happened? Is that the first-year expedition team?" Hector reported urgently to the officials while training in the survival environment. "Oh my God, we encountered a dangerous anomaly. We must evacuate immediately." The shocking news left the guards stunned. An evacuation. For God revealed the harsh truth. The assassination plot was orchestrated by a training staff member. The students all confirmed, "Yes, they tried to kill us." The entire team was nearly wiped out, but Gray Lee and Professor Headgoad saw through the plot, saving everyone. Facing an unprecedented scandal, Academy officials were stunned. An older professor calmed the crowd, asking if anyone was seriously injured and needed treatment. Seeing teammates collapse, a funeral-like atmosphere took over. Gray Lee surveyed the scene, quietly assessing that the situation was temporarily under control. To investigate, the officials must take strong measures with everyone present. "I apologize, but I will temporarily restrain everyone." The sound of magical handcuffs rang coldly as the explanation prevented any delays, while also announcing that a thorough interrogation would be conducted individually. Afterwards, Gray Lee's personal file was placed on the agenda. He found himself sitting in a dark interrogation room, facing a senior official under dim lighting, beginning questioning about the forest incident. In the suffocating interrogation room, the traitors were exhausted and drenched in sweat. Their faces clearly showed extreme panic at the sharp questions, no longer calm as the stark truth gradually emerged. Outside, hundreds of students had gathered, witnessing with their own eyes the most shocking incident in the Academy's history. Gray Lee and Leon Hart stood there with arms crossed, their cold gazes following every development. The sound of the wooden gavel rang out sharply. An authoritative voice shouted for everyone to maintain order, making the atmosphere in the hall tense enough to suffocate. The headmaster solemnly declared that from this moment on, the disciplinary verdict regarding the assassination and kidnapping plot against the first-year swordsmanship exploration team would officially be announced. He exposed the identities of the masterminds one by one, among them Professor Goman, the supervisor of the exploration trip, who was the ringleader. The list of criminals did not end there, because 2 other teachers in the academy had also aided him. In the closed simulated environment they themselves had created, these people plotted to murder and kidnap students, so there were no mitigating circumstances whatsoever. Therefore, in accordance with the Academy's laws, all 3 of them would receive punishment. The wooden gavel struck down again with steel-like force, and the death sentence echoed throughout the hall, leaving everyone stunned. However, death was still not the end for these criminals. To uncover all their connections and the accomplices still hidden in the darkness, the council declared that the interrogator would have full authority to use the harshest measures, and the headmaster smiled coldly. Do not think you will be allowed to leave easily. Terrified by the punishment awaiting him, one professor begged in despair, "Wait, I have confessed everything. Please do not hand me over to the interrogator." Right in the middle of the hall, a terrifying pressure erupted from the headmaster, making him loom over the criminals like a colossal ghost, his presence no different from a final boss. A scream rang out as the old man was forced to the floor by an invisible power. That scene made all who witnessed it shudder in horror. The headmaster coldly ordered the guards to take them away, then turned to Galek with a sharp, icy gaze. He affirmed that Galek was no less guilty, but abandoning the plan at the last moment to help the students escape had given him a chance to live. Fortunately, he turned back in time, otherwise there would have been no way out for him either. The headmaster declared that Galek's sentence would be reduced. After interrogation, he would spend the rest of his life in the criminal legion, and Galek bowed his head in acceptance. Watching from afar, Leonhardt wondered whether Galek was the only one to escape the death penalty. Looking at Galek being escorted away by the black-robed figures, he said coldly that surviving was sometimes not necessarily better. Beneath the crimson sunset outside the academy, Leonhardt let out a weary sigh. You had to run into something like this right after enrolling. Gray Lee curled his lips faintly, admitting that he was gradually getting used to trouble coming one after another, just like a protagonist who logs in and immediately attracts drama. Looking at the majestic academy building, he said bitterly that he had not expected so many criminals to be hidden among the professors, and that the greatest place in the world could conceal such a dark truth. Gray Lee honestly admitted that this place was far different from what he had first imagined. Hector clicked his tongue and said that feeling was understandable. After hearing all this, anyone would think this was a villain den in disguise. He revealed that some believed the World Union Academy was not exactly a school, but more like a selection ground. According to them, the students were already strong before enrolling. Outstanding graduates only succeeded because they themselves were exceptional, and the professors were not as omnipotent as imagined. Hector asked what Gray Lee thought. Gray Lee fell into thought and admitted that he sometimes asked himself the same question. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Hector quietly apologized. However, Gray Lee affirmed that there was one thing he was certain of since coming here: he had grown stronger. Far stronger than when he had still been in the village, to the point that the two could hardly be compared. He looked at the fallen leaf in his palm, confidence clear in his eyes. Gray Lee clenched his fist, thinking that even if he could not trust the academy as an organization, this place still had true teachers worth trusting. The images of Professor Ariel and Hector appeared in his mind as the clearest proof. Gray Lee smiled at the professor and asked, "As long as that is enough, right?" Hector looked at his student and thought to himself that Gray Lee truly was nothing like an ordinary student. He reminded him that the academy's training program would only begin becoming harsh from this point onward. What Gray Lee had experienced so far was actually only light training, nothing more than a warm-up step. Hector said with certainty that from now on he would become far stronger. Gray Lee curled his lips faintly, his red eyes flashing with ambition as he replied, "That is exactly my plan." Not long after, the silver-haired professor gathered all the students and praised their efforts during the incident-filled field trip. He declared that the entire class had completed basic physical training and would now move on to a new stage. But first, they had to clearly see the goal they needed to reach. Gray Lee stood silently among the crowd, intense focus clear in his blazing red eyes. The professor walked up to a massive steel pillar with a diameter of up to 145 meters. Suddenly, he stomped hard to gather momentum. Then he swung out a lightning-fast sword strike carrying astonishing power. In an instant, the solid block of steel was cleanly cut in two, leaving behind a perfectly smooth cut before everyone's astonished eyes. Looking at the steel block lying on the ground, he declared loudly, "Cut it apart with one clean strike, and you will qualify for your second year." He warned indifferently that if they did not reach the goal before the end of the semester, all of them would be expelled, making the students ask back in shock. The professor calmly said that every year, about half the students were eliminated because they could not overcome this trial, making one female student worry about her future. He reassured them that in truth, very few people managed to graduate from the World Union Academy, so there was no need to take it too hard. He explained that the path after expulsion depended on the year in which they left. If they failed from the first year, they usually transferred back to their hometown academies. There, those considered failures here would become true monsters, easily skipping grades and standing at the top of the school. He gave a practical ranking. Those eliminated from this place still stood above the Royal Academies of Eli, far surpassing ordinary students and common citizens. If they chose to work instead of transferring schools, they often joined the Royal Guards as elite swordsmen, because from the moment they were accepted into the academy, they were no longer ordinary people. Although they might be seen as inferior to the other monsters here, they were still top-tier geniuses. After hearing that, the students suddenly felt as though their records were shining as brightly as searchlights. Gray Lee inwardly marveled, just as Master Arya had once said this academy truly was the place suited for him. The gap between this place and the rest of the world was utterly insane. Instead of worrying about being expelled, he told the students to focus on cutting through the steel pillar before them. One student asked doubtfully whether this thing could really be cut through. He merely encouraged them calmly, saying they would know once they tried. The student tremblingly received the standard sword and gathered his strength, preparing to strike. He gathered all his strength and swung an extremely powerful slash. The instant the blade touched the steel pillar, a terrifying recoil surged back at once. The sword was knocked back. The backlash sent him falling backward, and he cried out in pain as both hands went numb from the overwhelming shock. The professor looked down coldly and reminded him that failing to cut through it was expected, but dropping his sword was unacceptable. A swordsman had to keep a firm hold on his weapon, even when standing on the edge of death. Looking at the steel pillar, Gray Lee wondered inwardly whether there was a limit on the type of sword that could be used. If he used the sword Ariel had given him, he believed he could cut through it with a single strike. As if seeing through that thought, he stated that only the Academy's standard sword could be used. Even so, he looked at Gray Lee and said perhaps he alone had enough strength to pass right now. Gray Lee understood that if he used dark power, he could overcome the challenge very easily. But if this was a condition for promotion, then it had to be possible without relying on that power. Gray Lee looked at his hand, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. What if he could combine that technique with his own ability? The image of Liquidator, the terrifying destroyer, rose in his mind. He believed he might even be able to reach that man's realm. Gray Lee clenched his fist, his gaze filled with determination. He reminded himself that he absolutely had to become even stronger. Meanwhile, Professor Hector continued the lecture, guessing that the students were wondering whether such a steel pillar could truly be cut through by a sword, or whether they had to possess extraordinary strength like Gray Lee to advance to the second year. Hearing this, the students began to suspect they had accidentally chosen the wrong game difficulty. Leon Hart and the students listened intently as the professor asked whether they had ever wondered why professors and second-year students were so much stronger than they were. Though their builds were not very different, the reason lay in the ability to conduct life force, meaning channeling one's own life force into a sword. Gray Lee was stunned when he heard that concept, because he remembered knowing about it in his previous life. Life force, also known as Edion, was the substance used to refine supercompressed EZ. Gray Lee realized that the World Union Academy must have developed a technique to channel life force into swordsmanship. He wondered with excitement whether they were about to be taught how to use that source of power right now. The professor said calmly that they were fortunate, because in this era, they could use it without understanding complicated theory. He raised the sword high and explained, the life-draining demonic sword would forcibly draw out the wielder's life force and send it straight into the blade. Once they grew used to that sensation, they would also be able to channel life force into ordinary swords. He casually asked who wanted to try first, but the eerie name of the weapon made the students below tremble. A male student cried out in panic, saying he absolutely did not want to touch something with such a terrifying name. The girl beside him also said awkwardly that she wanted someone else to try first while she observed the situation. Gray Lee looked at the sword, his heart full of doubt over its bizarre name. But he told himself that if it could make him stronger, the risk was worth it. When faced with a forbidden item, Gray Lee's eyes shone brighter than when game graphics were maxed out. Just as Gray Lee was about to raise his hand, someone else quickly stepped forward first, making him realize in surprise. That person was Leon Hart. Leon Hart stepped forward with fierce determination, bitterly recalling the feeling of helplessness when he was attacked by the water spirits. Leon Hart told himself that if the top student was that pathetic, he would never catch up to Gray Lee. The professor thought to himself that Gray Lee would surely withstand this trial with almost no difficulty. But that would not be suitable as a demonstration for the other students, so he decided to call Leon Hart. Give it a try. Leonhardt answered firmly. Yes, Professor. The moment he placed his hand on the weapon, Leonhardt was instantly dizzy as he felt the energy in his body being violently drained away. The professor immediately warned him sternly, you must not hold the sword for too long. Once you take it, slash with it at once, then sheath it and let go. Leonhardt gritted his teeth and forced out his reply. Yes, Professor. He stomped hard against the ground to build momentum, roared, and unleashed a thunderous slash straight into the steel pillar. The blade sank deep into the steel pillar, leaving large cracks spreading outward. Leonhardt panted, shocked by the power that had just burst forth. Though he had not cut through the block of steel, he still could not believe that slash had come from him. But just as Leonhardt began to feel the desire to master this power, his expression suddenly changed. Then he collapsed onto the arena floor under everyone's stunned gazes. In the deathly silence, a worried shout suddenly rang out. Leonhardt. Leonhardt groaned in pain as he lay collapsed on the floor, both hands still trembling as they clenched the sword hilt. The students around him rushed over in panic, calling his name again and again in extreme worry. The professor calmly walked over and reassured everyone, do not push yourselves too hard. Everyone will experience this at first, so let him rest. A worried student asked Professor Wren, what exactly is going on? He explained that life force depletion was only temporary, and after resting for a while, Leonhardt would be able to stand up. Looking at the student who was slowly regaining consciousness, he could not help praising him. You still did not let go of the sword. The top student truly is different. Immediately afterward, the professor turned to Gray Lee with a challenging look. By the way, Gray Lee, do you want to try? Without the slightest hesitation, Gray Lee answered at once, yes. That decisiveness stunned the students around him. He just saw that and still did not hesitate. Not only his skill, even his resolve is on another level. Gray Lee stepped forward and took hold of the demonic sword. At once, he felt a strange current of energy. Gray Lee drew the cold gleaming blade from its sheath and assessed inwardly. That is right. It really felt as though something was draining his strength away. This was definitely not something he could hold for too long. Standing before the massive steel pillar, Gray Lee focused his entire mind and murmured, let us begin. A violent shock erupted as the blade struck the solid steel head-on, sending sparks scattering brightly across the arena. The blade buried itself deep into the steel pillar, leaving large cracks around the point of impact. Gray Lee tightened his grip on the hilt, sweat pouring out as he realized the harsh truth. This feeling is completely different from swinging an ordinary sword, as if my whole body is freezing solid. So this is what it means to have life force drained away. The professor exclaimed in astonishment, unbelievable. This is the first time I have seen a freshman not collapse immediately. As expected, there are differences in aptitude among students. Gray Lee secretly felt that he was still in better shape than expected. He wondered if it was thanks to the professor's brutal training sessions. Memories of the times his body had been wrung dry and repeatedly injured came flooding back. Gray Lee thought that perhaps, because he had grown so used to being tormented, his endurance had become this tenacious. Seeing that his student was still standing firm, the professor asked excitedly Gray Lee, do you think you can do it one more time? Gray Lee answered firmly, I will try. He gathered his strength, his crimson eyes focusing intensely as he prepared to unleash the next slash. However, the very instant he began to move, Gray Lee realized in shock that he had reached his limit. Ah, this is bad, I cannot do this. Pain and exhaustion struck him violently, making Gray Lee feel his consciousness gradually turn hazy. He trembled as he gripped the sword hilt, sweat falling nonstop while his body no longer obeyed him. Gray Lee gritted his teeth and told himself, at the very least, I have to sheath the sword. He forced himself back up, gathering the last bit of strength he had to complete a swordsman's final motion. Gray Lee's trembling hands struggled greatly before they finally guided the blade back into its sheath. The sound of the sword sliding shut in its sheath rang out at the same moment he collapsed face first onto floor in exhaustion. The professor stepped over, scratching his head apologetically. I was only half joking. I did not expect you to push yourself that far. Looking at his motionless student, he admitted thoughtfully, now I understand why you reached that level of strength at your age. While Gray Lee and Leonhardt still lay motionless recovering, the professor calmly told the class to take the opportunity to talk for a bit. He pointed toward the steel pillar that had been split in two and said, as you can see, swordsmanship that uses life force possesses terrifying power. Even someone holding this sword for the first time can destroy a steel pillar to that extent. He emphasized that the World Union Academy was the only place teaching this technique, something difficult to find in any other dojo or academy. The professor suddenly asked if anyone knew the reason. A female student hesitated, guessing it might be dangerous to overuse life force, but he immediately denied it and revealed a surprising truth. No one had ever been harmed by this sword, because when the wielder ran out of strength, the sword would automatically stop drawing life force. Lying on the floor, Leonhardt silently wondered whether this sword was truly a rare item. Hearing this, the professor strolled leisurely, saying the sword was indeed rare, but that was not the main reason. There were about 30 swords in the academy and similar ones outside. In the past, humans used them for training, leading to many tragic deaths, forcing outside organizations to cease usage. Professor looked at the struggling students and explained that if they could not move on the battlefield, even if the sword did not drain life force, enemies could still defeat them. Standing still would make them a free punching bag. He emphasized the key to using this power in combat was maintaining mobility after swinging the sword. Gray Lee struggled to sit up, his crimson eyes fixed on the professor, and said, "Basically, no one outside the academy can do this, right?" Seeing the sharpness in his student, he smiled in satisfaction, a perfect answer. He seriously reminded the class that merely activating the power once was useless. If they used it and then collapsed, it was like fireworks. They would only truly master it when using the demonic sword became a second nature. He warned that without achieving this, students would be controlled by the power, which had caused many swordsmen to die in the past. Students began to murmur in worry whether they really had to use this dangerous thing, and whether all second-year students could use it. When the sword was sheathed, the professor declared that they must learn to use this source of power as a matter of course. He announced that the class would train with these swords in the next session, and could practice after hours, sarcastically reminding them not to faint and be late to class. The students gradually dispersed from the vast arena. Gray Lee still lay sprawled on the floor, his breath heavy and exhausted. He told himself he had to find a way to use the power normally. If he collapsed after every swing, he would become useless. Gray Lee raised his hand to shield his eyes. His mind returned to the image of the chained gate radiating red light, and this also applied to his own abilities. Memories of bursting forth with power and then collapsing haunted Gray Lee. He bitterly realized that if he continued like this, he would always need a mage nearby to recover him. Gray Lee clenched his fists, determined to make his body endure at least one of the two sources of power. Looking at the majestic towers of the academy under the blue sky, he silently confirmed this was the right decision. There was no better place. This place also allowed him to grow stronger. An ambitious smile spread across Gray Lee's lips. His crimson eyes flashed as he hypothesized wildly. If he combined life force with his own strength, Gray Lee silently wondered just how terrifying the power would become. At Training Ground No. 2, under the blazing sunset, Gray Lee diligently practiced alone among the towering stone pillars, exhaling after each strike, calculating a 3-minute rest after every swing. With this method, the life force regeneration barely compensated the loss, making practice very inefficient. Gray Lee squinted his red eyes, sensing clear progress, and realized he was finally beginning to grasp that feeling. He looked at the sword in his hands, wondering if it was time to test a regular sword. Gray Lee knew that if he continued without resting, his body would collapse from exhaustion again. But he did not want to lose this feeling while it still remained in his body. Gray Lee clenched the sword with determination. Suddenly a voice called from behind, startling him. A panicked classmate ran over. Gray Lee stopped and asked, "What is it?" He explained that Professor Ariel requested to be present when he first used the demonic sword, suggesting Gray Lee wait for her to call the professor. Gray Lee nodded in agreement but wondered, wasn't she very busy? The image of Ariel buried in books appeared, making Gray Lee doubt whether she could be called over immediately. The classmate revealed Ariel had predicted that today Gray Lee would grasp the feeling and had cleared her schedule beforehand. Gray Lee wanted to whisper, "Is she a game tyrant?" Gray Lee was stunned, realizing the terrifying foresight of his master. She even predicted the exact moment he would grasp the feeling. Just as the third eye anticipated, Ariel stepped forward with a hooded stranger, apologizing for making him wait. "Continue training." Gray Lee looked at the mysterious figure behind with suspicion. "Who is that?" Ariel explained that because Gray Lee was very tired, she brought this person along to be ready to treat him in case of an accident. Gray Lee nodded, understood. He would rely on them if needed, moved toward the stone pillar, and suggested starting with the life-draining demonic sword again to regain the feeling. Ariel smiled in agreement, standing to observe. "You do as you wish." Gray Lee quietly responded with thanks, gripping the sword tightly, his voice strong, gathering full power for momentum. Powerful sword swing, creating an explosive shock that cracked the stone pillar. Gray Lee silently marveled. This is the feeling he understood, that as long as he recreated the exact sensation when using a regular sword, under Ariel's sharp gaze. Gray Lee drew the sword in preparation. His crimson eyes focused intensely, channeling life force from deep within his body. Suddenly, a surge of blue spiritual energy erupted violently from his heart, flowing through every vein down his arm. The energy was so strong that his muscles tensed as if about to burst. Before Gray Lee could react, his body went into red alert. He widened his eyes in horror as he sensed an uncontrollable transformation, only able to exclaim in fear. Gray Lee realized the surging energy was not ordinary life force. This was another power within him. His crimson eyes contracted as he sensed life force and the mysterious power blending together. Deep within his mind, the chain gate shook violently, accompanied by a roaring sound. Dark energy began to surge out as the door opened. A burst of crimson dark energy erupted, engulfing Gray Lee's body in chaos. He gritted his teeth and screamed, his life force being drained, his face contorted in pain, veins bulging as he completely lost control. and could no longer manage himself. Witnessing this unbearable scene, Ariel coldly instructed the assistant beside her, "Sorry, but you know what to do." The person replied decisively, "Understood." A giant demonic arm extended from the dark energy full of menace. It was instantly shattered into pieces by the assistant's strike. The demonic entity began to crumble and vanish under the impact pressure. The last of the dark energy disintegrated completely. Ariel folded her arms, reflecting, "Yes, I foresaw this would happen." She noted the extraordinary power was difficult to harmonize with normal life force, and the white-robed professor nodded in agreement. Ariel revealed that many specially gifted students with divine sight had also struggled to reconcile their abilities with life force. At this moment, the professor slowly removed his hat. His refined face appeared with long green hair and sharp hands. It was Rafa Alicia, the professor of transference magic recovery. Rafa Alicia began casting magic, still puzzled by Gray Lee's unusually powerful display. Green aura of spiritual energy covered his wound, and the bleeding stopped immediately. Rafa focused on activating forced regenerative magic, compelling the damaged cells and bones to recover instantly. Under the effect of grand magic, Gray Lee's arm quickly returned to its original state. Rafa tested it lightly. The process was complete. Witnessing this miraculous technique, Ariel marveled. "Your forced regeneration magic always impresses me." Rafa smiled modestly, pleased to have switched to the recovery specialization. Grateful Ariel had recognized her talent early. Before leaving, Rafa reminded Ariel to call if anything happened, predicting Gray Lee would awaken in a few hours. Ariel thanked her gently. A while later, Gray Lee slowly opened his eyes in the silent space, bewildered. "Huh, where am I?" Ariel confirmed gently. Gray Lee looked at his master and whispered, "Professor Ariel." Ariel sat by the bed, leisurely peeling fruit, asking if he remembered what had happened. Gray Lee frowned, recalling the horrific moment, shocked. When trying to activate the life force sword, the power in his hands completely went out of control and drained his life entirely. Then, the assistant cut off his hand to stop the situation. He trembled, admitting he remembered nothing, yet his arm was fully restored. Ariel peeled fruit and remarked that his memory remained intact, sighing the scenario she feared had occurred. Gray Lee asked, "What do you mean?" Chewing while looking at his master, he doubted she had foreseen this. Ariel shook her head slightly, explaining she did not know exactly, but a similar incident had happened before. Gray Lee asked in shock, "Before?" Ariel nodded yes, when MUI used life force. She revealed that was why she wanted to be present when Gray Lee practiced this technique. Hearing the familiar name, Gray Lee's eyes widened in shock. The image of Sword Saint MUI in silver armor flashed in his mind. "Even the Sword Saint went through this?" Gray Lee asked. "So what happened to MUI?" The teacher revealed the shocking truth. Unable to withstand the mixed power, her arm had exploded. He turned pale, grateful someone helped with recovery when the hand was cut. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. She said afterwards she used a magic contract to restrain MUI's power. She loosened the contract during practice. Eventually, MUI could use life force without the contract. Gray Lee's case was different. The magic contract was unsuitable to restrain his foreign power. She held her head, sighing, still unable to find a way for Gray Lee to use life force. His power was too unique, with no precedent or formula to reference. They could name this the Gray Lee case. Unexpectedly, Gray Lee suddenly made a shocking proposal. "What if someone cuts off my arm whenever I lose control, then uses recovery magic?" The teacher asked worriedly, "Do you really want to do that?" Facing doubt, Gray Lee confidently declared he wanted to be stronger, regardless of danger, as long as it worked. Knowing she could not stop him, the teacher agreed. "I will arrange recovery magic and find someone to operate on the arm." She carefully instructed that observers would cut the arm if any incident occurred. Regeneration could take until the next day or longer, but he would not lose his life. The training would be unimaginably painful, yet her gaze on Gray Lee was full of trust. "I will support you all the way." The next day, the wound healed. Gray Lee went to the field to practice swordsmanship. But after training a while, he realized the sword in his hand was unusual. Gray Lee unexpectedly severed a steel block, confused. "No mistake, right?" He stared at the sword, sweat dripping in astonishment. Without hesitation, Gray Lee concentrated his strength to deliver a lightning-fast strike, easily cutting another steel block suspended in midair. After the strike, Gray Lee collapsed exhausted to the floor. His hand still gripped the weapon to remain steady in the silent arena. Gray Lee forced a wry smile, thinking, "Much easier than I expected." He understood that instead of obsessively chasing that feeling, he only needed to repeat it until his body reacted on instinct. Even so, Gray Lee knew things were not over yet. He reminded himself that he had to keep swinging the life force demonic sword even more. He resolved to train until this technique became second nature, not merely a special move. Gray Lee sprang to his feet, raised his sword high, and shouted with determination, "Let us do this." Seeing that, the two students standing nearby could not help exchanging doubtful looks. One of them asked quietly, "Hey, did that slash just now look a little strange?" The other nodded in agreement, yet it felt different from the professor's version. As darkness gradually settled over the academy, a lavish banquet of steak, fried eggs, and sandwiches had already been laid out, gleaming beneath the lights. Stacks of empty plates began piling high on the dining table. Gray Lee devoured the food like a starving beast, leaving his classmates frozen in place. One friend stammered, "How can that man possibly eat that much?" Leonhardt folded his arms and watched with a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, as expected of Gray Lee, he seems to have mastered the life force demonic sword. Curious friend asked what those words meant. Leonhardt calmly explained that restoring life force would consume an enormous amount of the body's energy. The fact that Gray Lee could eat so much proved he had been using the life force draining technique continuously during training. Before their eyes, he was still gnawing on a large meaty bone. A female classmate suddenly realized something shocking. Trembling, she wondered, then if he keeps swinging that demonic sword? Her eyes shone with excitement. She hurriedly asked Leonhardt whether that meant one could eat as much as they wanted without ever getting fat. Leonhardt could only break out in a cold sweat and confirm, "Ah, yes, basically." However, he reminded her that life force training was harsher than any ordinary exercise and could drain a swordsman dry in an instant. Gray Lee quietly finished his meal in a heavy atmosphere. Suddenly, Professor Ariel's announcement rang throughout the cafeteria. "First-year student Gray Lee of the swordsmanship course, please come quickly to Professor Ariel's office." Gray Lee froze in suspicion, because being summoned by name over the speaker was extremely rare. As soon as Gray Lee stepped into the office, Ariel was already waiting with a stern expression. "Thank you for coming. I called you because there is a very urgent matter concerning your training." Gray Lee asked back anxiously, "Urgent?" Ariel immediately handed him a mysterious folder. Gray Lee stared in shock as he read the words inside. "Student Gray Lee, you have been selected to participate in the prestigious special training course of Heavenly Eye. The detailed schedule will be sent 12 hours before it begins. Always be ready to enter real combat immediately. We wish you survival and growth." Signed, an anonymous professor of Heavenly Eye. Gray Lee murmured in astonishment, "Special training." Then he hesitantly asked, "If they demand that I be ready for real combat at any time, is it as dangerous as an actual battle?" Ariel clasped her hands together, her eyes gleaming with pressure as she confirmed, "Yes, in truth, it only bears the name of training. They will push top students into deadly situations, with no support, no retreat, and force them to fight for survival on their own. It is an extremely brutal event." Ariel revealed that in the past, participants had once been teleported straight into a criminal den, a place crawling with fallen mages. They were absolutely forbidden to return until they had wiped out every enemy, without receiving any reinforcements or chance of assistance. Gray Lee asked back in disbelief, "Teleported straight into a criminal den. Has anyone actually died because of this?" Ariel looked at him coldly and confirmed the grim truth. Of course, in reality, less than half of the participating students managed to return alive. Ariel revealed in a low voice, in some years, not a single person came back. Even the higher-ups consider this training infamous, so it was once suspended for 10 years. Seeing Gray Lee's stunned expression, Ariel suddenly spoke. "Do you want to refuse this training?" She explained that normally, once someone had been selected, they could not withdraw. But as the guardian of a special Heavenly Eye student, she had the authority to refuse on his behalf. Gray Lee spoke quietly. "Please wait a moment." Though he fully understood the level of danger, he still fell into deep thought. If such a risky trial still exists, does that not mean it truly works? He clenched his fist, his crimson eyes staring straight at his master as he pressed her. "If I overcome it, will I become stronger?" Ariel half closed her eyes and advised him coldly, "You should give up." Gray Lee did not waver at all. He asked in return, "From your point of view, do you think I cannot survive?" If Ariel believed he would die, he would withdraw at once. Ariel's heavenly eye blazed with deep blue mana. After seeing through everything, she replied calmly, "No, my judgment shows that you will survive." He walked with solemn dignity and declared, "Anyone can clearly see that in the history of the Academy. Few first-year male students have ever reached Gray Lee's current level of power." Ariel continued in a low voice, "Even so, there were still people who lost their lives. No, it was not merely death. They truly sacrificed themselves." Her heavenly eye glowed with haunting intensity behind the monocle. Gray Lee broke into a cold sweat and asked anxiously, "Did something happen in the past?" Ariel gazed into the distance and began to recount. "A very long time ago, around 400 years ago, 2 special heavenly eye students were chosen to participate in this training." She continued, "They also belonged to the swordsmanship course like you, and were both outstanding geniuses of the first year." Hearing the number 400 years, Gray Lee went numb, sweat pouring out from shock. 400 years ago. He wondered in disbelief just how old his master really was. Ariel lowered her head, her voice heavy with sorrow. "I once believed they would be fine, so I confidently sent them off. But the result was utterly tragic." She revealed the painful truth. One of them lost his life and even his body was never found. The other survived and returned, but lost an arm. Gray Lee repeated in shock, "Lost an arm." For a swordsman, that was no different from a sentence. He clenched his fist, remembered the moment his arm went numb during the entrance exam, and shuddered. I cannot imagine having to live like that forever. Ariel folded her arms, looked at Gray Lee, and continued. That would normally have been the usual end, but that person was different. Faced with her student's blank expression, Ariel suddenly asked, "Do you know the one-armed swordsman Waduro Duran?" Gray Lee thought for a moment and exclaimed, "Waduro Duran, the extremely famous swordsman of the past, right?" Ariel nodded in confirmation, yes. In that era, he was one of the strongest people in the world, and also one of the few who survived that training. He looked down at the hand resting on the list and let out a faint sigh of regret. If he had still had both arms, who knows how far his strength would have reached. Ariel looked straight at Gray Lee, her gaze filled with worry. "Now you understand how dangerous it is, do you not? I do not want the same thing to happen to you." Gray Lee remained silent for a while, then answered quietly, "I understand how dangerous it is now. I do not want to participate in this training." Just as Ariel was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Gray Lee unexpectedly hesitated again. "But there is still one thing bothering me." Ariel asked curiously, "What is happening?" Gray Lee's blazing red eyes flashed with coldness, and he explained in a low voice, following what Ariel had once heard, that after losing his arm, Duran had become far stronger than before. Gray Lee looked straight into Ariel's eyes and offered a bold hypothesis. He asked what would happen if that power truly came from that special training itself. Ariel froze, her eyes widening in shock at his unexpected reasoning. She secretly regretted mentioning that Duran was the only survivor, while Gray Lee, seeing her expression, looked smug as if to say that she had guessed correctly. Ariel fell silent, revealing that Stacia was a notorious professor who had driven many students into danger. Joining that woman's training course was, in essence, no different from undergoing a body reconstruction performed by Professor Varian. He recalled that before turning back time, Belle O'Brien had been the strongest mage in the world, and the result of Varian's reconstruction had created a peerless entity. Standing before the death list, Gray Lee told himself that if there was a safe path to grow stronger, he would choose it. However, if wagering his life could raise his power to an overwhelming level, perhaps that was not a bad decision either. He clenched his fist. Even so, he reminded himself that everything would be meaningless if he lost his life, so he had to survive and return from that hell at all costs. Ariel softly called Gray Lee's name with concern, but the conversation was interrupted by a rapid knock at the door. A messenger stepped inside and delivered the news. "You have a letter from Central Command?" Ariel explained that it was the title used for the truly powerful figures who ran the academy. The contents of the letter went straight to Gray Lee's special training, emphasizing that if Ariel wanted to cancel it, this appendix was attached. There are two types of training. One moderately increases strength, with many survivors. The other kills 8 out of 10. But the 2 who survive become stronger than all 10 combined. Which type will she choose? The answer was left for later. The letter continued to emphasize that Central Command would upgrade this training order into a special directive. Ariel's authority over the Heavenly Eye special admission came only from the principal, and she could not oppose a special directive from Command, so she could not stop Gray Lee from participating. "I very much look forward to seeing Gray Lee mature after this event, the awakening of the students and the future of the world." Anonymous Professor Stacia. Ariel stared blankly at the paper, sweat pouring down as she thought. A special directive from Central Command. I have never heard of them issuing a directive for a first-year student. Why would Stacia go this far just to make Gray Lee participate in the training? Gray Lee stood beside her, and seeing his master's unusual state, he could not help but worry. He spoke up and asked, "What is wrong?" Ariel looked at him with sorrowful eyes and murmured, "I am sorry. It seems the only way to avoid the training is for you to drop out." Gray Lee quietly took the letter, his blazing red eyes turning contemplative as he read those fateful lines, inwardly telling himself that in terms of graduation results, this academy was the best in the world. Ariel looked at the academy beneath the night, her heart heavy as she thought that this place was both the best and had crushed countless geniuses. He wondered whether putting Gray Lee under special admission had been a mistake, because with that talent, he could succeed anywhere. Ariel even considered using her connections to find another master for him if he decided to drop out right now. But Gray Lee said firmly, "I will not drop out." Looking at the directive in his hand, Gray Lee declared, "If I die in this training, then I would never survive in this world anyway." Ariel sighed, realizing that all persuasion was now useless, so she revealed another piece of good news to Chen An. She affirmed that Stacia's training was dangerous, but those who survived all became extremely powerful. Most legends of previous generations had walked out of this hell. Hearing that, Gray Lee gave a faint smile. "You should have said that from the start." Ariel glanced at him, admitting that if she had said it earlier, he would surely have rushed in without hesitation, while she had only wanted to stop him. Seeing Gray Lee's determination, Ariel understood that every effort to dissuade him was now useless, and she let out a long, resigned sigh. Ariel looked at him with gentle eyes and urged, "As long as you return safely, that is enough." Gray Lee clenched his fist, his blazing red eyes shining with confidence as he said, "That is exactly my plan." The student list for the special training course was announced, including Gray Lee, first-year Leon Hart, second-year top student Luino Hertman, and third-year bottom-ranked Paul Spine. Before the four skeptical students, the official coldly announced that Stacia would not appear in person, and all orders would come through a mysterious representative. The hooded representative began revealing the harsh mission: attack the human trafficking base operated by the Bloodrinker organization. Because the supply route had been attacked, the base no longer had any stored goods, so civilians would not be in danger. The representative emphasized that the opponent was a real criminal organization, not a soulless mannequin. "They will attack you with frenzied killing intent." The representative's words made the room suffocating. The mission required eliminating every last enemy and wiping out the facility. Ending the briefing by asking if there were any questions, Luino Hertman asked suspiciously, "I have a question. Is this not more like a military operation than a training exercise?" The representative said calmly, "The Academy could assign this to professional soldiers, but opportunities to fight and eliminate flesh and blood enemies are extremely rare, an extremely valuable experience." This person emphasized that even for seasoned soldiers, sending 4 people into a combat zone like this would leave them with a very low chance of survival. Ponspa asked with a tremble whether a professor would accompany them to ensure their safety. The representative said coldly, "Facing death in an unsecured environment is the core objective. There will be no safety measures." He glanced at a student's necklace and confirmed that the defensive magic on it was also forbidden. He looked down at Ponspa with crushing pressure and affirmed that it was not rare for third-year students to far surpass professors in combat. Do not treat professors as tools. All survival protections had been disabled through absolute admin authority. Gray Lee wondered to himself, students stronger than professors. "Are there any other questions?" the representative asked amid the suffocating silence. When no one answered, his eyes blazed like bewitching stars as he declared, "Then you will be transferred to the combat zone after 2 hours." He ordered them to use this short window to plan and prepare thoroughly. Luino, Ponspa, and the other members clearly showed their tension. Gray Lee clenched his fist, his blazing red eyes shining, the aura of preparing to step into hell. Ponspa flipped through the document booklet and announced, "This is the data on our destination." As he looked through it, he said anxiously, "Damn it, we are about to charge straight into enemy territory." Gray Lee looked at the map and wondered, "This is the lair of a criminal gang. Is there no anti-teleportation barrier?" The mysterious representative smiled faintly, praising his quick wits while revealing that the place was usually protected by a powerful anti-teleportation force field. He said the Academy had discovered the spatial rift and destroyed it remotely. At the same time, he emphasized that a barrier of that level would take more than 10 hours to reestablish. With a bewitching smile that exposed a long scar, he turned and asked, "It sounds like an interesting training exercise, does it not?" Pons broke out in a nervous sweat, hesitating before making a suggestion. "To increase our odds of survival, even just a little, should we discuss tactics first?" Luino Hertman immediately objected, saying the group needed to confirm each other's abilities first. Luino explained that although he, Leon Hart, and Gray Lee had a rough understanding of one another through sparring matches, Pons still did not clearly know the strength of his juniors. Paul Spine continued reading the documents calmly and replied, "It is fine. I only need to skim them to understand." The confident answer made Luino blurt out in astonishment, "Huh?" Pons coldly declared that he was the strongest person on the team, and that it would take 2 people like Luino to have a chance at defeating him. Pons turned away and spoke arrogantly, "As for Leon Hart and Gray Lee, I suppose they are only around Luino's level 2. Paul Span continued confidently, "Even if Luino has an advantage in one-on-one combat, that difference is not significant." Gray Lee assessed inwardly, "This confidence is insane. If he ranks last in the 3rd years, his score must be terrible." Pons ignored his juniors' doubts and challenged them. "Want to try? I do not need any protective measures when facing rank 1 and rank 2. Come at me anytime." Luino could not suppress his pride. He said decisively, "If you are that confident, then let me see it." Luino drew his sword and rushed forward, unleashing a powerful attack straight at his opponent. And yet Pons remained standing still. The eyes hidden beneath his hair revealed a calm expression. Terrifyingly calm before the lightning-fast strike, Luino cried out in shock as he felt the pressure from his opponent's sword. Pons commented coldly, "Too light. Even the top students of the cohort back when they were 2nd years only reached this level." Paul Stung instantly launched his sword, carrying a massive stream of blue vital energy. Luino only managed to scream in agony before being completely overwhelmed and defeated by the force. Luino collapsed to the floor. His whole body was covered in wounds, dust and smoke lingering after the terrifying attack. The representative witnessed that power, lowered his head, and smiled with meaningful delight. Pons leisurely sheathed his sword, turning to Gray Lee and Leon Hart with a lecturing look, "Understand now, even the weakest 3rd year Third year like me will not lose to you second years. Gray Lee looked at Paul's spine in astonishment, wondering this person is the weakest among the third years. Is the gap between the second years and third years really that large? Ponce spun the pen in his hand and continued, What I said only applies to ordinary vital energy swordsmanship. He looked at Gray Lee and asserted, if you go all out, I will be taken down in a single blow. Gray Lee asked in shock, so you already know about my power? Ponce affirmed, there is probably no one in this academy who does not know. You ended the first year's 36-match losing streak in the inter-year matches. Looking back at the past when his power had erupted so fiercely that his body was damaged, Gray Lee was stunned. The story had spread to the other years, and his combat highlight was now at the top of the academy bulletin. Ponce reminded him in a stern voice, even so, I heard your power has a severe backlash, so you should not rely on it too much. Gray Lee looked at his hand, admitting that if he used it at maximum power, he would be unable to continue fighting afterward. Hearing that, Ponce instructed him, it is best not to use it unless necessary. If we encounter something even I cannot defeat after you have fallen, that will be a serious problem. Gray Lee replied, I understand. The group stood silently in the room, steeling themselves for the life and death mission ahead. 30 minutes before teleportation, the map and combat plan still lay on the table. Hanspa braced his hands on the table, examined the documents, then said, all right, we have a rough grasp of the enemy positions. He pointed at the dark red circle and said, decisively, this direction has the most enemies, so I will take it. Luino looked at the markings on the map and wondered, the other three directions have similar enemy numbers too. Are we choosing at random? Ponce shook his head, not exactly. Based on combat styles, he assigned specific duties. Luino, you take this side. As for Leonhardt, you handle that direction. Though hesitant, Luino nodded. If that is your decision, senior, I will follow it. Leonhardt also confirmed understood. Suddenly, Leonhardt leaned close to Ponce, asking about the final route on the map, by the way. That means Gray Lee will take this route, correct? Leonhardt's gaze turned serious as he pressed him for the special reason he was being sent there. Paul explained that the terrain suited Gray Lee's style, but then revealed the shocking truth, a specially wanted criminal. Bond spoke sharply, admitting this was an extremely dangerous person, someone who had once received proper training at the academy. Leonhardt was stunned as he realized the intent. You intend to send Gray Lee to the place where they are most likely to appear, correct? Boss sighed, it seems I cannot hide it. Ponce admitted, you guessed right. I believe a specially wanted criminal is hiding in the training area. Luino observed anxiously. If that is true, even if I, Leonhardt, and Luino joined forces, we would have no chance of winning. Leonhardt looked at Gray Lee and declared, the only one who can face them is Gray Lee. Amid the tense atmosphere, Gray Lee stood motionless, his eyes blazing red, and the declaration rang out like fate. Only he can do it. He understood that specially wanted criminals possessed extraordinary power, able to bring down thousands of soldiers with their bare hands. When that power was used for crime, the aftermath was a string of horrifying tragedies. That was why specially wanted criminals existed, those who walked over the ruins and blood of countless victims. Ponspa explained that among them, the gap in strength was vast, but at the very least they were still far superior to the professors who managed first and second-year students. Gray Lee was stunned, wondering whether even those professors could not deal with them. If they faced them head-on, they would have almost no chance of winning. Ponce turned to Gray Lee with a grave expression and warned that, during this process, no special training had ever gone smoothly, and this was not something he could overcome while still holding back his strength. I disagree with splitting the formation. He worried that when a special criminal appeared, scattering would be a mistake. The whole team had to concentrate to create an advantage. Paul Span sighed warily, then said, listen, suppose you witnessed Gray Lee fighting one of those men. What do you think you could do? Hans emphasized that when the difference in strength was too great, numbers no longer mattered. Monsters should face monsters, and humans should fight humans. Leonhardt thought for a moment, then noted that Gray Lee's power came with an enormous backlash. Even if he defeated the enemy, he would be completely exhausted. Leonhardt looked at Gray Lee and said that even if he faced the criminal, when that man fell, that would be when they could truly be useful. Hans reminded them that everyone was underestimating the Blood Clan organization, while the enemy was numerous, and they had only 4 people. He warned that, if they gathered together, the whole group would be surrounded and wiped out at once. The only way was to split up and act separately. Someone else worried that fighting alone would make them vulnerable to attacks from behind and proposed dividing into pairs to support each other. Hans cut in coldly, I'm not asking for your opinions. He repeated the difference in ability they had just witnessed, affirming that this applied to both combat and strategy. Before his overwhelming pressure and tyranny, Leonhardt and Luino could only remain silent, sweating as they followed their senior's plan. Gray Lee observed, feeling that this plan was not right, wondering whether Ponce had some deeper scheme. An announcement rang out. The teleportation magic would activate in 10 minutes. The representative asked them to check their equipment and plan one final time. Gray Lee remained cautious, understanding that internal arguments before deployment were a mistake, so he suppressed his doubts. He told himself he had no choice but to follow the arrangement, then said decisively, "I understand." Seeing Gray Lee agree, Leon Hart no longer objected. The whole group prepared themselves, the full moon outside the window seeming to herald a night full of trials. Leon Hart looked at Gray Lee worriedly and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Gray Lee smiled. "There is no other choice anyway." He reminded Leon Hart of his mission. "Your area includes the medicine storage." After confirming it, Gray Lee pleaded, "If there are recovery potions, could you take a few bottles? I want to return to battle immediately after using my power." Leon Hart clenched his fists at the request. His gaze was resolute. "Leave it to me. I will bring them back, even if it costs me my life." The scene shifted to the human trafficking organization's base. Two weary guards were cleaning the gloomy corridor. One complained, and the other snapped, "Stop muttering. The corridor is still more comfortable than cleaning the storage room." The skinny guard suggested letting the slaves clean it themselves, asking whether any goods were left now that shipments had stopped. His companion said indifferently, "The stock has already been used as test subjects or magical materials. Feeding them is expensive." He said keeping live products was troublesome because they were always trying to escape. The other guard laughed sickly, admitting that catching them again and torturing them was the most interesting part. Normally they used whips, but if slaves escaped, they could be punished severely. He joked, "Is that not the only reason we work here?" laughing smugly as he wiped the bloodstains from the floor. His companion burst out laughing in agreement. "Yeah, I think so too." Their chilling laughter echoed throughout the corridor. The corridor was dim, the lantern light swaying with a ghostly air. One man grew alert. "Did you hear something strange?" The other agreed, "Yeah, I heard it too," but before he could finish speaking, in an instant the guard's head was severed from his neck. The remaining soldier stared in shock as his companion's body collapsed. Before he could understand anything, he quickly followed. It was Leon Hart. He quickly closed in and withdrew from the enemy in silence, opening the battle with a swift fawn shot. Luino looked at the sinners' corpses with contempt, thinking they truly were as vile as the rumors claimed. Ponspine said coldly, "Good, that means we do not need to show mercy when sweeping away these vermin." The soldiers confirmed there were no civilians left inside. Pons swung his sword to finish off the barely breathing soldier, ordering them to eliminate anyone in sight and reminding the team to stick to the plan. Luino answered clearly, "Understood." Gray Lee nodded, understanding. Leon Hart gripped his sword hilt, preparing for a life-or-death battle. Ponce ordered, "Begin the operation now." Gray Lee rushed forward like a ghost, charging into the enemy lair with killing intent soaring to the sky. He sped through the gloomy corridor. His crimson eyes gleamed with cold light. A guard spotted him and shouted, "Found him, the intruder." One man sneered, "Sneaking in alone, are you tired of living?" The thug curled his lips into a sinister smile and stepped forward. "Let me handle this guy. I have been seriously stressed. I still have not killed anyone yet," but before he could swing his knife, the criminal trembled in fear as Gray Lee threatened him with a commanding gaze. His accomplices stood frozen, staring in shock at the one who had just fallen, unable to understand what had happened. Another man was drenched in sweat, stammering that he had not even seen Gray Lee's sword. Surrounded on all sides, Gray Lee remained cold, inwardly wondering whether this was a trap meant to make him lower his guard. Hearing the commotion, another group of criminals rushed over, and their leader roared, demanding to know where the intruder was. When they saw that it was only Gray Lee, they began laughing mockingly and arrogantly. "Only one person, ha." However, one soldier in the rear noticed something strange, his face turning pale as he pointed and screamed in terror. But before he could finish speaking, Gray Lee struck him down on the spot. A red-haired man realized what was happening in shock. Looking at the outfit Gray Lee wore, he trembled and uttered, "That is a uniform." The red-haired captain's eyes widened in terror as he realized Gray Lee's true identity. He shouted to stop his underlings, "It is him, wait, do not approach," warning that anyone who rushed in would be taken down quickly. A subordinate with a cloth wrapped around his head asked blankly, "What is going on, Captain?" But the only answer was the terrified look of the leader as he realized that man was Gray Lee. At that moment, a criminal rushed in from behind and shouted, "Die," but Gray Lee remained calm. In an instant, Gray Lee counterattacked with an extremely fast and powerful strike. He turned his body and delivered a precise sword slash at the attacker, leaving him no time to react. The entire group of criminals was stunned when they confirmed that he was a famous student of the World Alliance Academy. Despite his fear, the man with the headcloth still tried to reassure his accomplices, saying Gray Lee was only a lone swordsman. Confident in their numerical advantage, he declared that they could completely surround and eliminate him. The others joined in as well, drawing their weapons, screaming madly as they charged forward, "Kill him." Gray Lee stood still in the middle of the encirclement, preparing to face the rain of weapons as the criminals rushed at him like moths to a flame. The mage roared, "Get out of the way," and fired a continuous barrage of bullets toward Gray Lee. Gray Lee dodged nimbly, suspicion flashing in his blazing red eyes. This type of Ezer bullet was completely different from the super compressed version. He wondered whether only 3 people, himself, Ariel, and Bella, knew about this magic theory as he witnessed the opponent's unfamiliar attack technique, yet it still felt as though they were not holding back. Looking into the enemy's frenzied eyes, Gray Lee realized a chilling truth: they were determined to kill him at any cost. The following attacks were powerful, but Gray Lee still calmly neutralized them. He recognized every ruthless movement of his opponents, clearly those accustomed to taking lives, and Gray Lee estimated that each of them had brought down more than 10 people. A man with a white cloth wrapped around his head rushed in with a terrifying smile, swinging his sword straight at Gray Lee. In the blink of an eye, Gray Lee took the attacker down. The criminal fell before he could even understand what had happened. Gray Lee stood still in the corridor, wondering why they were so weak. He closed his eyes and realized his own mistake. Every academy student had passed a brutal exam, and comparing these criminals to them was a mistake. Even the weakest student would sweep them away quickly. Though overwhelmed in number, he believed he could complete the mission alone. In a short time, Gray Lee had defeated all the criminals, leaving only the red-haired boss. He panicked. "Wait, I have an offer." Gray Lee looked at him coldly, at first uninterested in his words, but then thinking he might be able to extract some information from this unusual criminal. The red-haired man switched into survival negotiation mode and hurriedly tried to persuade him. He said, "This is not my deal, trust me. Someone like you could become an elite executioner of the Blood Clan." Gray Lee slowly repeated, "Elite executioner? I have never heard of it. Is that a good job?" The criminal insisted that it was an excellent job, even the best position in the Blood Clan organization. He explained that most of the time there was nothing to do, and they only acted when an intruder who was too powerful appeared. The elite executioners even received better treatment than base leaders. Based on Gray Lee's strength just now, he guessed that Gray Lee was a second-year student and asserted that a second-year academy student could hold this position at any small base. His eyes shone with madness as he promised fine wine and women whenever he wanted, insisting that life here was better than the academy's harsh training and urging Gray Lee to leave and join them. That man laughed contemptuously, saying there was no need to climb to the peak. If all he wanted was to torment the weak, his own strength was already enough. But with Gray Lee's power, he could live like a king in the Blood Clan. What more could he need? It is great fun here. He laughed sinisterly, insisting that there was a thrill Gray Lee could not find in the world above. Gray Lee asked coldly, "What if I refuse?" Red-haired man's face instantly darkened, and he threatened that if Gray Lee killed them, he would die as well. Gray Lee grew wary when he heard him say that the elite executioner was much stronger than himself. That man had originally been a former third-year student, once stronger than even professors. The criminal gave him a cruel final choice: live like royalty in the Blood Clan, or kill him and die at someone else's hands. Gray Lee stood still in the gloomy corridor, facing the enemy's challenge. The video ended. If you enjoyed it, do not forget to press like for more content. Thank you and goodbye.